What's going on, internet? Analytic here, aka Dreamz, and I'd like to welcome you to mine, which I call the Notorious Mass Effect. I am your gaming and music news source, diving deep into both industries with data-driven analysis to give you a clearer understanding of both cultures. And with that being said, safe to say for episode 158, you already see the title, Resident Evil Requiem. A modern, classic masterpiece.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
I think when you look at Resident Evil Requiem in totality, as far as a Resident Evil franchise, we're definitely in the golden age of gaming, because not only do we have a plethora of fighting games set to notoriously affect the masses in 2026, not only do we have Crimson Desert that's set to be the dark horse as far as the game of the year contender, but also can't forget 3 letters, GTA.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
In the year of 2026, safe to say, is a phenomenal year to be a gamer. So that is why I titled this specific episode after the best installment as far as the month of February, which was Resident Evil Requiem. Shout out to Capcom. But of course, you already know, as far as episode 158, we have to get into updates. As you already know, when it comes to church announcements, I am ready to preach the word of God.
Give him some praise.
You know what I'm saying?
Give him some praise.
You feel me?
Give him some praise.
So I appreciate that, Drewski. You know what I mean? Anyways, so all jokes aside, the main thing I was want to talk about is, of course, the newest installment of Notorious Mass Effect, which, let me see if I can pull this up right here. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because, ladies and gentlemen, safe to say we have a new tier for Enemy Plus subscribers, and guess what? This has been asked upon by a lot of subscribers, and basically now I've given it as far as officially having a free edition of Notorious Mass Effect with no ads via the subscription. So of course I was giving a lot of different content via the subscription, such as a fitness routine, which I was calling the Biggest Loser Analytic Dreamz edition. Of course we have vlogs such as the DreamCon Houston vlog, the New York Comic-Con, plus the Invincible versus VIP event that your boy was invited to. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to flex. And then of course we also had the finest VR establishment, which was Sandbox VR, which we vlogged the entire thing, and people seem to really enjoy it. Well, not seem, they definitely enjoyed it, you know, judging by the analytics and comments. So at the end of the day, definitely make sure to subscribe via my link tree in my bio. It is the 4th link that says Analytic Dreamz presents Enemy Plus. That's the subscription platform. So if you want to join the Normandy, that's what you can expect. And of course, you can't forget the trash rapper that be coming on time and time again to give us gaming music. And you know, he extorted me, blackmailed me straight up.
Shepard.
All right, basically, you know, his music is on the Enemy Plus platform. So that's also what you can expect as far as additionally stacking on top of us covering the entire gaming and music industry. So basically I wanted to say the free version of Notorious Mass Effect is now officially being put out through Enemy Plus. So if you're tired of the ads, if you don't want ads, if you want to just listen to every segment, if you're a connoisseur of Notorious Mass Effect and you want it without ads, I have the subscription model for you. So with that being said, safe to say, ladies and gentlemen, I do have another, that's the wrong drop. I do have another announcement, and of course, when it comes to the other announcement, I wonder if I have it right here. Let me see. Is this it? No, that's not it. Trying to be a W Tech guy right quick. So when it comes to, here we go. Your boy is going to, hold on, let me go full screen for this one. Your boy is currently cooking up yet another vlog. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, Dreamz, where are you taking us to this time? Well, I'm glad you asked. As ladies and gentlemen, we are going to Florida. Now, of course, I'm not going to say specifically where, because, you know, I'm not trying to dox myself. But let's just say it's happening very soon. It's going to be an entire vlog, a lot of different things that I have lined up. We're going to go to an arcade, of course, because, you know, we got to keep it gaming. And I do have some interesting other spots. Like I'm literally looking at my Florida list. I have a whole itinerary. You know, I'm 26 going on 80. I need an itinerary or I'm just going to forget. You know what I'm saying? If I don't write it down,
Whoop-de-doo.
I said if I don't write it down.
Whoop-de-doo. And we beat these folk. Whoop-de-doo. We beat them. We go forward.
So we have a music place we're going to visit, of course, as far as the music side. And of course, we're going to go to an arcade as far as the gaming side. And, you know, I got to walk around and give y'all the sights of Florida while also talking about some gaming and music topics. I think y'all going to enjoy the Florida vlog. Let's just put it like that. And if you're not aware of how these vlogs usually go, safe to say your boy does not skip out on production. So, you know, prime example, our last trip, as far as when we went to New York, here it is right here. So, as you can see, you know, your boy had a whole cameraman walking around, basically enjoying the sights, you know. So he talking about gaming topics in the midst of a event, walking around, giving you the sights of New York Comic Con. And of course, we had Invincible Versus. I wonder if it's on here. Yeah, here it is. Here's the Invincible Versus. So this is when I was playing Cecil Stedman early. You know, shout out to Invincible Versus. You know me, inviting your boy out to the VIP event. So if you was wondering how these vlogs go, just know it's not half, you know what. We out here really putting, you know, BTA on content, ladies and gentlemen. And safe to say, my first full year of having the actual camera, safe to say, Houston, New York, the finest VR establishment, I would say I did pretty well, if I do say so myself.
Shepard,
I'm just saying.
just look at the state of gaming.
Hey, I was having them look at it.
What is going on?
So with that, you know, that was a big announcement because, of course, as far as vlogs, I do take that very seriously. So definitely I'll be on the lookout for that. When it comes to different vlogs, safe to say you could comment where you would want me to go specifically as far as a convention, as far as a musical event, anything that y'all are wondering as far as what that event is about. I'm definitely open to going to it via y'all's comment and support, of course. So as far as that was my other announcement. Of course, you know, we have church announcements for days. Now I'm just playing. I think we have like 2 more. Actually, 3 more. So I don't know, 2 more. I'm tripping. Yeah, so the other announcement, ladies and gentlemen, I told y'all, your boy stays working. Now, when it comes to Notorious Mass Effect, safe to say, not only do I have a plethora of things you can check out on the link tree, but what is this right here? Is those new installments to Notorious Mass Effect merch website? Safe to say, yes, it is. So as you can see right here, this is Notorious Mass Effect merch store. It's the first link it's the first link in the link tree. So it's at the very top. Click that, take you right to the store. We have Notorious Mass Effect comic book tee, which, you know, I'm gonna get into that in a second. We're gonna get to that later. We're more into that later. Notorious Mass Effect console war tee. Then we have the Notorious Mass Effect Spider-Man tee. Safe to say, your boy has put a lot of gaming and music jokes into the merch, and I think it's gonna be a wonderful blend for people who are not only connoisseurs of the Notorious Mass Effect brand, but also just enjoy wearing gaming or music merch. But hold up now. I know what you're saying.
I know that ain't who I think it is. I know that ain't who I think it is.
I told y'all we putting a lot of gaming and music jokes into the merch. It's safe to say, I don't know if y'all can see this. You know, you may need your bifocals for this one. But interestingly enough, you know, I'm a huge proponent of the black color because it's very universal. You know, I think black's one of the greatest colors known to man, all right? But interestingly enough, this t-shirt right here, you know, I'm not really gonna, big stepper, I'm not really gonna expound upon this right here because, you know, what's known doesn't need to be said, you know what I'm saying?
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
But, you know, when it comes to the Notorious Mass Effect big stepper tee, it's in this color for a particular reason. But if I say the reason,
Whoop-de-doo. Whoop-de-doo.
I may be snitching. So let's just say, you know, we got it in maroon, purple, brown, gray, blue, light red, lime green. I wonder what all them colors mean.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. I ain't gonna expound on that. Y'all gonna call me the police. But anyways, of course, no particular reason the white tank top is right next to the big stepper tee. It's really no like correlation as far as the shoe size shirt being right next to the white tank top. You know, honestly, I don't even know how that happened, bro. I talked to my team. I was like, hey, bro, Who put those two items right next to each other? It's almost like they trying to...
Shepard.
So make sure to check that out, man. Make sure to check out that. I told y'all season 2 of Notorious Mass Effect merch was coming, and guess what? It is finally here. Once again, it is the first link in my link tree in my bio. And of course, last but definitely not least, getting into that image that I was talking about earlier as far as the merch store. Well, let me pull it up again. Getting into this image right here. As you can see, getting into this image, Notorious Mass Effect comic book tee. You probably thinking to yourself, well, where is that from? Ladies and gentlemen, we have our first ever clips only page, as you can see right here. So this is also in my link tree. You click this, it's going to take you to the official clips page of Notorious Mass Effect. And then hold up now, your boy already has some content up for you to enjoy. Shout out to the people who's already following. And of course, as you can see right here, we're already getting started. And safe to say, at some point in time, this may end up notoriously affecting the masses in ways that that AI was basically optimized to do, right? So your boy's gonna be out on the mainstream a lot more as far as on your screens, on different social medias. Instagram, which is one of the many examples. Obviously, we have the YouTube, we have the TikTok, but definitely make sure to go follow that. Now, I'm not gonna plug that too often because it's more of a soft launch. But at the end of the day, I did want to bring it to your attention at the top of the show. So with that being said, guess what? Those were the church announcements of Notorious Mass Effect, episode 158. So, of course, when it comes to the run of the show for episode 158, safe to say we're going to get into Drake as far as where is Iceman?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Sometimes I look at the rollout for Iceman and I just say to myself,
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
because I feel like that's exactly what Drake is saying every single time he teases Iceman, but doesn't give us the project.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Sad day in history. Obviously, we got to get into Jermaine. As you can see, he is the cover of the music portion of this episode. And then we're also going to get into Baby Keem, because if you don't know, he also dropped the album called Casino. That's one of the top albums in the world currently. We're going to get to the top standings soon, like very soon. But literally right after this. But basically, after we get into Baby Keem's successful outing with Casino, we're going to get into BTS as far as their comeback with their album Ari Rang. Hopefully I'm saying it right. Then we have BlackPink with their EP titled Deadline. We get into that as well. Like I said, we cover the entire music industry. And, I wanted to start expounding upon that in the actual episodes as far as instead of just exclusively segments, right? So I wanted to start putting other genres into the episode to see how y'all enjoy it. And then also, we are going to get into... we're going to transition from music into industry news as we're going to get into the global video game sales, because if you don't know, it basically went up a certain percentage and it basically grew to $195.6 billion as far as the full year of just 2025. So if people tell you that gaming is dead, just look at them and say, you obviously don't know what you're talking about, because objectively speaking, gaming is one of the venues, one of the outlets that is bringing in a lot more revenue when compared to the other entertainment forums such as TV, movies, comic books, etc. Like gaming is very lucrative at this point in time. So anyways, then we're going to get into Take-Two Saudi PIF, private investment firm investments. As far as the industry news, we're going to get into a lot of, let's just say, nerd talk and business talk when it comes to Take-Two Saudi private investment firm investments. And we're going to talk about some other things, but let's just leave it at that. Also, we're going to get into, unfortunately, Phil Spencer from Xbox being let go.
Shepard. Just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Sad day in history, as Phil Spencer, I think he worked there for like 40 plus years and they let him go. I was just thinking to myself,
You guys. See, that's the problem.
I was just thinking to myself,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
because 40 plus years doing what Phil Spencer did at Xbox, safe to say we're going to put respect on his name, but safe to say Xbox did not.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So we're going to get into Phil Spencer being let go and Sarah Bond resigning. Then we're going to get into PlayStation State of Play. Of course, you know we gotta talk about gaming, as we're starting off with the cover of this episode and the title of this episode, as Resident Evil Requiem may just be one of the greatest games as far as a single player experience in the past 5 years. Really a modern day classic. I think Resident Evil Requiem is gonna go down in time as one of the better games to come out in this decade. So that being said, then we're gonna get into Overwatch. Their resurgence with season 1. We're gonna get into God of War: Son of Sparta. I think that's what the game's called. Hold on. Let me do some Mickey research right quick. Let me see. Yeah, here we go. All right, so God of War: Sons of Sparta. Okay, not Sons of Sparta. Okay, let me make sure that don't want Kratos coming after me. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, then we're gonna get into Dragon Reimagined, which is more of a Nintendo game, because we love to put respect on every single platform in the gaming industry. So we're gonna get into Dragon Reimagined for Nintendo, Rainbow Six Siege Mobile, as far as just putting respect on the mobile gamers, the mobile gaming community. Because if you don't know, as far as revenue, mobile gaming has brought in a lot more revenue than console in the year of 2025. No, in the year of 2026. Because of course, I was not out yet, but when it comes to Rainbow, it will be out by the time this is out. But Rainbow Six Mobile. The reason why I pulled that up is because I have my notes specifically for the statistic. But mobile is outperforming console and PC when it comes to revenue. And I think combined, like that's how much revenue mobile gamers bring in. So we're going to get into that specifically for the Rainbow Six Mobile launch for the year, for the month of February. And of course, because it is a new mobile game that made it into the top 10. It's not just an old mobile game, because we do cover mobile games that notoriously affect the masses. Not only is Rainbow Six Mobile notoriously affecting the masses, but it's also a top 10 mobile game. It's also a new game that just released February. So we're going into the happenings of that and some stuff when it comes to Ubisoft and just overall development issues. Let's just put it like that. Of course, last but definitely not least, we got to get into Mario Tennis and Reanimal.
Shepard.
I know it's the craziest combination of game reviews you've ever seen on this show, but safe to say, going from Mario Tennis to Reanimal, you can only catch that here at Notorious Mass Effect.
Shepard. Just look at the
range, man.
Like, what is going on?
I'm just saying the range to go from a colorful, vibrant game like Mario Tennis, breaking down like a Kilo of Miley Cyrus, into Reanimal, a dark and gritty, horrific game. Safe to say we give both of them their respect. And of course, we always put respect on Mario's name over here. So we do end off with Mario Tennis going into and then transitioning into Reanimal. And of course, the beef was definitely heavy as far as in the month of February.
It's time for a rap battle!
I think what Curtis Jackson and what Clifford Harris is currently doing as far as a rap battle reminds me of a certain battle that happened like 2 years ago.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Now, of course, it's a little different because T.I. wants to battle verbally with lyrics, and 50 Cent wants to battle in the business and the corporate world as far as documentaries. So it'd be interesting to see how this actually plays out. But we're going to dive into the 50 Cent versus T.I. as far as the family-specific beef. Then we're going to transition again to the 50 Cent T.I. with the alleged 50 Cent T.I. doc that he's calling Surviving T.I. and Tiny.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
If you don't know, Tiny is T.I.'s wife.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So that being said, yeah, that's definitely, a way to kick off the drama sector. And then, of course, we're going to get into Cardi versus SNL. But, I'm not really trying to focus on drama when it comes to Cardi specifically for that segment. I really just wanted to talk about Cardi versus SNL because technically it is drama, but it's also a tour update. So we're going to put a misrespect on Cardi's name after getting into SNL, giving you an update on how her live tour is doing. Because if you don't know, it's currently going. So if you want to get your tickets, now is about that time. So anyways, of course, we're going to end off the episode with Ticketmaster trial update. Because if you don't know, Ticketmaster is currently, let me see, Ticketmaster trial. I think it's currently going on right now. So yeah, so the trial that could lead to the breakup of Ticketmaster's parent company gets underway. So that was 2 days ago. And the trial is underway. So we're going to break that down like a kilo of Miley Cyrus as that continues to develop. But we're going to end off the episode with that as far as just talking about what's going to happen in the trial, how long the trial is going to be, basically the overview. But the more in detail developments of the trial. We're gonna wait, kind of like we did with the Diddy trial, and cover it once all the details are out. Because I don't like to cover games while they're going. I like to see the final score and then judge the performance throughout the game. Because you don't know which way it's gonna swing. So that's why I want to cover the beginning, which is what we're doing with the Ticketmaster trial update, and then the end as far as the conclusion and what they came to as far as a settlement. So with that being said, now it's time to get into the gaming, and it's now time to get into the gaming and music IPs that's notoriously affecting the masses. And you already know we have to start with music like we usually do. And I do want to start with, let me see, do I want to start with the albums or singles? Let's start with the albums. Actually, let me see. Yeah, let's start with the albums because it gives us an overview of, actually, I think this is singles. Am I tripping? It's album singles. I think this is albums. No, this is definitely albums. Okay, so I want to start with the albums because it gives us an overview of the 3 major conglomerates in the music industry as far as the music market share. So once again, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because we're about to dive into the top albums currently notoriously affecting the masses. But of course, before we get into that, for market share, UMG currently has a whopping 41%. Sony currently has 36%. Warner currently has 20%, and others, which is more like smaller independent labels or just independent acts in general, have 3%. So that is what the music market share is looking like currently at the moment. When you look at Megan Maroney, she currently has the most played album in the world with Cloud9. Now, why did I start with number 1? I have no idea, bro. Usually I go from 10 up, but for some reason, just kill all the suspense. But hey, guess what? You now know what number 1 is. So go ahead, starting at number 10. Taylor Swift, The Life of a Showgirl, still doing phenomenal on the charts, even for it to be a very old album. Well, not old, but it came out last year. If I was to find it specifically, Taylor Swift, let me see. So Taylor Swift, The Life of a Showgirl, objectively came out October 3rd, 2025. And for it to still be the 10th most played album in the world, I mean, that's just a phenomenal accomplishment. And of course, number 9, we do have a newcomer. I haven't seen this group before, but Mumford and Sons with Prize Fighter. So shout out to them having the 9th most played album in the world. They are currently under Glass Note, The Orchard. So that's cool. Jermaine Cole. Now I know what you're saying. How in the world? How in the actual can this man be the cover of the music portion and he only has the 8th most played album in the world? Well, safe to say, ladies and gentlemen, not only did J. Cole have a notorious Mass Effect with his album The Fall Off, but objectively speaking, he had one of the best first week sales as far as in hip hop history. Let me see. Fall Off, first week. And because he came off of a 280,000 unit sale as far as in his first week. Now to put it in perspective, right? Let's put it in perspective. The top albums from, I think it was 2024, really going into 2025. I think Kendrick did like 319, I believe, first week. So, to put it in perspective, Kendrick did well, but of course, what J. Cole did, objectively speaking, is as close as we're going to get until somebody drops.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
So that's why he's the cover, as this is definitely a superstar drop, as, Kendrick, GNX did 319,000 first week. Fall Off by J. Cole did 280,000 first week, and of course, it's still holding on. And I'm definitely interested to see the longevity, because it's a lot of storytelling and lyricism. Usually that doesn't have the greatest replayability. So I think this is a W as far as how it's holding on, because even though it did come out recently, and by recently I mean in February, it being a storytelling album definitely decreases the amount of replayability it actually has. So February 6th, it came out February 6th this year. A lot of storytelling, a lot of lyricism. Some people may be going to the club and be like, hey, bro, don't put that J. Cole on. You know what I'm saying? You trying to listen to that miracle, lyrical, spiritual? Ain't nobody trying to do that. So anyways, it being the 8th most played project in the world, I think it's still a phenomenal accomplishment. Olivia Dean, The Art of Loving, the 7th most played album in the world under Island and UMG. Of course, when it comes to Olivia Dean, she did win Best New Artist, I believe, at the Grammys this past Grammy Award show. So shout out to her. Very talented individual. And then we have Don Toliver. I'm not going to lie to you. Let me go full screen for this. When it comes to my favorite album in the year of 2026, interestingly enough, I have to give it to Don Toliver.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
From start to finish, this whole album is such an experience that I want to compare it to Astroworld, but I don't want to be blasphemous.
I know that ain't who I think.
You know what I mean? I don't want the blasphemy to increase and cover my soul because of how much I'm enjoying this album. And the reason why I'm being dramatic is because the album's really that good. Octane is one of my favorite albums I've heard in a minute, especially from a sonics perspective. The sounds, the way he uses the sound, more specifically the body track. He said something like H-Town, something and then he plays a sound effect, and he says Witter. He's like H-Town, something got a Witter. And then basically the sound effect that he plays, I was like, wow, this man is using sounds in ways it's like, you know, usually I don't really hear stuff like that as far as taking out an entire word, replacing it with a sound effect, and it actually works. I'm like, hold on now, this man may be onto something.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
But it's moments like that all throughout this album, sonically speaking, that just lets you know that it's very different. Like A$AP Rocky, I think, had a solid outing as far as that unique sonic experience, but Don Toliver just took it to a whole nother level, in my opinion. And I was thinking Bruno Mars was gonna have my favorite album, or Baby Keem, which, you know, we'll get to him in a second. So anyway, shout out to Don Toliver, Octane, for having the 6th most played album in the world. Now we have Morgan Wallen, I'm the Problem. He currently has the 5th most played album in the world. You can't forget the one and only Baby Keem, because ladies and gentlemen, Kendrick, Size 7 finally let him at a timeout. So as far as Baby Keem being let out of timeout, he put out the album Casino, and it didn't have a lot of tracks, and I'm a huge Baby Keem fan, so I'm letting my bias be known beforehand. And the reason why I say that is because it's not particularly my favorite album from Baby Keem. It's 11 tracks, 36 minutes in length. If you look at his discography, safe to say it's not too many albums to choose from. So because my biasness for Baby Keem is present, I'm not going to tell you that it may be my least favorite Baby Keem album. I wouldn't say that because I have immense respect for Baby Keem. So with that being said, Casino is currently the 4th most played album in the world. It's not a bad album by any stretch of the imagination. It's just, you know, the melodic blues set a certain standard for me from Baby Keem, and I just don't think it met it. So this is a phenomenal outing, though. For 9 tracks, how many tracks was on Casino? Yeah, for 11 tracks, 36 minutes in length, which I believe a deluxe edition is definitely coming, because, you know, he did the same thing for the melodic blue. So I think a Casino deluxe edition is definitely coming. But right now, to have 11 tracks doing 71,000 first week, that's phenomenal. You have to think about, like, if he was to double that and have 20 plus tracks, I'm not saying this would be double because that's not how it works, but it'll be way higher than 71,000. So just to have 11 tracks, 71,000 first week sales is a phenomenal accomplishment. So now, looking at Hillary Duff. What in the world? I don't know why her name sounds so familiar. I feel like people rap about her all the time. Hillary Duff. I don't even know what she's known for. Isn't she an actor? This ain't the IMDb. What is she doing on this list? Am I tripping? Yo, how in the world? No, she's literally an actor. I looked her up. Oh, I see. Yeah, I see. I see why rappers be talking about her.
Shepherd.
All right, my fault. Gotta stay focused. All right, anyway, so Hillary Duff. Didn't know she made music, but shout out to her. Currently has the 3rd most played album in the world with the debut. So it's the first week sales for her album Luck or Something. I haven't covered this yet. It's under Atlantic, Warner Music, and shout out to them. And they got W. 3rd most played album in the world off an actor putting out an album. Can't wait for the music video, man.
Shepherd.
All right, my fault. Let's get back into it. Bad Bunny debuted Ramos photos. Now I know that
ain't who I think it is.
Now I know that ain't who I think it is.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Hey, that's what I just said. Anyways, Bad Bunny is currently putting up one of the better years in 2026. Now I know we're only 3 months in, but the Grammys the Super Bowl performance, I mean, safe to say, Bad Bunny is letting it be known why he's calling himself Bad Bunny, as not only can Taylor Swift notoriously take over the music industry, but Bad Bunny is also showing that he's capable of putting out music in a completely different language and still taking over every single region. So Bad Bunny currently has the second most played album in the world with his album debut Most Photos. Of course, the most played album in the world goes to Megan Maroney with her album Cloud 9 under Sony Nashville / Columbia under Sony. So with that being said, those are the top 10 albums notoriously affecting the masses. We have Taylor Swift, The Life of a Showgirl, Mumford & Sons, Prize Fighter, J. Cole, The Fall Off, Olivia Dean, oh my fault, I didn't even say the numbers, I'm tripping. Taylor Swift, The Life of a Showgirl at number 10, Mumford & Sons, Prize Fighter at number 9, J. Cole, The Fall Off at number 8, Olivia Dean, The Art of Loving at number 7, Don Toliver, Octane at number 6, Morgan Wallen, I'm the Problem at number 5, Baby Keem, Casino debuting at number 4, Hilary Duff, Luck or Something debuting at number 3, Bad Bunny, debut Most Photos coming in at number 2, and of course Megan Maroney, Cloud 9 debuting as the most played album in the world. So that being said, now let's transition. Shout out to Anthony Fantano. Even though, I don't know, the black community is not too happy with him. But hey, you know, hey, that ain't got nothing to do with me.
What they do?
Actually, it does. But, you know, I don't know. I'm very ignorant when it comes to what he did to the black community. So, anyways, taking his slogan, transitioning to, oh, it's not. I put up the whole website. That's my fault. I like to pull up the whole website because it's harder to zoom in and stuff. I can't draw on when I use the website. Let me see. Just in case y'all want me to break the fourth wall. There you go. You know what I'm saying? All right, here we go. Here we go. The top 10 most played tracks in the world. Of course, when it comes to this list, I'm not even going to get to number 1. You know, I got my sentiments on number 1. Y'all already know. I think that track's phenomenal. Anyways, let's not kill the suspense just yet.
I know that ain't who I think it is. I know that ain't who I think it is.
We're up. No.
Hey, the beautiful.
We're up. No.
Well, why you used to?
We're up.
What in the world? Am I tripping?
Stop it. We'll fold that up right now.
Shepherd.
All right, my fault. You know, I was just trying to let y'all know. You know what I'm saying? Drake said it, not me. Come on now, y'all tripping, bro. Y'all acting like I said this, bro. Drake said it.
Go in now.
Come on now.
Don't get shy now.
We'll fold that up right now.
So, speaking of that drop, Kalani currently has the 10th most played track in the world, and guess what it's called, ladies and gentlemen? It's called Folded. Yep. No correlation to how a lot of gentlemen are feeling about Kalani.
Don't get shy now.
You know what I'm saying?
We'll fold that up right now.
So anyways, with that being said, shout out to Kalani having the 10th most played track in the world with Folded. Somber with his track Back to Friends, okay? 9th most played track in the world. Shout out to Somber. I think I've covered him before. Actually, let me see. I think I've covered him before. Nope, I haven't. All right, so shout out to him. Making sure I tired there, yeah. Bad Bunny, DTMF, which, you know, shout out to Parks from the Joe Budden podcast. Apparently, when it comes to DTMF, it's about taking more photos. So, hey, I had no idea. But anyways, it's the 8th most played track in the world. Taylor Swift, The Fate of Ophelia, is currently the 7th most played track in the world. And then who is that?
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Now, I know fictional characters that was in the kids movie. Very immaculate, I may add. It's not still notoriously affecting the masses.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look.
Because, of course, when it comes to Golden, from K-pop Demon Hunters that released last year for an animated fictional movie, it is still topping the charts, having Golden as the 6th most played track in the world with 36 weeks on the charts. Because if you can't tell, hold up. If you can't tell, that is 36. That is 36 weeks, ladies and gentlemen. As far as let me see right here. Okay, 36 weeks. The closest one, of course, we have Ordinary. We'll get to that in a second. Of course, we have Folded by Kalani, but 36 weeks. I mean, that's just a bona fide hit. Not even, there's no way else no other way to put it. So, anyways, now we have I Just Might by Bruno Mars being the 5th most played track in the world. Shout out to Bruno Mars, especially with his album that just came out. You know, it's kind of similar. My sentiments are kind of similar to the ones I had about Baby Keem. When it comes to Bruno Mars, I do believe it's not a bad album by any stretch of the imagination. I don't think this artist is capable of making a bad album. But when it comes to his discography, I'm just saying it's a solid outing for Bruno, but it's not, I don't even think it's middle of the pack when it comes to his discography. But hey, Bruno Mars is one of the more talented musicians I've ever seen. So I don't want y'all to get that misconstrued with this is a bad album. It's a very solid album. It just didn't blow me out of the water. I was thinking it was maybe going to be my favorite album of the year. Because fun fact, The Weeknd with Hurry Up Tomorrow had my favorite album of the year last year. So just to give y'all like some of my musical taste, pause. And you know how Bruno Mars, you know, wasn't a bad album, but I was definitely let down a little bit. Taylor Swift, Opalite, she's on here again because you know she is the biggest gangster in the industry. So when it comes to Opalite being the 4th most played track in the world, being on the charts for about 21 weeks, I mean, that's just a significant accomplishment. And then of course,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
we can't forget the most successful song in the past 2 years, as far as Alex Warren's Ordinary track. Being on the charts for 54 weeks, never leaving the top 5. I mean, this track alone, I keep saying, has made him a mammoth amount of money. I mean, generational wealth from one particular track. And shout out to Alex Warren, because I think we just covered him not too recently. Yeah, we just covered him recently. Not too. I said not too. I mean, we covered him recently with Fever Dream. So shout out to him. He just put out his single. I don't know if it's for an album, but hey, we covered his single. So then we have him already being popular with Ordinary, and then I believe, I don't know if I can pull this up right quick. I thought he had another track. As far as the Fever Dream track, you know, I have future chart prediction, you know, because your boy take his job seriously, you know what I'm saying? Nothing too crazy. So if I was to see where his latest single was going to end up at for future chart predictions for March 14th, apparently Fever Dream is set to be the 21st most played track in the world. So not only is Ordinary going to be phenomenally received, but Fever Dream, as far as future chart analytics, slated for March 14th, is slated to be the 21st most played track in the world. So shout out to Alex Warren. He's definitely very deserving of this, because if you didn't know his background, I'm not going to lie to you. You know, I'm a huge superhero fan, so I like to correlate a lot of things to that. Alex Warren had a villain arc if I ever seen one.
Shepherd.
No, I'm just saying, like, a lot of things that he went through, like, I already know, being black in America is very difficult. And Alex Warren is a white man. But his upbringing, I would have been the second coming of Thanos.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
I would have been the second coming to the Joker.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I would have been the second coming to Dr. Doom.
Shepherd.
All right, basically, y'all get the point. So, shout out to Alex Warren, man. All jokes aside, man. Shout out to you for persevering. Never let somebody tell you can't do it, even under whatever circumstances you're going through, because let Alex Warren be a testimony to just what, you know, hard work and persistence does, and why you should always believe in yourself, right? So anyways, let me get off my soapbox. Anyways, Olivia Dean is back again with her track, Man I Need, the 2nd most played track in the world, been on the charts about 27 weeks. And of course, Ella Langley. I skipped right past Olivia, didn't I? Well, I guess I already said she won Best New Artist at Grammys. Yeah, we put respect on her name. Shout out to Olivia Dean. But now let's get to it.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Now, I would be lying to y'all if I didn't say I just found out about this song at the top of this year. So I thought it came out in 2026. Lo and behold, this track, Choosing Texas by Ella Langley, it actually came out October 17th, 2025. So I was a little late to the party, right? But at the beginning of the year, when I was listening to the track, and I was like, man, country artists really love whiskey.
Shepherd.
All right, my fault. But then also, I had another thought. I was like, man, that chorus is so infectious to the point where, you know, as a guy, it's kind of hard to say some lyrics because, you know, they'll say something loving about a guy. You know, you can't really sing that with your whole chest. You know what I mean? Some people can, you know, whichever way you swing. But as far as me personally, you know, if I'm singing that, you know, I got to make it to me. You know, I got to structure it to what I like. So she was singing. She was like, I'm drinking whiskey by myself. It doesn't take a crystal ball to see that he's trying to find a way. At least she was going crazy. I ain't gonna cap. The chorus is crazy. I'm not saying it verbatim. I'm actually not even doing it justice. Hold on, man. You know we gotta put respect on Ella Langley's name. This is literally one of my favorite songs of this year. Y'all may think I'm being performative. I'm being so serious. Like, I sing this with my whole heart when it comes on. It's on my playlist and everything. Check out my playlist in my link trees. It's towards the bottom what I'm listening to. Fresh Fire for this year. Ella Langley is towards the top. So anyways, yeah, let's get to it. So she basically says, and I quote, "It doesn't take a crystal ball to see." Let me switch my perspective. All right, let's go back. Okay, here we go. Let's do it again. Take two, guys. Take two. Let me see. I'm putting respect on this track. I ain't gonna lie to you. It doesn't take a crystal ball to see. A cowboy always finds a way to leave. I'm drinking Jack all by myself. He's choosing Texas. I can tell.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Sad day in history, man.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state.
I just want to know who broke Ella Langley's heart. You know what I'm saying? Forget all that. You make a classic track like this, I gotta know the individual that inspired such a excruciating chorus going directly at that individual. Cause I know he probably looking back saying to himself, now that I've seen the success of your choosing Texas track, I should have never chose Texas.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I know he probably going through it. So anyway, shout out to Ella Langley. Definitely a phenomenal track. One of my favorite country tracks I've ever heard. And I put it up there with Old Town Road. I ain't gonna cap. Now, as far as statistically speaking, it's gonna be very hard to replicate Old Town Road as far as from a sales perspective. But as far as a subjective, personal standpoint, it's one of my favorite country tracks that I've ever heard. Anyways, with that being said, those are the top 10 tracks notoriously affecting the masses. So when it comes to number 10, like going back through the list, of course, we have the one and only Kalani.
Don't look away now. Don't get shy now. We'll fold that up right now.
Oh, man, I don't even know how they get on there. I don't even know how that happened. Come on, Drake. I'm trying to conduct the show. Anyways, Folded by Kalani. Currently the 10th most played track in the world. Going back through the list. So Folded by Kalani is at number 10. Back to Friends by Songbirds at number 9. DTMF by Bad Bunny is at number 8. The Fate of Ophelia by Taylor Swift is at number 7. Golden by K-Pop Demon Hunters is at number 6. I Just Might by Bruno Mars is at number 5. Opalite by Taylor Swift is at number 4. Ordinary by Alex Warren is at number 3. Man I Need by Olivia Dean, that rhymes, don't it, is at number 2. And then, of course, even though it came out, October of 2025, let me get the date specifically. Yeah, even though it came out October 17th, 2025, March 2026 is still set to be the most played track in the world. And guess what? Personally speaking, straight cinema. This track is fantastic. Like I keep saying, it's one of my favorite country tracks of all time. I think this track is timeless, honestly. Obviously, you know, depending on which way you swing, you're gonna have to, construe or change up some of the lyrics to fit your own personal preference. So for me, as far as a cowboy leaving, I could care less, but you gotta switch it to cowgirl. Guess what? Now you switched it up, and now you made it fit yourself. It's kind of hard to get my whole spiel about women making songs. Sometimes you can't say exactly what they say because they be saying some things like, hold up now, I wouldn't do that, but you switch it up a little bit and now you get to sing the song along with the artist. So anyways, shout out to Ella Langley having the most played track in the world with Choosing Texas. Getting into the games that's notoriously affecting the masses, obviously we have to start with Steam, and of course, I don't know why I brought the whole website over. I like the screenshots so I could write, try to be Professor Dreamz over here, you feel me? Anyways, with that being said, these are the games notoriously affecting the masses on the Steam platform. Currently, you already see that Dota 2 is just running away with it. No, I'm joking. Counter-Strike 2 and Dota 2 is always number 1 and 2, interestingly enough, and it's not changing anytime soon. So that being said, let's start at the bottom. Let me see. Okay, so Marvel Rivals, of course, comes in number 15 as far as the most played game on the Steam platform. Now that is a 5, by the way. So Marvel Rivals comes in number 15 with 65,000 concurrent players, 88,000 24-hour peak. Of course, we have Deadlock, which I don't think I've gotten to this game yet. I've heard good things about it. Apparently, it's like a sweaty shooter, I believe. But anyways, 66,000 concurrent players, 85,000 as far as 24-hour peak. And then we have Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege. Now, of course, I'm not gonna lie to you. I will give a little credence to the mobile game for why this is doing so well currently. But of course, you know, you still have to put respect on the actual predecessor, which is the console version. So shout out to what in the world is going on with my threes? My threes is taking some time. Okay, yep, that's one. There we go. That's got to count for 13. So Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege currently comes in at number 13 as far as the most played game on Steam. 69,000 concurrent, 112,000. Wow, 24-hour peak. I will say, I think the mobile game has a lot to do with that, but you know, crossing over from mobile and console is just a great thing to see in general. So anyways, with that being said, Delta Force comes in number 12, 70,000 concurrent players, 154,000 as far as 24-hour peak. Of course, we have Wallpaper Engine coming in number 11. We don't count that because it's just it's just an engine. Another engine, 5M. I just found out this is for GTA or whatever, so we don't count this at all. So another engine, so that don't count, but it does come in number 10. All right, number 9, Apex Legends. Now, not gonna lie to you, a lot of people are trying to say that Apex Legends is dead, and what you need to say to them is,
Whoop-de-doo.
you just don't play enough games.
Shepard,
You know what I'm saying?
just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
I see the disrespect on Apex Legends name. I just look at the objective analytics. I just think it reminds me of one artist.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Y'all saying this particular game falling off? Whole time, the numbers showing it's one of the most played games in the world on Steam. So somebody lying. Anyways, shout out to Apex Legends. 77,000 concurrent, 203,000 as far as the 24-hour peak. Of course, then we have Rust coming in as 87,000. Oh no, coming in number 8 on the Steam platform. 87,000 concurrent, 179,000 as far as the 24-hour peak. And then the one and only modern day classic Resident Evil Requiem, coming in at 89,000 concurrent player count, 138,000 as far as a 24-hour peak. Shout out to Resident Evil Requiem. Once again, showcasing that as long as you make cinema, single game players are always going to sell. So shout out to them for representing. Arc Raiders comes in number 6 on Steam. 119,000 concurrent, 192,000 as far as 24-hour peak. Bongo Cat. I know what y'all saying. Who in the world is playing Bongo Cat? But you know, looking at the objective analytics, somebody's playing Bongo Cat. And of course, your boy takes his job so seriously that when it comes to the Bongo Cat sales and review breakdown, it's safe to say we have that too. You know what I'm saying? May 26, 2025, I cover Bongo Cat as far as breaking down the sales and review roundup. So if you was wanting an in-depth analysis of Bongo Cat, safe to say your boy takes his job serious enough to give it to you. So anyways, so Bongo Cat comes in at number 5 on the Steam platform, 138,000 concurrent players with 161,000 24-hour peak. Of course, PUBG Battlegrounds comes in at number 4, 219,000 as far as concurrent player count, 680,000 as far as a 24-hour peak. Shout out to PUBG Battlegrounds. Goodness gracious, that's actually crazy. PUBG, when did PUBG come out? I don't know. PUBG Battlegrounds. Gotta do some Mickey research on this. Alright, after some very astute Mickey research, safe to say PUBG Battlegrounds came out December 20th, 2017. Ladies and gentlemen, we're basically almost a decade into PUBG Battlegrounds, and it's still the 4th most played game on Steam. That's actually insane. And then interestingly enough, I would think Marathon would be up here somewhere, but I guess not. Because I think, yeah, Marathon literally launched today. But hey, actually, let me look at that. You know me, I gotta, hold up. People not playing Marathon, it literally launched today. What's the numbers looking like? Interesting. Should I pull it up?
Shepherd.
No, I'm just saying, like, I feel like they need to know.
Shepherd.
Nah, forget y'all. Now I got to show them now. Hold up now. See? Look.
Shepherd. Just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Now, numbers not everything, right? The game just launched, not gonna lie. This is technically a healthy starting place to rise with, right? But if it goes downward, to compare it to its competition, out the gate, you would want bigger numbers than this. Out the gate. Let me see. Why in the world? It just combined it. I don't know how to separate these. Oh man, I'm definitely 28 going on 80. I'm just gonna close it both out. See? I'm old, Chad. Bear with me. Well, I'm really not old, but I act old. All right, here we go. All right. So we have let's make this full screen. We have arc raiders, right? So for comparison, we got to do it.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Now, numbers are not everything. But Marathon just debuted. I would think the numbers will be bigger than this, but it can always rise, right? It can always increase. But usually when you debut, those are your highest numbers because everybody's trying to get those first impressions and things of that nature. Arc Raiders has been out for like months at this point, I think. Let me see. Arc Raiders release date. Arc Raiders came out October 30th, 2025. So, yeah, man, do with that information what you will.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
But anyways, regardless, Marathon's not on this list at all. I just had to pull that up because I know it did release today. So, yeah, if you're in the future, just know it is currently, what's the launch date? Let me see. It is currently March 6th, 2026, right? Marathon release date. Marathon came out March 5th, 2026. Anyways. So that the reason why I say that is because I feel like it should be in this slot right here. But interestingly enough, at the third slot, my threes are terrible, but in the third slot, we have Slay the Spire 2. I don't know what in the world this game is. We will be diving into this soon if it keeps up this player count. This is actually crazy. Crazy Notorious Mass Effect currently going on with Slay the Spire 2. I have no idea what this game is about. So if you want to know, guess what?
Whoop-de-doo.
If you want to know, guess what?
Whoop-de-doo. If we beat these folk, whoop-de-doo. We beat them. We go forward.
I have no idea what Slay the Spire 2 is about. So anyways, Dota 2 obviously comes in number 2. No surprise here. And of course, Counter-Strike 2 ironically comes in at number 1. So shout out to both of them. Counter-Strike 2, 756,000. Goodness gracious. Concurrent player count with 1.4 million players in this 24-hour peak. That's insane. I don't think I said the other ones after PUBG. So let me get into PUBG above that. So PUBG has 219,000 concurrent player count, 680,000 as far as the 24-hour peak, making it number 4 as far as the multiplayer game on Steam. Slay the Spire 2 comes in at 263,000 concurrent player count, 282,000 as far as 24-hour peak, makes it coming in at number 3 as far as the third most played game on Steam. Dota 2 obviously is number 2 with 460,000 concurrent, 750,000 as far as 24-hour peak, and of course number 1 Counter-Strike 2, 756,000 concurrent players count and 24-hour peak of 1.4 million. That's crazy. So getting back into the games that's notoriously affecting the Steam platform, safe to say we have Marvel Rivals at number 15, Deadlock at number 14, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege at number 13, Delta Force at number 12, Apex Legends at number 9, Rust at number 8, Resident Evil Requiem at number 7, Arc Raiders at number 6, Bongo Cat at number 5, PUBG Battlegrounds at number 4, Slay the Spire 2 at 3, Dota 2 at 2, and Counter-Strike 2, ironically, at number 1 as far as the most played game on Steam. So shout out to Counter-Strike 2. Just consistently putting that BTA in the industry, especially when it comes to Steam. Them and Steam must have a wonderful relationship. I kid you not. Anyways, with that being said, those are the Steam games notoriously affecting the masses. Now, let's transition into Xbox. Because if you don't know, when it comes to Xbox, I will stop pulling. Why do I keep pulling the whole screen over? I keep doing that. Anyways, when it comes to Xbox, safe to say the top paid games is very much the same, except you come to realize. Shout out to Reanimal, because usually they're not on this list, so shout out to them. They are the newest inclusion as far as the top most played games on Xbox. When it comes to Reanimal, I did already have a deep dive, as you already heard in the rundown of the show. They're included in the gaming portion of this episode. So we dive into, I think it was Targier Games and Targier Studios, I think is how you say it. And then, of course, the acquisition and how that led to them calling this Reanimal instead of like Little Nightmares 3. But overall, just a healthy acquisition. Ironically, I'm bringing this up in the Xbox sector because guess what? We need more healthy acquisitions instead of acquiring a studio and shutting them down.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So that being said, Minecraft Java and Bedrock Edition comes in number 1 as far as the most played game on Xbox. Don't laugh at my numbers. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know what's going on today. Arc Raiders comes in number 2 on the Xbox platform. Of course, Roadside Research. Now, I credit streamers like Agent, streamers like RDC World for making this popular. Obviously, you know, there's probably other streamers that y'all would name as far as for who I watch. That's who I would give the claim to fame as far as making this game more popular. There's probably other ones, but that's the ones that I'm aware of as far as the top streamers playing this specific game. So I think this being the streamer game put it at number 3 on the Xbox platform. So interestingly enough, I'm giving streamers this W for Roadside Research being so high. Minecraft, Java, and Bedrock coming in at number 4. Now this is the deluxe collection, not to get confused for the edition for PC. So Forza Horizon 5 Standard Edition comes in at number 5, ironically. And then Reanimal comes in at number 6. So these are the top 6 games on the Xbox platform currently. And getting into 7 through 10, we have getting into 7 through 10, we have Valheim, interesting. Call of Duty Black Ops 7, interestingly enough, coming in at number 8. TCG Card Shop Simulator. What in the world?
You guys.
What y'all? I mean, you know, I ain't judging. You know, let me chill. You know what I mean? We do get into a lot of nerdy topics. This is the nerdiest game I ever seen topping the charts. I ain't gonna cap to y'all. Like, what y'all be doing on this? Like Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon type beat, or what? Like, anyways. So, this game is the 9th most played game on Xbox, and it says game preview. So people are enjoying the preview for some reason. And then, of course, you have Among Us. So shout out to Among Us, 10th most played game on Xbox. So going back through the top 10 games notoriously affecting the Xbox platform, we have Among Us at number 10, TCG Card Shop at number 9, Call of Duty Black Ops 7 coming in at number 8, Valheim coming in at number 7, and of course, getting through 1 through 6, we have Reanimal. We have Reanimal coming in at number 6. One day I'm gonna get these numbers right in the first try. Forza Horizon 5 Standard Edition coming in at number 5. Minecraft Java and Bedrock Edition Deluxe Collection coming in at number 4. Roadside Research coming in at number 3. Shout out to the streamers once again. Arc Raiders coming in at number 2. Shout out to Arc Raiders, just notoriously affecting the masses on every platform. And Minecraft Java and Bedrock Edition for PC coming in at number 1. So those are the video games notoriously affecting the Xbox platform. Now you already know we have to get into the greatest console.
Shepard.
I mean, we got to get into PlayStation, as we got to talk about the top 10 games. And interestingly enough, you know, when I covered this specific game, because obviously it's the cover of the gaming portion of this episode, right? But when I covered this game, it's on every platform. So to my surprise, not only did Capcom come out and basically said that PC accounts for 50% of their sales, but I'm assuming that PlayStation is probably up there in the 30 to 40%, because it's so high on PlayStation that it's apparent that people would rather either play Resident Evil on PC or PlayStation. They just could care less about the Nintendo Switch 2 and Xbox Edition. Every time you ask them what console they're going to play it on, you know, outside of a PC and PlayStation, they say to yourself,
Whoop-de-doo.
they basically say,
Whoop-de-doo.
they say, you going to play this on Xbox? Of course not.
Whoop-de-doo. And we beat these folk. Woo-de-doo. We beat them. We go forward.
So interestingly enough, this game just came out, notoriously affecting the masses. Is nowhere to be seen on the top 10 of Xbox, nowhere to be seen on Nintendo, but of course, #1 when it comes to the most played game on the PlayStation platform. And then the rest of the list is more of the same. We have NBA 2K26 at #2, Fortnite at #3. And then we have, it was too big. Hold on, let me make it smaller. Move this over. There we go. And then we have EA Sports Madden NFL 26 at #4. Call of Duty at #5. WWE 2K26 at #6. And then, of course, when it comes to 7 through 10, we have Roblox coming in at #7. And interestingly enough, I have dove into Roblox, and it's safe to say we're never doing that again. You know, I enjoy diving into Roblox, but it's a very horrific pathway as far as a rabbit hole. Let's just say that. And, you know, definitely type in Roblox Analytic Dreamz to know specifically what I'm talking about. But this game has some interesting behind the scenes and higher ups. Let me just put it like that. So anyways, Roblox. #7, EA Sports FC 26. #8, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege. And #9, and of course, Grand Theft Auto 5, showcasing why GTA took so long to come out, as it's still the 10th most played game on the PlayStation platform. To get back into the top 10 for PlayStation specifically, Grand Theft Auto 5 at #10, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege at #9. Interestingly enough, this was on PlayStation and PC. It's like a newer rise of engagement for Rainbow Six Siege. So shout out to them. That's one of the things I noticed throughout this breakdown of different platforms. Once again, I'm giving a little credit to the mobile community, but hey, maybe it's because they had something else. Maybe I think Snake from Metal Gear Solid, he must have came out today. Let me see. Snake. Let's see. Solid. Let me see. Oh, not Metal Gear Solid. Let me see. And Rainbow Six. They gave me his actual solo game. Not that. I'm talking about Rainbow. Yeah, okay. He came out March 3rd. Okay, these numbers make a lot more sense now. All right, so shout out. Not, you know, that's my fault. That's my fault.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
You know, I gotta admit when, you know, I'm wrong. So I'm definitely wrong. I can't give all the credit to the mobile community. We will be getting into them in a second. But, you know, when it comes to their rise to fame on PC and PlayStation, is because of Solid Snake officially joining the Rainbow Six roster along with Sam Fisher from Splinter Cell. So that is the official reason. Just a little, you know, correction. There's a correction in a correction due. Let's just put it like that. So yeah, so shout out to Solid Snake for the rise of engagement for Rainbow Six Siege. And I saw his power. It's actually pretty cool. I saw some type of showcase. It was like he can like detect people with like some type of thing he walks around with. So that's pretty cool and helpful. It's like a UAV. He's like a walking UAV at this point. Anyways, EA Sports FC 26 comes in at #8. Roblox comes in at #7. And then when it comes to 1 through 6, we have, let's see, why can't I find this? Oh, it's right here. When it comes to 1 through 6, we have, of course, WWE 2K26 coming in at #6. Then we have Call of Duty coming in at #5. We have EA Sports Madden NFL 26 coming in at #4. Fortnite, goodness gracious. Fortnite coming in at #3. NBA 2K26 coming in at #2. And Resident Evil Requiem, deservedly, coming in as the most played game on the PlayStation platform. So those are the top 10 games notoriously affecting the PlayStation platform. Now, of course, we have to go over to Nintendo land, because you already know that when it comes to Nintendo, Mario just runs the charts, right? But interestingly enough, I finally got the Resident Evil sales in, because, you know, when it comes to Famitsu they specifically target the Japan site, right? So when you look at Japan specifically, Mario Tennis Fever was topping the charts. But as of right now, Resident Evil Requiem is doing phenomenal on the Nintendo platform, literally number 1 as far as the Switch 2 edition. Shout out to them, with 38,000 copies sold. So because it's covered by other, it does like other platforms. You know, the Japan sites are kind of weird when, you know, siphoning through things. But let me just show you specifically. I know it says number 2, but technically it's number 1 because they put up the PS5 stats for some reason. But these are the specific Switch 2 sales for Resident Evil. So technically it's number 1 if we're not talking about the PlayStation 5 platform. So if you're wondering why it looks like this, it's because for some reason they throw console in the mix. It completely messes up the rankings. Technically this is number 1. This is number 1. Number 1 on the Nintendo platform right now, with 38,000 copies out the gate, right? That's why it's 38 for same. That's why these numbers are the same right here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Professor Dreamz, man. If you don't like it, guess what?
Whoop-de-doo.
If you don't like it, guess what?
Whoop-de-doo.
You can get out of my class. You know what I'm saying?
Shepard.
All right, never mind. I can't say that. Anyway, anyways, let me make that bigger so I can see it. Pause. All right, so yeah, that's why this is number 1. All right. So yeah, this is number 1. Debuting with 38,000 copies. Very immaculate as far as a multi-platform game coming on a Nintendo Switch 2 platform. And not blowing up, mind you. You know, I had a tweet that a lot of people starting to engage with a lot more of my tweets. You know, I'm like, hold up now. I'm starting to gain some traction on Twitter. So anyways, I had a tweet saying, you know, quote tweeting, you know, the whole George Bush getting the whisper in his ear about 9/11. I quote tweeted like, sir, a graphically intensive game just ported over to the Switch. And obviously it wasn't a port, but you know, it was a joke. Come on now.
Whoop-de-doo.
And people enjoyed it. So, you know, shout out to Nintendo Switch 2 finally having a W when it comes to having a graphically intensive game on their platform. Now, obviously, it doesn't look like the PC version of PS5, but it doesn't look like the version that Xbox. It doesn't look like the version that is obviously Nintendo. Like, you know, when Mortal Kombat came out and the Nintendo version was basically looking like a PS1 game. Let's just say Resident Evil successfully ported over and still looked pretty solid. So, anyways, let's get into the rest of the list. So, I guess we can do top 10. Let me see. All right, so that's at number 1. So shout out to Resident Evil Requiem once again. That was at number 1. So now let's get into 2 through 10. Starting at number 10, obviously you see Animal Crossing Nintendo Switch 2 edition, 78,000 copies overall, almost 6,000 copies for this week. Then we have Animal Crossing coming in at number 9, 8.3 million copies worldwide. That's insane. I mean, it did come out in 2020, but still, that's a huge milestone. So that comes in number 9, selling 6,000 copies this week. Dragon Quest VII Reimagined, 202,000 copies world total. 8,700 copies as far as Nintendo Switch 2 platform, coming in number 8. Dragon Quest VII Reimagined, the Switch 1 edition. So just Switch 2. This is Switch 1. All right. So hopefully you know that. So that's what you can see if you was wondering. So Switch 1 edition for Dragon Quest VII Reimagined, which is a part of the episode, came in at number 7. 231,000 copies for the Switch 1 edition total, and 9,600 copies as far as this week. So now we look at Tales of what in the world?
You guys.
Tales of what? Tales of... Okay, I ain't even gonna try to say that because I feel like something else can come out. That's a hard word. Berseria. When the actual, hey, y'all let me know how to pronounce it. I ain't gonna catch to you. Berseria. I think that's how you say it. Anyways, Tales of Berseria remastered comes at number 6. 9,700 copies total. It just came out. That's why these numbers are the same. Okay, so it just debuted at number 6, most played game on Nintendo platform. This is a Switch 1 edition. Comes in number 6. Shout out to them. 9,798 total copies. Shout out to them, man. Mario Kart World, just showcasing why Mario's just everywhere. I mean, a kart game, a tennis game. I mean, what doesn't this plumber do? You know what I'm saying?
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Sometimes I just be thinking to myself, this man Mario just does everything.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
That's me seeing Mario playing tennis.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
That's me seeing Mario just doing donuts in the cart.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
That's me seeing Mario outswims Sonic in the Summer Game Olympics.
Shepherd.
I mean, that one was a given because, you know, Sonic don't like water. But anyways, the reason why I say that is because Mario's just everywhere, and the charts prove it. Mario Kart World is number 5, 2.8 million total copies, 10,000 copies for this week. Mario Tennis Fever, 66 copies, 66,000 copies overall, 12,000 copies for this week. I mean, just a significant accomplishment for Mario in itself. And why in the world is? Oh, okay. I was about to get upset. I was like, is this not? So yeah, so that was one. That was let's see. So technically, I should have showed 11, and that would have been. See, that's what I'm saying, bro. This chart throwing in like console is throwing it all the way off. I think what I'm gonna do next time, I'm gonna take it and just have it. I'm gonna make my own chart excluding the console because it throws the numbers off when they just like. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So I'm trying to do the top 10, right? But for some reason, this Nintendo chart, which does a great job, so don't think I'm taking a slight at them, but they just randomly throw in consoles, right? Like this right here. This should not be on here at all. Like, what in the world was this doing here? Just throws the whole ranking off. I'm trying to get in the top 10 Nintendo games. So I don't know why I did that. Anyways, so getting back into the top 10, we do have to start with number 10. So let's start with this one. I think, yeah, so these numbers are off, but my numbers are, you know what I'm saying? When it comes to the 10th most played game on Nintendo platform, this is the 10th most. So this is 10. Don't look at 12. Don't look at 12. This is 10. There we go. Professor Dreamz on the job. So number 10, we have Pokemon Legends ZA. 1 million copies, just surpassed that metric. Shout out to them. That's a huge milestone. 1 million copies, 4,000 copies sold this week. Legends Z-A Nintendo Switch 2 edition, not to get confused with the Switch edition. So getting into 9 through 2, obviously, yeah, this whole thing throws me off. So yeah, I'm gonna have to make my own chart next time. It's really not that hard. I probably just take out the consoles and then make it more concise. Anyways, Animal Crossing Nintendo Switch 2 edition, as you can see, 78,000 copies. It comes in, which is, you know, just block. Actually, I probably can. I could take that off. Let me see. That's what I usually do. I'm tripping. So getting through 9 through 2, we already went through number 10. Getting through 9 through 2, we have Animal Crossing Nintendo Switch 2 edition coming in at number 9. Animal Crossing coming in at number 8. Dragon Quest VII Reimagined, the Switch 2 edition, coming in at number 7. Dragon Quest VII Reimagined, the Switch 1 edition, coming in at number 6. Tales of Berseria Remastered, coming in at number 5. Mario Kart World, coming in at number 4, the Switch 2 edition. Mario Tennis Fever, coming in at number 3. And of course, Resident Evil Requiem, because I miscounted, it came in at number 1. So shout out to me for miscounting horrifically throughout this Nintendo thing. But at least you saw, like, in general, these are the top performing tracks on the the top performing games on Nintendo. And once again, let's showcase Resident Evil Requiem because it is the cover of the gaming portion. Don't look at the number 2. It's technically number 1. And let me see. My drawing, man. Need some help. There we go. Don't look at number 2. It's number 1. There we go. 38,000 debut as far as total copies for Resident Evil Requiem on the Nintendo Switch 2. Objectively making it the most played game on that platform. Now, of course, last but definitely not least, you already see this is what I'm going to do for Nintendo, because what I said I was going to do for Nintendo, that's what I always do for the mobile list, because, you know, it's just all over the place. I go through so many different analytics for top mobile games that, you know, I have to put them all together and make a concise list. So that's what I'm going to do next time as far as the Nintendo list. Anyways, these are the top games, the top mobile games notoriously affecting the masses. As you can see, your boy already has a list up for you, you know what I mean, as far as the top games. And specifically to the right, it says why they're the top games as far as globally. So at number 10, we have PUBG Mobile, which is made by Tencent, of course. Consistent top 10 performer. I'm not going to read off these notes. These are just basically for the avid gamers out there to wonder why they are differentiated in this list. Because, you know, a lot of different reports have certain priorities for metrics they go over as far as downloads, as far as revenue. So this is a concise list on the top 10 mobile games in the world. So getting back into it, PUBG Mobile by Tencent comes in number 10. Game for Peace. I don't even know what that is, but hey, shout out to people who want peace in their video games. That's what's up. Game for Peace by Tencent comes in number 9. Subway Surfers by SYBO comes in number 8. Roblox Corp comes in at number 7. Whiteout Survival by Century Games comes in at number 6. Free Fire by Garena comes in at number 5. Royal Match by Dream Games comes in at number 4. Honor of Kings by Tencent. Man, Tencent is all over this list, ain't they?
Shepard,
You know what I'm saying?
just look at the state of gaming.
Hey, I'm looking at it.
What is going on?
Tencent really the Taylor Swift of the mobile community. Like, they really developing some or publishing some very iconic games. Anyways, Honor of Kings comes in at number 3 by Tencent. Block Blast by Hungry Studio comes in at number 2. And Last War Survival comes in number 1 with First Fun. And as far as the notes for the top 10 lists of mobile games notoriously affecting the masses, obviously you can see them right here. Some of the standouts is, of course, Last War Survival, number 1 globally, dominating US grossing charts. And then, of course, you have Block Blast, which, objectively speaking, is the number 1 most downloaded game, a massive Android lead. And when it comes to that, that's basically it. So yeah, shout out to the mobile games notoriously affecting the masses. And of course, that was the segment for judging or objectively looking at the gaming and music IPs notoriously affecting the masses. So with that being said, before we get into episode 158, make sure to click my link tree in my bio to access my social medias and follow to keep up on my latest activities. And if you want to support the show financially, click my Cash App link located towards the bottom of my link tree, as it helps the show overall.
You guys.
Also, make sure to share this podcast, rating this show 5 stars, as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. Also, make sure to hit that bell icon to be notified as far as for post notifications. Make sure to hit the bell icon. And without further ado, let's get into the first topic of episode 158, which is getting into the GOAT of hip hop and asking the specific poignant question: where is Iceman?
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Shepard, promise me you'll tell them to subscribe for ad-free content.
Now, getting into the GOAT, the absolute mascot of
Shepard.
All right, my fault. Getting into Drake. You know what I'm saying?
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Safe to say that dope Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Because, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time, ain't it? You know what I'm saying?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
I feel like it's about that time because, of course, you know, something was, let's just say, alluded to as far as something special coming out on the specific date of, let me see if I can find it, on the specific date of February 20th. Now, of course, I always say, is my sources, is I made it up.
Whoop-de-doo.
You know, I'll never snitch.
Whoop-de-doo.
I said I'll never snitch.
Whoop-de-doo. And we beat these folk. Whoop-de-doo. We beat them. We go forward.
I don't know why Young Thug keep playing. That's supposed to be my snitching drop. But anyways, lo and behold, all my insider sources that I completely made up, right? February 20th, some type of announcement was supposed to be made. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio to see what was announced. Drake must think he funny.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Drake must think it's a game.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Teasing February 20th, some crazy announcement's going to be made. And for it to be this, I mean, no disrespect to Yubba, but come on, man.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
You know, we was assuming that he was alluding to something else. And as far as we, obviously, I made it up.
Whoop-de-doo.
But of course, him coming out February 20th, I think it was 19th because, you know, it comes out at midnight. Basically promoting Gene. The album is out March 6th by Yubba. Single Tonight. One of the most gifted humans on earth giving you a gift. And of course, this is Yebba responding, saying how he's the realest, you know, stuff like that. Because, you know, he's the greatest artist, giving alley-oop, something that Side 7, you know, he could never do. You know what I'm saying?
Is it okay I got my dope on me? I said, what the
But of course, with that out the way, you know, Drake must think he's a comedian and he must think this is a game because, of course, now we don't know when Iceman's coming out. I would assume it's coming out soon, but when another development, which may or may not be part of my camp as far as, interestingly enough, having certain details released to you early. Some would say Aubrey's pretty perturbed at Livingston. Now, if you don't know who Livingston Allen is, it's one of my inspirations, especially if you can't tell by the name. But, of course, Livingston Allen, he may or may not have just leaked the whole Drake song. And that man was pretty upset. So here's Livingston here to talk about it.
Fuck. You know me now. I just want to apology to Drake. Drake's mad at me now. I just want to.
He's mad. Huh? What'd you say? When did this come out? February 25th? And so, you know, it's almost like Drake think he a comedian talking about something released on February 20th, only to announce Yebba, and now we leaking stuff. It's almost like this ain't a game.
You guys.
It's almost like this ain't a game.
See, that's the problem.
Anyways, this is Livingston Allen talking about his you know, post. I can't play the track, but he basically played a track for, I think his name is What's the Dirt, and he's talking about it right now.
Yo, I gotta give an apology to Drake. Yo, Drake's mad at me now. Someone just told me they're like,
hey, not an apology.
Like, yo, Drake. I didn't want to say what he said. Yo, Drake is tight at me. And people are going to think this is a play, but Drake low-key's mad at me.
So why would Drake be mad at Livingston Allen, a.k.a. Academics? Well, guess what? The world may never know.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, you're probably wondering to yourself, what is all this for? What is all this build-up for? Well, I'm glad you asked. As Drake has been teasing Iceman once again. I know, he really must think this is a game. But anyways, he's been teasing Iceman. It's safe to say a particular title was teased on his IG story with the 3 words being make them cry.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look.
So my assumption is that this is probably a single from Iceman. It could be nothing. It could be everything. We don't know specifically if there's going to be a single before Iceman. I would assume not, because we already had What Did I Miss? We already had the track with Central C, which I'm assuming is going to be on Iceman. So to put out another single, it would be interesting as far as objectively having a conversation about Drake dominating the charts. Because as of right now, objectively speaking, he has no tracks in the top 100. And then to dive deeper analytically, because you know that is my name. All right, and my fault. Let's get back to it. Analytically speaking, this man has not 1, not 2, but 3 albums in the top 40. Until you realize there is some very peculiar things with the placements of these albums. Some Sexy Songs for You, obviously, is the latest project from Aubrey. Then you have Views that came out. When did Views come out? Views that came out 2016. That's the 40th most played project in the world. And then, well, once again, Some Sexy Songs for You that came out last year. Is the 38th most played project in the world. And then, hold up now.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I know an album from 2011, November 15th, 2011, to be more specific, is not the 24th most played project in the world.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
But y'all may call me a conspiracy theorist, but at the end of this soliloquy, y'all will understand what I'm pointing at. So basically, there's a lot of hands in the pot for Take Care. There's a lot of hands in the pot for Views. Interestingly enough, Take Care, objectively speaking, has been outperforming every single album he's released post 2021. Now, why is that?
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I'm glad you asked. As UMG currently has given Drake 0% of masters. Yes, 0%, ladies and gentlemen. All the way from his from the start of him under Young Money to 2021. So Young Money / Cash Money / UMG / everybody hand in the pot, right? Birdman, Wayne, Lil Wayne, everybody. Their hands was in the pot all the way up into 2021. Interestingly enough, Take Care and Views falls in that time capsule. Post Certified Lover Boy, Drake retained his master's ownership. And this is reported by Billboard. So it's not just I made it up. You know, usually I say that to, you know, throw you off. But for Billboard, this is actually from Billboard. Drake generally retained his own masters which is reportedly around 75% after distribution fees and early deals. Thus, his earlier albums have the lowest masters percentage, which is 0. It's basically 0. With the recent ones, post-certified Lover Boy, close to 100%, which is, reportedly 75+%. So Drake's now ownership, or more ownership over his points, over his masters, is very interesting. How the music where everybody's hands is in the pot, pre-certified Lover Boy, seems to be outperforming his modern day projects. Now, y'all think that's a coinky thing? I think not.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, if you're a business wanting to recoup on an artist that you already recouped off of, what did you think to yourself? Hold on now. We can keep making buku amounts of money from this particular artist that's the top of the hip hop game, objectively speaking, and promote the albums that we have majority of the masters over, right? So now you come to realize why an album from 2011, I know some people would be like, oh, it's because it's a classic. I mean, it is a classic, but come on now. When it comes to Drake, let's not act like he peaked in 2011. All of his, not all of them, but a good number of his projects have performed to the point where you could see how it could start competing with a Take Care. I mean, First Person Shooter, the track with SZA, I forget what that one was called. I think it was like Last Slime or something like that, or Slime Cry or something like that. So for all the dogs that came out in 2023, what was that track called? It was basically, oh yeah, Slime You Out. That track, what else? Gently by Bad Bunny. First Person Shooter with J. Cole. I mean, this man was swinging for the fences with For All the Dogs. Not even to mention Her Loss being, I think, is his best collaborative project. Second closest, Party Next Door. But all of these projects I'm naming is after the post-certified Lover Boy era where everybody's hands was in the pot. So basically, y'all can call me a conspiracy theorist. I basically just broke it down. A lot of his albums that UMG primarily owns, as far as and also Young Money, also Cash Money, interestingly enough, those are performing way better than any of his other projects on the charts. Just a little food for thought. So Drake currently has no tracks on the top 100 on Billboard. Do you think that's going to last? Of course not. I know Drake's just looking at his timer because, at the end of the day, we were on the nose about a certain announcement from Drake. But, of course, this man wanted to be funny and announce a Yebba album. Just think of this. When have you ever seen Drake post about an album and a single coming out from another artist? Think about that. Like writing it out. Album this day. Single tonight. When has he done that for another artist? I mean, there's people under, why did I forget the label? There's people over, I actually forgot the label. What's the name of the label? This is October's very own? I don't think that's it. Let me just go to Party Next Door. This man forever signed to Drake. I ain't gonna cap to you. Let me go to a Party Next Door 4. Let me go to the bottom of that. I don't know why I forgot that. Okay, anyways. None of the artists on the OVO sound ever got that type of treatment. It would be like the album on the story and then that's it. It's just a picture, right? And then no words, no nothing. It just be like, hey, go support him if you want to. You know what I'm saying? Very interesting how he chose that date. That a lot of insiders were saying the album was supposed to come out to promote Yebba. Safe to say we're on the nose with a lot of different things. And I think when it comes to Drake, a lot of things that's leaking is very mysterious to him. He does not know how certain things keep leaking. I think, if I was to give actual advice, making music and then sending it to different producers to tweak as far as the stems and things of that nature, like you may trust those producers, but then what about those producers' homies? What about those producers trying to impress a girl? What about those girls maybe having, not Shepherd. I'm talking too much, but basically I'm just saying not all company by the people you trust is trustworthy. So that being said, that's basically it. As far as my whole soliloquy, I'm just letting y'all know that Drake is still the GOAT. We're still going to wait for Iceman because as far as Baby Keem's album, I already just hey, listen to my review on Baby Keem Casino. It hurt my heart. I like Baby Keem as an artist. Definitely hurt my heart. So let's just say we're waiting for Drake's Iceman and hopefully it comes soon. But at this point in time, he's a little upset and perturbed by these leaks. So I guess Make Them Cry could either be upcoming single or it could be how he wants us to feel because we keep leaking his release dates and music. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Aubrey Graham, aka the GOAT, aka the mascot of hip hop? And at the end of the day, when do you think Iceman will come out? They had to latch together just to try to hold me down. Who really runs the game? Well, guess what? I guess it's yet to be found.
But then,
Is it okay I got my dope on me? I said, what the f?
Now you're probably wondering, where did those lyrics come from? The world may never know. You know what I'm saying? I'm not snitching.
Whoop-de-doo.
I said, I'm not snitching.
Whoop-de-doo.
The Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see a couple of references that I may or may not have just thrown up on your screen, you know, for your eyeballs to see. But you know, with that being said, safe to say, ladies and gentlemen, we got another tease from Drake. He must think this a game.
I just don't like it, man.
You know what I'm saying?
I just don't like that shit, man.
Hey, bro, where Iceman at?
Go take care of your kids, man.
Bro, where Iceman? You know what I'm saying? We've had enough of it.
You guys.
You know what I'm saying? Got me looking at the screen saying to myself,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
as Drake, a.k.a. Aubrey Graham, has posted again about Iceman, but where's the album? The world may never know. So anyways, this man said, quote, "What was I doing when you thought I was crying?" And then he has a picture of somebody with a shirt on the back of it that says, "They doubted me." Warning, Iceman, national agreement. If you don't know what that is, the basis around national agreement, in my, interpretation, is that he's about to drop Iceman. Let's try to have an agreement, aka Taylor Swift, to not drop any vinyls on my date. I'm trying to get number one. If Taylor Swift comes out with a vinyl when Drake drops Iceman, just know it's gonna be a sad day in history.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Because we're gonna have to go to war. So anyways, not wanting to go to war with the Swifties, let's go to the next post. So then we have some people, playing that one game, what you call the Arctic Thunder, in the Mickey Mouse, not Mickey Mouse, in the Chuck E. Cheese arcade, Arctic Thunder. That's a throwback for the gamers out there. If you didn't know, well, guess what? We cover games over here. So then also we have Drake saying talk is cheap. Then we also have this picture. I'm assuming it's from like an Iceman stream or video, whatever, music video. I don't know. But a woman around ice cubes, what it seems like ice cubes. I don't know what this is. So anyways, then we have his dad next to a very expensive car. And then I don't know who in the world this is. I kid you not. I would ask AI, but they're going to tell me something crazy. So at the end of the day, I don't know who that is. Call me ignorant, but hey, he put that up there for a reason. But the main thing is warning Iceman. So safe to say, guess what?
You guys.
We don't know what that means. When it comes to Iceman, safe to say, we've had a bunch of teases to the point where everybody thought it was dropping at this particular date, only for Aubrey Graham to post about Yebba in her album official launch date.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
So I think Drake obviously knows that we're waiting for Iceman. I think he's going to keep teasing us. Do I think the album's going to come out soon? I think so. Honestly speaking, some of the behind the scenes leaks as far as Iceman, what's on Iceman, what's not on Iceman, all of the leaks that's been coming out has been very peculiar. And I think that type of situation could be stressful for an artist trying to release an album full of new music. So that's what I'm gonna leave it at. There's a lot of different leaks happening. I'm not gonna go into the depths of how or why I think it's happening. I just think it may be throwing an interesting curveball into the rollout of Iceman. I'm not saying it's delaying the album. I'm just saying that, interestingly enough, some of the things that I showed at the beginning of the segment may or may not be reasons this Iceman album is delayed, because maybe Drake wants to give us completely new music and somebody out there keeps leaking it. Now, obviously, it ain't me.
Whoop-de-doo.
You know what I'm saying? Obviously. I think when it comes to the Iceman launch, a lot of people are going to listen to it to the point where it's probably going to be the most consumed album of the year. I predict Drake's going to do 500 to 600,000 first week. I know that may be a lot for some people, but if you're not familiar with the GOAT, you know what I'm saying?
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Just know it's business as usual, especially when it comes to the hip-hop field. Now, all glazing set to the side, because, y'all going to say I'm biased because Drake is my favorite artist. But, objectively speaking, this man notoriously affects the masses. You know what I'm saying?
Shepherd.
All right, my fault. Let me get back on subject. So, when looking at this rollout, there's been a lot of things from Drake that leads us to believe that Iceman is coming soon. I mean, we had the Central C Iceman freestyle. We had the Yeet and Ease the Kid first ever collab, which, shout out to them, which they shot the music video solely in Drake's mansion. And then you come to realize Drake is nowhere on the charts for the first time in a while. The top 100 on Billboard completely is missed. The disappearance of Drake on the top 100 is crazy when it comes to singles. And then of course when it comes to albums, he's still doing well, as Take Care is the 25th most played album in the world. Views is the 37th most played album in the world. And of course, Party Next Door and Drake, Some Sexy Songs For You, is the 39th most played album in the world. So when it comes to specifically Drake on the charts, his albums, the older albums, interestingly enough, are performing well, which, you know, I gave my my 2 cents on why I think that is. But when it comes to singles, he's completely off of the charts. So I don't know if he's using his time to take a hiatus, because he did release music close to 2026. I mean, September 9th, 2025, I think was his last single as far as Doghouse with Yeet. I don't think anything else came out after that. Because, yeah, right before that, Somebody Loves Me Part 2 with Cash Cobain came out. And then, of course, you already know the rollout, the official rollout for Iceman. As far as the Which One track with Central C, as far as the What Did I Miss track. And then besides that, you just had the No Gigs, which that was 2024. So 2026, we haven't had any real offerings from Drake. And I believe the first offering will probably be either another single for Iceman, but I think it's going in the direction of a full album release whenever Iceman episode 4 happens. Now, of course, my sources is I made it up.
Whoop-de-doo.
You know what I'm saying?
Whoop-de-doo. And we beat these folk. Whoop-de-doo. We beat them. We go forward.
But I think that's how the Iceman rollout is going to go forward whenever the album comes out. So as far as the Drake fans out there, if you was wondering, you know, just in case you was wondering, all the songs that may or may not been leaked from Iceman. I mean, we have certain snippets. If you wanted to look this up on SoundCloud, YouTube, you know what I'm saying? I'm not the feds, but, you know, there's ways to get it, you know, there's ways to get it. So Drake, The Greatest, Secrets, National Treasure, Supermax, Stuck, What Did I Miss? Of course, it's officially out. Lake Como, Spicy Hot, which is currently my favorite out of the leak pack. Plot Twist, of course, you already heard that one. Go Figure. And of course, the single that we just covered not too long ago, Make Them Cry, which is probably going to be on Iceman. So once again, I think all of these leaks, I'm not going to say it's helping the Iceman rollout, but obviously the other side is probably hurting, and it's probably maybe pushing the album back. So I don't know when the album's going to come out. It's safe to say there's a lot of things dropping from Drake's camp, such as Yeba's coming soon as far as in March. I don't know who else is coming. I think Yeet's about to come. I don't think Drake want to step on either of those artists' rollout. So I would assume Drake is not dropping anytime soon. And these leaks are probably going to have to be taken care of before he officially drops Iceman. But I will say, if we see an Iceman episode 4, I'm confident in saying an album is releasing right after that episode. So, with that being said, once again, my sources is I made it up.
Whoop-de-doo.
So that being said, click my link here in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about this Drake kerfuffle when it comes to the Iceman rollout? And when do you think Iceman will be officially released?
361, 120. Hey! Hey! Shatter the game, baby. Yo. 61. Shock the world.
Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio.
61, 120. Yo, that's fucking crazy.
Nice knowing you. Nice knowing you.
I changed.
You gotta love how Jermaine's out there celebrating with his homies when he found out that 2014 Forest Hills Drive. So what, 361, 120. And the reason why I brought that clip back up to start off this specific segment is because, ladies and gentlemen, you know, hence the name. It came out December 9th, just barely in 2014, but we ain't gonna stick to that. It came out December 9th, 2014. And of course, if you was wondering what the current year is, which if you are, then you're probably a time traveler. You know, you need to let me in on the secret. But with that being said, the Fall Off that just came out February 6th, 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, the objective numbers are now finally in. And it seems like, he's definitely going to have the number one. But when it comes to specific numbers, he currently has the biggest debut for a hip hop album in the year of 2026. As the Fall Off, a very ironic name because of the first week sales, just sold 291,000 first week. And the pure sales is the biggest thing because hold on now. When you look at the pure sales, safe to say it was a whopping 115,000 units. I know what you're probably saying. You're like, hold on now. Ain't you the one that been hating on Jermaine this whole time? And what I got to say to that is, it couldn't have been me.
Shepard.
All right, in all honesty, I still hold my points when it comes to Jermaine. And of course, I think it was cemented even with the fall off, as when you look at Jermaine in the top 3 of rap, I do not believe that he deserves to be in it. A lot of other artists I'll put above Jermaine. As far as the integrity of hip hop, I think a Metro, a Future, Tyler the Creator, Travis Scott, Future. I mean, I can keep going, right? So when it comes to him being top 3, I think he's the most overrated rapper of all time. And guess what? I still do.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn.
But that doesn't stop me from giving kudos because I try to keep it A more than 92. And even though the album came out and a plethora of fans out there, I don't know how the reception was for the core fan base of Jermaine. But the reception out there could have made it easy for me to hop on the hate train, the bandwagon, until you realize I formed my own opinion. And guess what? I actually enjoyed the album because it connected with the path that I thought would be best for Jermaine. And the reason why I say that is because as far as him straying away from talking about how he would take rappers' heads off, he's the cream of the crop, he's number one, numero uno. Granted, he had probably like 3 to 4 lines and throughout the whole double disc album of saying he was the best. I was like, you know what, you can get your bar every now and then. And this whole an hour and 41 minutes, it was filled with top tier lyricism as far as the storytelling aspect, and it was really a breath of fresh air because of course with the objective metrics it would make it seem like, and no slight to these artists, but it seems like people would prefer mumble rap over a hard 808 rather than listening to a lyricist take you from start to finish and it be an immaculate journey, right? So J. Cole selling 291,000 is not only a significant accomplishment for him because of what he's been doing throughout his whole career, LeBron James type beat, but also it showcases that melodic rap is not the only thing that can sell superstar like numbers. So not only is it a win for Jermaine, but it's also a win for hip hop as you look at the top albums as far as in 2025, and safe to say it's all melodic rap. I mean, Playboi Carti had the biggest first week sales of last year with 298,000. Just to let you know why rap was performing the way it was. And I don't want to put all of this on Playboi Carti, right? But I'm really talking about the field right now. When I talked about this topic on October 31st, 2025, talking about how no rap songs were in the Billboard top 40 for the first time in 35 years, I'm going to keep bringing that point up because guess what? I think what hip hop did was what Michael Jordan was referring to when he had to beat the Pistons. He basically, I don't know if it was the Pistons, but you get the point. Michael Jordan said, I took that personally.
You guys.
And guess what? Ever since then, hip hop started off 2026 in the best way possible. And guess what? In just 6 days.
Shepard.
I mean, whenever it comes out, a certain someone is coming.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
I said a certain someone is coming.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
I don't know why that drop keeps playing. But anyways, as far as Jermaine, getting back in him, pause. Hip hop from Rakim, a.k.a. A$AP Rocky, going number 1, into Don Toliver going number 1, into Jermaine going number 1. And of course, he had such a phenomenal first week sales. Dare I say that he could double up, especially seeing that no superstar like albums dropped yesterday. He could have another like back-to-back number 1 albums. And I think that would be phenomenal, especially for hip hop. And it basically lays out the red carpet for a certain someone. But I already alluded to him, and I don't want to make it too obvious. So when it comes to J. Cole, I think this was a phenomenal rollout. The CDs from the back of the trunk going to his old college campus, because I don't know if he actually went to I don't know if he went to college there. I think basically that's where his early sales spot was. I think he in college. I don't know, man. Jermaine looked like he was in college, but also he looked like he homeless. So I can't call it. So when you look at his marketing rollout, he drove across the U.S. starting in North Carolina, hitting places like NC18. Hold on, ain't that a college campus?
You guys.
Jermaine, not gonna lie to you. As a musician, what you do?
Shepherd.
All right, since I can't expound upon my point, I'm just gonna show y'all exhibit number 1. And yes, I did have this in a tuck. I have no shame in my game. Look at this right here, ladies and gentlemen. Where my drop at? Ladies and gentlemen.
We'll fold that up right now.
Oh, hold up now. That's the wrong drop. Aubrey, where'd you go? Hey, bro, get up out of here, bro. Come on now. We was just trying to appreciate greatness. So shout out to him for making his rounds, because you know. You don't need me to tell you. But anyways, let me stop playing around. Here's another image of him on college campus. And he went to St. John's University for his trunk sale tour as well. So, he's just touring a bunch of colleges, and I just can't help to think.
Shepherd.
Never mind. Let's just look at this. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the, well, I don't know about. Yeah, I can't play the audio because it's an actual song. So here is Jermaine on college campus. Obviously, he's not scouting. I mean, he's not, he's just trying to sell CDs. That's all he's trying to do. Come on, guys. If you think he's trying to do something else, then y'all mind in the gutter. So with that being said, the main thing that I was trying to get at is that he had an immaculate rollout. I mean, really fit his persona, not only from a storytelling album that I think he is the best at, honestly. As far as the route of braggadocious raps and talking about I'm the best, leave that to Drake. The storytelling, I believe Jermaine at this point in time is the best at doing as far as a full body of work. Now, I know y'all gonna say Kendrick, and as far as Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers, or who was the other one? What was the other one when it was in the front of the White House? Now I gotta look it up. Let me see. So as far as White Tank Top, as far as his album in front of the White House, it was called To Pimp a Butterfly, which came out 2015. So Kendrick's had that. He had Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers. But honestly, as far as an entire double disc, as far as the lyricist, I don't know. Because obviously people don't write raps for a living, right? But a whole hour and 41 minutes of just straight storytelling and rhyming with intricate flows at the same time. Y'all gonna say I'm glazing, but hold up. Y'all can't have it both ways now. Hold on now. Y'all can't have it both ways.
Whoop-de-doo.
Y'all either gonna say I'm hating or glazing. Y'all can't choose both.
Whoop-de-doo.
You know what I'm saying?
We beat these folk. Whoop-de-doo. We beat them. We go forward.
So anyways, as far as the immaculate storytelling over a length pause of an hour and 41 minutes, the difficulty of doing that and keeping it engaging, which I thought he did immaculate. Like, it was immaculate the way he pulled that off. I just think that's not only an honor to hip hop as far as it being real raps and objectively selling like a superstar, but also it just showcases that you don't always have to have melodic beats over intricate. You don't always have to have melodic flows over intricate beats or eccentric beats to stand out, right? You can just be a phenomenal wordsmith and a storyteller, and you can still objectively affect the masses. Jermaine just showed us that. So when it comes to me and my critiques about Jermaine, I think he basically leaned into what he was known for. And some people are hating him for it, but I think he finally realized his overall discography is not going to be known for the upbeat go to the club anthems, right? It's going to be known for storytelling and sitting down and listening to something, and it makes you feel some type of way as far as the story that he's telling you, right? So anyways, enough Jermaine Glaze. No, man, that was a lot. Pause. So when it comes to the rest of this deep dive, safe to say I'm going to talk about the top performing tracks off of the album. But before that, I did want to make sure I wasn't skipping nothing. Yeah, okay. So as far as continuing our coverage of Jermaine, because you do want to give credit when credit's due. Let's get into the top performing tracks off of the Fall Off right now. Okay, so starting off with the best performing tracks off of the Fall Off, we have to start with something that everybody's been wondering about. So the game did a full track by track review, and of course we got to get into his entire breakdown because you know that's very important to the.
We got
Hold on, man, I was talking. What in the world?
Let's see what y'all's thoughts are on this tragedy. Who gives a fuck what Ja Rule thinks at a time like this, nigga? This is ridiculous.
What? But it's not even Ja Rule, man.
Shepard.
All right, never mind. I guess y'all want to hear the game's, lengthy breakdown of J. Cole's album. Anyways, let's get into Jermaine's top performing tracks off of the Fall Off, right? So, of course, we have the best performing track, objectively speaking, off of the Fall Off, because, your boy, takes his job seriously. I do this for a living, not too crazy. So when it comes to future chart analytics slated for February 21st, safe to say the best performing track, objectively speaking, as of right now, and it's not even close, honestly. Yeah, it's not even close, is 2-6, which is currently slated to be the 16th most played track in the world. But of course, that's not it, ladies and gentlemen, as he has we have a lot more to go through. So Safety is currently the second best performing track off of the Fall Off, slated to be the 30th most played track. Poor Thing is the third, slated to be the 32nd most played track. Who TF Is You, that's the fourth most popular track off of the album, slated to be the 34th overall. Runner Train is the fifth most popular track off the Fall Off, slated to be the 35th most played track in the world. Bunts Road Blues, which, a lot of people is talking about that track. And let's just say, I don't know if y'all really appreciating the type of storytelling that's happening throughout this body of work. But anyways, let's get back to it. So, Bunts Road Blues is currently the sixth most played track off of that album, slated to be the 37th most played track in the world. Legacy is the seventh most played track off of the Fall Off, slated to be the 38th most played track in the world. And then, of course, let me see. We have the Let Out. Hold on now. I know that
ain't who I think it is.
Hold up, Jermaine fans. Hold up now.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Now, I was listening to this body of work. I was thinking it was immaculate from the beginning. This was the type of album where I just knew I would need multiple listens to get a full grasp because of the lyrical exercise that was being displayed.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. Enough glaze. But y'all get the point, right? The Let Out. The Let Out was one of those interesting tracks where everybody and their mama kept saying, why in the world would Jermaine make a track like this?
But then, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
And now I got to call Cap, because y'all the type of people to hate Drake and still make him the most streamed rapper in the world. You know what I'm saying?
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
As 24 tracks off of this Fall Off album. Really 23 if you don't take the intro, because technically that's not a song. So 23 tracks, technically, off of this album. And then out of those 23 tracks, guess what was the 8th most played track in the world? The Let Out.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
That should go to show that never let somebody who just listened to a 2-hour body of work for 10 minutes give their review.
But then, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
Because I don't know if y'all noticed, but I basically took, I think it was a day or two to get to the actual album as far as my actual review. So, yeah, do with that information what you will. Or as you will. So with that being said, The Let Out is the 8th most played track off of the Fall Off. Slated to be the 49th most played track overall. And of course, we have Drum and Bass slated to be the 9th most played track, 51st most played track overall. 29 Intro slated to be the 10th most played track off of the Fall Off, 54th overall. Kid Rock, what in the world? I know y'all ain't out here making Kid Rock popular.
You guys.
Come on now.
See, that's the problem.
Y'all need Jesus. Anyways, ironic, right? With that being said, let me see. Bombs in the Ville / Hit the Gas is slated to be, what are we on, 10? Slated to be the 10th most played track. Actually, I got to count again. You know I can't count. Give me a second. All right, we got 1. I'm doing some Mickey count right now. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. 9. Hey, I am counting right. Let's get to it. All right, my fault. 29 Intro slated to be the 10th most played track off of the Fall Off, 54th overall. Bombs in the Ville / Hit the Gas slated to be the 11th most played track off of the Fall Off, 58th overall. 39 Intro, which is my favorite, technically, is slated to be the 12th most played track off of the Fall Off, 60th overall. Old Dog is slated to be the 13th most played track off of the Fall Off, 62nd overall. The Fall Off is Inevitable, slated to be the 14th most played track off of the Fall Off, 67th overall. The Villas is set to be the 15th most played track off of the Fall Off, 68th overall. Lonely at the Top, slated to be the I lost my track again. I ain't gonna cap to you. I think it went at 17. 17th most played track off of the Fall Off, 71st overall. Life Sentence is the 18th most played track off of the Fall Off, 73rd overall. I'm not gonna lie to you, it's a lot, bro. All right, let's keep going. Only You by J. Cole featuring Burna Boy, slated to be the 19th most played track off of the Fall Off, 77th overall. I Love Her Again, slated to be the 20th most played track off of the Fall Off, 81st overall. Man Up Above, slated to be, what we at, 21st most played track over the Fall Off, 94th overall. And Quick Stop, slated to be the 22nd most played track, 96 overall. Now, of course, one more time doing the Mickey count just to make sure I can count for real. There we go. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know. Hold on. Is it one of his singles that they don't count? Because sometimes I don't think all of these are new tracks, right? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. 11, 12. There we go. Yep. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 18, 19, 20. Okay, 20. We had 20. All right. 21. So I may have messed up somewhere, but you know, he basically has 21 tracks on the charts currently. Well, not currently, but you know, as far as future chart analytics, you know, as far as looking at these small letters, you know, I'm 26 going on 80, so I was doing a lot right here, especially with the glasses. You know what I'm saying? If y'all laughing,
Whoop-dee-doo.
y'all stop that.
Whoop-dee-doo.
No, just playing. All right, so obviously, majority of the tracks is making it to the top 100 or slated to make the top 100 when February 21st comes around, because once again, those are future analytics. So if you look at the charts right now, it won't be on there. I'm just talking about what is currently performing the best off of his album. And I wanted to do that for the Jermaine fans out there that immensely have dived into this album or dove into this album, so they probably wanted to know what's the better performing tracks off of the album. So when it comes to Jermaine, I do believe 2-6 is a surprise to me. I just thought that everybody and their mama was bumping, not 2-6, what was the other one? Yeah, Who TF Is You. Now, I was very surprised to see that's the 4th most played track off of the album, because I thought that was going to be number 1. I'm not mad at it being number 4. I mean, you're still on the charts. I mean, you know, he's doing phenomenal, right? Safe to say, or needless to say. But when you look at the actual album, personally, my favorites, you know, aside from the 39 intro, because I'm not going to lie to you, listening to this album time and time again, as far as trying to resonate or just deeply understand the lyrical content, the second half of 39 intro is some of the best rapping I've ever heard in my life.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
I know that Jermaine was in the studio just going crazy after he laid that verse for the second half of 39 intro. Because technically, I think that was like the first rap verse. Because 39 intro starts with some type of melody. He's like singing throughout the first half of it. And then a gunshot happens, and then that is when one of the best verses of all time comes on. Well, not the best verse of all time, but one of the best flows of all time. It's too early to say best verse, but from a storytelling aspect, my top 3 not storytelling, from overall, let's just do overall, because, you know, if we put too many disclaimers, it's going to be, you know, too much for people to follow. So my top 3 overall is definitely 39 intro. I think that track is phenomenal. Life Sentence. Regarding your significant other as a prison sentence, I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't know why, but it actually worked for me.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
All right, so 39 intro, Life Sentence. And then if I was to choose a third, I don't know. If I was to choose a third, I really like the storytelling on this album. So I would either have to say I Love Her Again or Safety. Actually, I'll probably go Safety. Safety is a heater. Like, I think Safety is prime J. Cole. He really made a story going on an 8 Mile Eminem type beat, but in reverse, you know, because at the end, the man didn't, you know. Basically, it was a letter to Jermaine. He wasn't getting mad every single verse. He was actually just informing him. He was like, hey, man, you can pull up if you want to. And then guess what? At the end of the track, he got in his car, and I assume, I don't know, you know, I ain't got the spark notes. Shout out to Cam Newton. I ain't got the spark notes in front of me. But I assume he was actually going to the funeral that the person was talking about in Safety. That's what I got out of him getting into the car. So at the end of the track, I would like to see like a music video actually having that person. If it's, I just assume Jermaine talking about real world events, because of course, you look at Quick Stop, and I'm thinking to myself, ain't no way you can make that up, my boy. They ain't luxurious at all. They ain't glamorous. You know what I'm saying? They ain't something that you.
Shepherd.
All right, basically, that's the type of story where you'd be like, you know what? That's prime Jermaine material. I'm pretty sure nobody thought Jermaine was capping when he made Quick Stop. So, a lot of these storytelling tracks, I just assume it's real life. So I want to see the real person from Safety. Everybody out here saying, who is Jermaine talking about on Poor Thing? I want to know who in the world was writing him that letter on Safety.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, that being said, I can keep going on and on and on and on and on and on.
Shepherd.
All right. Basically, I could very elongate this segment. Simply, this is a masterpiece. From a storytelling aspect, having your first album after the beef be a project of immaculate storytelling, masterclass lyricism, I think that's the best way to combat anybody that has to say anything, because you're not going at anybody trying to take their heads off. You're basically talking about Carolina. You're talking about your legacy. You're talking about where you're from. And at the end of the day, that's one of the things that nobody can ever take away from you, is your love from your hometown. I think people who blow up and switch on their hometown, they need to be looked at in the light. But as far as people who can blow up and still go back to their hometown and spread the love, I know y'all gonna bring up Nipsey Hussle and all this crazy stuff, but it's really a good thing to blow up and go back to your hometown. I think what Jermaine did on The Fall Off is one of the greatest projects that he's ever put out. And as a Jermaine, well, some would say I'm a Jermaine hater. I think that's a huge accomplishment, especially getting people like me who, I'm not looking to hate it, but I already know what I'm getting into, and he still blew me away. Pause. So anyways, I can keep going on and on about this album. After the Mickey reading, because you already know I recounted this like the votes in the U.S., and I feel like I still got one wrong, but it was like 21 to 22 tracks off of the album that's charting in the top 100, was slated to chart. Any of these could slide like 1 or 2 slots, but for the most part, these objective future analytics is definitely on the nose, as far as it's the same people who gives the first week projections. So yeah, shout out once again. I don't know, as far as going over the tracks, talking about the actual album one more time. 291,000 first week, definitely going number 1. 115,000 first week as far as units, as far as physical copies sold. And I just think him riding around in whatever type of car he was in, who was he in? His Honda Civic. What in the world? This man be doing the most homeless stuff, the most homeless activities ever. So this man was in his Honda Civic, riding around selling CDs for $1. And he just sold 291,000 first week. Shout out to that man being the most humble rapper I've ever seen in life. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Jermaine, aka J. Cole, not only putting more respect on lyricists as far as how to have an immaculate storytelling outlook, but also as far as keeping the wind going for hip hop, as far as going number 1 on the first week sales. So I don't know if I ended off with a question. So basically, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. If you listen to this album a plethora of times like myself, what is your favorite track off of the album and why?
Shepherd, promise me you'll tell them to subscribe for ad-free content.
Now, of course, when it comes to diving into Baby Keem's latest album titled Casino, I was just thinking to myself,
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
as you already know, when it comes to the objective metrics, that's what we dive into as far as the Notorious Mass Effect from the gaming and music IPs. And Baby Keem, interestingly enough, had one of the most notorious Mass Effects on this podcast in general. Well, specifically, because of course, when the Hillbillies came out, I covered that like a kilo of Miley Cyrus. But now, I have to give my opinion about the Casino album.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
But I want to get straight to that, right? Let's just stick to the objective facts, right? The main thing you need to know, especially when looking at Baby Keem, is that 17,000 first week in just pure sales. I think that's a phenomenal accomplishment. Now, of course, some people will come out and say, well, J. Cole just finished selling, what, like 100,000 pure copies? Well, guess what? Baby Keem's not on J. Cole's level, and let's not pretend like he is. So now, let's move into the predictions of first week sales, as reportedly, he is going to have between 70 to 75,000 as far as first week sales. So if you don't know, the physical units is different from overall sales. 17,000 in pure sales, which is physical copies. Overall, it's between 70 to 75,000. We'll have to wait to see specifically what that number ends up being. But now, when I look at the albums, right, at the top of the music industry currently, they're saying that his album, as far as Casino by Baby Keem, is projected to be in the top 10. Now, of course, Kendrick, aka Size 7, he would probably want his protege to have a number one, but in the year of 2026, I'm not gonna lie to you, it's a lot of things going on to the point where it's not as easy. Well, it's never easy to get number one, obviously. But currently, Bad Bunny just overtook J. Cole as far as the number one album for this week, selling 138,000 units. You want to know when that album came out? Bad Bunny, and of course he just performed at the Super Bowl, so that's what a lot of people is going to say, and you would be correct. But regardless, an album that came out January 5th, 2025 is currently the most played project in the world. Jermaine, one of the top performing hip-hop acts in the world, he currently just put out an album February 6th. And even though having the second most played project in the world is still a significant accomplishment, people would have thought he would have had a number one for quite longer, right? So when you're looking at Baby Keem, reportedly not even being in the top 10, I will say that's not the greatest as far as a career trajectory, especially when you look at him being next up as far as taking the what's it called, the PG Lang mantle. Because if you don't know, that's the label that he is under. There was a big kerfuffle, that's what I like to call it, between Kendrick Lamar and TDE. So after that kerfuffle, he made PG Lang, and guess what? The only artist that he now wants to actively promote is his cousin, Baby Keem. So Baby Keem objectively is under PG Lang / Columbia Records. Now this is his second album, a nearly 5-year hiatus as far as the 2021, the Melodic Blue. The main thing I was want to get at is that Baby Keem's first week sales, I don't think it's ever been blowing people out of the water, right? The Melodic Blue did 53,000 first week. Baby Keem's Casino is set to do 70 to 75,000 first week. So even though that's an improvement for him specifically, looking at this, the landscape of hip hop, some people may look at it as a downturn, especially when you see him not even being in the top 5 as far as first weeks, which is not even solidified yet, and sales don't always matter. Because I cover things that notoriously affect the masses, I always have to keep reiterating that just because you sell a lot does not mean you make the best product, and just because you don't sell, it does not mean that you're making complete garbage, right? The two do not correlate. So I think at best, Casino by Baby Keem could probably come in at the 4th most played album as far as his first week debut, but that is not an indication of his subjective quality, because at the end of the day, it's subjective. Well, music is subjective. So with all the disclaimers out of the way, I'm pretty sure you already know. I'm a huge fan of Baby Keem. There, I said it. I had to, I had to say it, man.
But then, what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
I'm a huge fan of Baby Keem. The Melodic Blue, I'm not going to say it's a classic, but it's up there. It's one of the better projects from the up-and-coming musicians in hip-hop. Now, when I first listened to Casino, I'm not going to lie to you.
Shepherd.
Now, I got to tell him, because I got to keep it 8 more than 92. I'm not going to lie to you. That first listen, this is why I'm glad I don't give reviews off of first listen. I was thinking to myself, you know what? Baby Keem, no, Size 7, White Tank Top must really not like his cousin Baby Keem.
I just don't like it, man.
Yeah, I just don't like it.
I just don't like that shit, man.
You know what I'm saying?
Go take care of your kids, man.
So when it comes to my first reaction to Casino, I'm thinking to myself, wow, Side 7 in the heights of his career didn't give a alley-oop or nothing to Baby Keem throughout his whole battle with Drake, which could have been easy to do, but he decided to go with LA artists, which you know how that ended up. Listening to this album time and time again, I'm not gonna say I forced myself to enjoy the album, but let's just say the album has risen in quality to me. Like, it's basically, it's a solid album as of right now. You know me, I'm not forcing myself to like the album. I'm just letting y'all know, when I first listened to it, I was like, man, what in the actual is this? You know what I'm saying?
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I'm listening to Casino from the person who created the melodic blue.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I'm listening to Kendrick Lamar talking about booty 47 times on the same verse.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
And I just kept thinking to myself.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
And then after a couple more listens, I started to enjoy it. So I'm not gonna lie to you. As far as my personal review, I'm gonna keep it short, just like the album. If you don't know, the album's only 36 minutes. So to do projected to do 70 to 75,000 first week with only 11 tracks, 36 minutes in length. I mean, that's phenomenal. If he would have had a double disc as far as 22 tracks, he could have doubled his first week projections, and then we'll really be talking about Baby Keem in a different light. But just letting y'all know, people who put out double albums, the numbers are a little skewed, because to get through it, 11 versus like 21, you're already cutting in half as far as the consumption for that first time listen. Anyways, Baby Keem, as far as the album Casino, my favorite track is House Money. I don't know why it doesn't have featuring Kendrick Lamar, but I do like Kendrick Lamar's chorus. I think it could have been a little better. I think he's just not the greatest at having certain melodic elements that adds to the track. I think that's why him and Future work so well, and him and SZA work so well, because Kendrick could stay in his rapidy rap pocket, and SZA and Future could handle the melodic elements that people gravitate towards. So now, House Money, I think, is more of the same from Kendrick, but Baby Keem and Kendrick being on this track, as far as Kendrick handling the chorus as good as he could, and Baby Keem just going absolute ballistic on these verses, I think that's one of my standouts as far as the album. My other standout, I love the sequencing of the first three tracks. Going from No Security to Casino to Birds and the Bees, I love the sequencing of those tracks. So No Security and Casino is like my favorite part of the album, and it sets up the Casino vibe, and just using the elements of Casino sounds throughout your album, I think that's phenomenal. So Casino is probably my second favorite, and I'm not gonna lie, I did like Sex Appeal, but I'm not gonna cap to you. Maybe maybe this is a hot take. Actually, let me look this up so I can give this person his kudos. Let me see who produced this track. Let me see song credits. Here we go. All right, so production and engineering. Man, goodness gracious, they got everybody and their mama on here. Okay, let me just stick to the producers. So I don't recognize any of these people. I'm not gonna cap to you. Mix engineer. Who made the beat? That's all I want to know. Hold on, let's do some Mickey research right quick. Who made the beat to Baby Keem? Sex Appeal. 'Cause I know all these producers. They all these people. They ain't make one beat. Like, come on now. Okay. Let me see. It was produced by. Oh, it's produced by a team. Okay, so T.O. Home, which is also on here. So it is a whole team. I thought it was like a popular. Like, I thought it was gonna be like a hitmaker or something. But yeah, it's like a whole team of people. So T.O. Home, Scott Bridgeway, Jahan Sweet, Michael Uzo, what in the world? OG Volta and Danja. So shout out to them. I'm not gonna lie. I think they made the whole track. So, as far as a producer carrying a track, not to say what Baby Keem and Too Short did, I'm not saying what they did was terrible, but listening to that specific track, man, the production was on a whole nother level that I have to do it. That beat could have been given to another artist.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
I'm just trying to think, man, this beat is so fantastic. What is it missing? And then it came to me. A real melodic rapper, a.k.a. Drake, a.k.a. Travis Scott. This beat with the right artist, you already seen and heard what Future did to that Like That beat. and really to that whole album. But basically, that production to me does not fit Baby Keem. Now maybe I'm, hey, hot take. I told you I was a hot take, but that beat is just too immaculate for them to do that on it. I'm not saying they did bad. I'm just saying that beat is phenomenal. Really the best part of that track. So whenever somebody says I like the beat, whenever listening to a track over and over and over, safe to say, my brother, you're not the ingredient that makes that song special.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So that out the way. I guess I don't have a third favorite track. I told you I forced myself to like this track. Well, I kept saying I didn't, but, I like Baby Keem so much that I can't really slander Baby Keem. Unlike Size 7, White Tank Top, I think Baby Keem is very unproblematic, and especially the way he goes about his art, it's very respectable. So, as far as something that I'm not gravitating to, not saying it's a bad body of work, it was just a little underwhelming. It's just a little underwhelming, man. That's literally as nice as I can put it. I'm really trying my best, man. I'm trying my hardest, man.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look.
So anyways, with that being said, for the Baby Keem fanatics out there, he will be going on tour. As far as more details about his tour, it will be a North American leg starting April 15th. It ends June 7th. Followed by European dates, which there's no specific European dates yet. But if you're a huge Baby Keem fan, make sure to look at his tour list before April 15th, because that's when it starts. As far as the other thing, that's basically it. So shout out to Baby Keem. I'm a huge fan. This album, sometimes you can't make the melodic blue every time. And not to say this album is terrible, but it's just, it was just okay. It was solid. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Baby Keem's album? Do you think I'm tripping with my review? And of course, if you enjoyed the album, tell me your favorite track and why.
Shepherd, promise me you'll tell them to subscribe for ad-free content.
Now, of course, getting into BTS, which you already know, we have covered a numerous amount of times, especially on Notorious Mass Effect, as if you don't know, the first time I ever got into BTS was March 3rd, 2023. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, they've been notoriously affecting the masses for quite some time now, that objectively speaking, they are regarded as the biggest K-pop group of all time. So after putting immense respect on BTS, safe to say we're going to continue to do that, as not only do they have an album coming out March 20th, not only are they going on tour as far as a world tour where 34 cities and a total of 82 shows, but of course, when it comes to the K-pop record-breaking scaling of this tour, safe to say they also have partnered with Netflix. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the company that's buying up everything. Shout out to Warner Bros. But BTS is partnering with Netflix to create a documentary titled BTS The Return, that's coming out March 27th. So 7 days after the album, on the album's creation. So as far as all of these details that we're about to dive into, safe to say, the first thing we have to get out the way is, why did BTS as a collective take a hiatus? Well, ladies and gentlemen,
you guys,
I'm glad you asked. As when it comes to BTS, they had mandatory military service that they had to do, because of course in South Korea, the military code is that for all able-bodied men, they have to serve for a certain amount of time. And of course, all 7 members began enlisting for starting late 2022 to overlap to overlap and to minimize the group's absence. So basically, one will come back before the other and have their significant run as far as individually, until they all finish the mandatory military service and they can come back together as a collective. As when you look at the completion by all of the members, well, by the latest member, the last member completed their service by mid-2025. So here we are in 2026, and guess what? Don't call it a comeback, but the world's biggest K-pop group is about to notoriously affect the masses. Now, with all the theatrics out of the way, safe to say when it comes to BTS and touring, they have officially announced it, through their official social media account, which is like BTS_Big Hit. Because if you don't know, they're under Big Hit Entertainment. If you ever look at the bottom of any of their projects, it says Big Hit Music, which is the label that BTS is under. But part of their comeback is this tour. So if you don't know, it's a full-length concert cinema broadcast. And no, before you think it's only virtual, there are in-person dates and then there's virtual dates. So when it comes to the in-person dates, safe to say it starts, I'm trying to see if I can find it. So safe to say it starts April 2026 on the 9th. So April 9th is when it officially starts. Yeah. Trying to make sure I got my dates in order. At Goyang, South Korea. So that's where it all starts. They're going to be there April 9th, the 11th, and 12th. Those are in person. And of course, hold up now. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because I'm currently putting up the in-person dates for the avid K-pop fans out there. If this will pop up. I'm trying to be a W tech guy. So these are all the in-person dates, because I was going to read it out. But of course, it would just be easier if I just show you. So Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because right now I'm currently putting up all the dates as far as in person. So for the avid BTS fans out there, don't say I didn't warn you. You know what I'm saying? If you're saying that Dreamz didn't warn you,
whoop-de-doo.
If a BTS fan out there is saying that I didn't warn you,
whoop-de-doo.
Safe to say they are blatantly lying, as these are all the dates that BTS is going to be in person, as far as on April, May, June, and and then July for the year of 2026. And of course, you see all the dates right here. So with that being said, now I wanted to go to the virtual dates, as that's a separate event. So when it comes to the live viewing event, safe to say April 11th is when the live viewing of the Goyang Stadium show is happening. And when it comes to this, the live viewing is where the concert is broadcast in real time, or sometimes it's a slight delay for certain time zones. And it's going to be broadcasted to over 3,800 movie theaters in 80 countries. That's actually insane. So some of the particular movie chains that's included is AMC Theaters, Cinemark Theaters, Shaw Theaters, and Golden Village. Now, I'm not gonna lie to y'all.
You guys.
This is one of the greatest marketing strategies that I have ever seen. Because when it comes to people being followers, especially after they see a successful marketing strategy, safe to say BTS's live viewing of their shows while the album is rolling out may be replicated by popular acts going forward. Imagine if you have an album that's coming out, right? And you want to have a live viewing for everyone, but as far as the theater experience, not too many things brings them out. But we've seen that Taylor Swift has brought out people for her Disney Plus documentary that also was put in theaters for the first collab. And of course, nowadays you're seeing musicians being able to bring more people to theaters versus actual movies. So I think this marketing strategy, if successful by BTS, will be replicated by a lot of popular acts going forward. So anyways, let me get back into the rest of the live viewing dates. So April 18th is another live viewing date, which is of the Tokyo Dome show. And then March 21st, 2026, which is the pre-tour event, a special performance at the, okay, hold up now. The Goyang, bro. Okay, hold on. Let me get Jarvis to read this out so we don't butcher this horrendously. Here we go. Jarvis is about to pronounce this correctly.
Gwanghwaman Square.
Y'all heard that? Hold on now. Man, I don't know if I can replicate that one right there. That's a difficult one. Let's run that back.
Gwanghwaman Square.
Okay, so Gwanghwaman Square. Gwanghwaman Square. Hey, shout out to me. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, that is happening March 21st as far as the live streaming special performance. And it will be streamed live on Netflix worldwide to celebrate the album release. So if you don't know, the album, once again, is coming out March 20th. So the day after that, which honestly, let me see what that date falls on. Because, since it's Thursday at midnight, sometimes they get the dates wrong. So what did they say? They said March 20th. So 20th falls on a Friday. So technically, you know, if you stay up Thursday at midnight, it's going to be out. So if you stay up on the 19th at midnight, it should come out. But, you know, different time zones, things of that nature. So, yeah. So technically, Saturday is actually when it's happening as far as the live viewing event that you could go to Netflix for the worldwide celebration of the album release. So once again, I think this is a phenomenal marketing strategy. I think if you're a huge BTS fan out there, well, one, you already knew we was going to cover it. You know what I'm saying? I always give my rise to, well, I'm not going to say fame, but, you know, as far as the podcast is doing pretty well, I'm not going to lie to you. And when it comes to supporters of fan accounts, one of the first time I ever got posted on a social media platform by another fan account was from a Jungkook stan. And the reason why I point that out is because just to let you know how long I've been diving into BTS and covering their immense impact on the music industry. So safe to say, when I talk about BTS, this is not just some random K-pop group that's coming back from a hiatus. Well, from a group hiatus, because individually, they've still been doing their own thing. Like Jungkook, you already know that was one of the things that people kept coming back to me for as far as the updates on Jungkook. Lately, we began into J-Hope. Who else? Let me see. V from BTS, of course. Jimin. So we've talked about the individual, and those are the. I'm not trying to diss any of the other members, but as far as individually, I think those had a better outings, especially Jungkook. Everybody was trying to jump on Jungkook's wave in 2023. If you don't remember, Lotto jumped on the wave. There's a lot of other people. Let me see if I can type this in. Jungkook. So you had Lotto. You had, I think it was, what was his name? Kid Laroi. A lot of other people was trying to jump on his wave. But regardless, you know, we basically broke that down. And of course, people enjoy that type of coverage because at the end of the day, I do take my job seriously. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, get into the rest of the details about the Netflix event. Safe to say this is a huge partnership as BTS for the comeback. Partnering with Netflix shows you what type of time they're on, as when it comes to the documentary, it's going to be of the album's creation as far as the album Ari Rang. Hopefully I'm saying Ari Rang. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Ari Rang. I think I am, but you know, of course we need Jarvis to fact check that. Give me 1 second.
Ari Rang.
Okay, Ari Rang. So I kind of said it right. So anyways, when it comes to that album, we don't know how long it's going to be. If you go to DSPs, the preview is showing 14 tracks. But I don't know if those are just placeholders or if that's how long the actual album is. So if you're wondering how big BTS is, you already know I had to come with the analytical data, as BTS, objectively speaking, sold over 40 million albums in South Korea, by far the best-selling act in that area. Holds multiple Guinness World Records, first K-pop act to top Billboard 200. So safe to say, when it comes to K-pop, any and every K-pop artist will know, a K-pop fanatic, connoisseur will know about BTS. So now, when you look at 167 Daesangs, which is, I think, a Korean award show, most in Korean history, and amassed 105 plus million equivalent album sales globally. Now, hot take. All I'm saying is, Bad Bunny did just finish performing at the Super Bowl.
Shepherd.
All right, my fault. I ain't gonna get into all that. All I'm saying is, there's a particularly interesting opportunity for Sean Carter, aka Jay-Z. But I don't know if he's gonna pull that trigger.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Because there's not too many artists that's on the level of a Bad Bunny. But there is one out in Korea.
Shepherd.
All right, let's get back into it. So anyways, when it comes to BTS, they're no joke. Like, their live shows also are phenomenal. As when it comes to the previous tours, Love Yourself, which is the Love Yourself, Speak Yourself tour from 2018 to 2019, had 2 million people in attendance. And as far as this is overall, right? 246 million grossed, the highest for a non-English act. So when I give these suggestions to Sean Carter, aka Jay-Z, well, one, hey, y'all bookmark this. If the Super Bowl ends up using BTS, I'm gonna need my cut.
Shepherd.
All right, my fault. Let's get back into it. So, and then the other tour from BTS, which is called Permission to Dance on Stage. Like, yes, if y'all haven't seen a live, really any K-pop musician in general, Jennie from BlackPink, who else? There was other K-pop artists I was covering, but I'm trying to see who's really. Jennie really stands out. She ended up winning an Oscar for like a show she was on for best choreography. But anyways, let's get back into the overall point. K-pop musicians in general have a heavy emphasis on choreography. One of the main things, I'm not gonna say it was a critique, but as far as the Bad Bunny show, him not being able to dance, of course, is not the biggest complaint from me, but comparing it to other superstar performers, I think being able to dance definitely sets you apart from the pack, especially if you have the catalog to also give a fantastic performance. And of course, you already know the visuals are going to be on point from a K-pop musician. Basically, what I'm saying is BTS, when it comes to choreography, is second to none. Really, they may be one of the best dancing groups out there that's notoriously affecting the masses. I'm not talking about a group that's not selling. I'm talking about BTS, who's out here selling out everything, and the choreography is always on point. I may, have my black card. They may have to survey it after this, or we have to negotiate after this. But basically, I would compare them to, like, I don't even know if a Boys to Men is the greatest comparison, but the NSYNC choreography always on point. BTS is really one of them, basically the one of ones when it comes to choreography and dancing as a group, while also having monumental hits that the masses could at least recognize. So anyways, when it comes to the Permission to Dance on Stage tour that went from 2021 to 2022, essentially they had limited stadium shows plus stream/cinema gross high 75 million plus online and 32.6 million as far as the cinema record. So now when you come to them having this marketing strategy once again, as far as limited stadium shows while also live streaming certain stadium shows, I think that's a phenomenal strategy that we're going to see replicated more from a lot of the top musicians. Just you watch. So anyways, when it comes to BTS and their latest upcoming album, that's Soaring, when you're looking at BTS, you already know they're going to come with some type of single that's going to be very impactful. Let's just put it like that. As the way that they pick singles, I think a study needs to be done on the A&Rs in K-pop, because it seems like the A&R is just a lost cause, or just a lost art in today's age. An artist makes a song, makes an album, and they don't care what type of input comes into it. Now, when big hit music is notorious for having certain overseeing or overseers while the musical or just the artist creation process is going. Because if you don't know, let's just leave it at they're very hands-on. Let's just put it like that over in South Korea. So now, when you have a fantastic A&R that also has a group that's been putting out hits time and time again via your input, safe to say that it's probably going to be a trend going forward. And the reason why I say all that, to bring it full circle, is because One Republic's Ryan Tedder, the producer of Soaring, which is BTS's upcoming album, basically came out and said, quote, "I've been involved in BTS's next album quite a bit, ... I really want to say this. BTS are so amazingly talented. Honestly, it's one of the craziest things I've done in my career, period. They are amazing, period." But it doesn't stop there, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan Tedder went on to say, "You're going to love it. I think I'll get in trouble if I say more. So I'll stop here." The hype that BTS is currently accumulating is well earned. It's almost as if LeBron came out and was basically like, "I'm coming out of retirement," right? He hasn't retired, but it's like if LeBron retired and came back. Because once again, we're not talking about any K-pop group. BTS is the biggest K-pop group of all time. Like, objectively speaking, they are, to my hip-hop supporters out there, they are the Drake of K-pop. Partnering with Netflix after a 4-year hiatus is not normal. It's because they've seen the history, they've seen the data, they know that the BTS army is what they call themselves. They're gonna come out in droves to support this next album. And I've always been one of the army members, you know what I mean? Safe to say, especially my in-depth coverage of them. But whenever they do start their tour, which once again, I want to get the actual date for the first one. So the actual date for the first in-person event in Goyang Stadium is happening April 9th. Of course, the other date you need to look out for is the album Soaring coming out March 20th, 2026. And then the third date you need to know is BTS and Netflix's collab coming out the day after the album release, so it's easier to remember, March 21st. So BTS is going to have a notorious mass effect in the year of 2026, and I can't wait to see it coming to fruition. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about BTS not only announcing a worldwide tour, not only announcing an album documentary with Netflix, but also announcing the release date as their, I want to get the actual number, as their 5th studio album, Soaring, is coming out on all DSPs March 20th, 2026.
Shepherd, promise me you'll tell them to subscribe for ad-free content.
Now, getting into BlackPink once again, as the first time we ever covered them, of course, was in 2023, where I had a lot of acclaim and gave a lot of praise to Jennie from BlackPink with her collab with The Weeknd and with the track titled One of the Girls, which, if you don't know, we covered that back on June 23rd, 2023, and of course been covering them all the way up to the year of 2026. You know, so when it comes to K-pop, safe to say I'm very into specific notorious mass effects, especially when it comes from BTS, BlackPink, other K-pop groups in general, and especially the individual runs. As when you look at Jennie from BlackPink specifically, she helped them win Best Choreography. And I bring this up all the time because this was a big deal, right? As far as Jennie helping the Idol win the choreography award, I think when it comes to K-pop musicians, they may have one of the most consistent quality standards when it comes to choreography and music videos in general. So now, when you look at the group as a whole, safe to say, ladies and gentlemen, they just came back from over 3-year hiatus as far as an entire group to drop this EP titled Deadline. Now, if you don't know, BlackPink just dropped an EP titled Deadline. It is essentially 5 tracks, 14 minutes in length. And of course, the tracks are Jump, Go, Me and My, Champion, and let's just say it's a PG podcast. I think that last one is definitely a curse word, but let's just call it the boy track, right? So anyways, seems as if Go is the particular single for this EP release, as currently it's the only one with a music video. And of course, when you look at the charts as far as YouTube specifically, it currently has the most played music video in the world. Number 1 in the Philippines, number 4 in Thailand, and number 4 in Turkey. So that brings me to another point. I don't know if y'all know, but BlackPink isn't just some random K-pop group that just arose from the ashes. Basically, the main thing when it comes to BlackPink is that they're the first K-pop group ever to top Billboard 200, the first K-pop girl group to top Billboard 200. Now, of course, you're probably thinking to yourself, well, what about K-pop Demon Hunters? Well, what about them?
What they do?
No, I'm just playing. No. So as far as K-pop Demon Hunters, they basically still have the 11th most played track in the world, and they have the number 6 and, of course, the number 94th most played tracks in the world, where How's It Done is coming in at number 94 overall. We're talking about totality. And Golden is currently the 6th most played track in the world. So they're definitely still notoriously affecting the masses for an album that ended up coming out June 20th, 2025. to have an album that came out that long ago and still have the sixth most played track in the world is a phenomenal accomplishment. But when you compare BlackPink to K-pop Demon Hunters, safe to say there's really no comparison, as overall BlackPink has definitely generated more revenue and engagement than K-pop Demon Hunters. But of course, I had to throw that comparison out there because K-pop Demon Hunters, objectively speaking, not only is one of the, well, not one of, is the most successful soundtrack of all time, but also is one of the most successful groups of all time just because of that one soundtrack. So that's why I'm comparing the two. But as far as longevity, for one, BlackPink is real. You know, K-pop Demon Hunters, they are animated characters. Of course, the singers behind them are real, but BlackPink is more front-facing, whereas you look at K-pop Demon Hunters for the animated characters, not really the singers who voice the characters. So anyways, getting back into BlackPink, as far as their tour, fanatics will be pleased to know that the BlackPink tour as of March 2026, they've had previous tours such as the Best Pink World Tour that went from 2022 to 2023, 66 sold out shows, 1.8 million attendees, and grossed $330 million worldwide. The highest by a female group, Asian act, and vocal group in history at the time. So now, you look at the Deadline World Tour that's went from last year, 2025, into this year, which is BlackPink's biggest yet. 81 shows across 3 continents, which is stadium-focused, full stadium tour. And of course, when you look at the projections, safe to say they are exceeding prior records, and a lot of people are coming out in droves. It's not finished yet, so I can't give you the overall revenue, but let's just say it's doing phenomenal. And of course, when it comes to the EP that was just dropped as far as Deadline, people are also going to run back to that after watching the live performance. So not only are we talking about one of the most notorious K-pop groups in the world, but as far as a girl group, they're definitely the cream of the crop as far as analytically speaking. They definitely put up dreamlike analytics as they're the most subscribed music act on YouTube. They are the first Korean group to headline Coachella back in 2023. They have the highest grossing tour by a girl group with a Born Pink World Tour, which are probably going to surpass with the current tour they're on with Deadline. And of course, as far as their singles, I'm pretty sure y'all have heard APT by Bruno Mars, right? Rosie from BlackPink was on that specific track. Lisa had multiple VMA awards as far as best K-pop, best first female soloist to win that award twice, right? And then you have Jennie, my favorite out of BlackPink, because of course the One of the Girls track with The Weeknd to this day, I say is one of the best tracks I've ever heard in life. Now, of course, when it comes to her specifically, 20 weeks on Hot 100, multiple MAM, it says Mama, but I think it's just MAMA awards. Now, let me see what the abbreviation, what MAMA abbreviation. Let me see, what is that? Because, you know, I got to do a little Mickey research right quick. I'm pretty sure it's like their own award show, but I want to get the actual full name. So it's the Mnet Asian Music Awards. Hey, only here on Notorious Mass Effect. I kid you not. So anyways, as far as the Mnet Asian Music Awards, Jennie specifically won that multiple times for best collaboration, and the first Korean soloist Billboard Women in Music Award back in 2025. So individually, all these artists are doing phenomenal in BlackPink. And guess what? No, I did not forget Jisoo. Jisoo, I think that's how you pronounce it. As with her solo releases, acting, as far as her show, the show she was a part of, Snowdrop, all launched under own labels as far as individually. So these artists are doing their own thing. I would say, you know, for my humble opinion, you know, scouring the music industry, Rosie and Jennie definitely seems to be the superstars of BlackPink. I'm open to being wrong, but from what I've seen, that is what stands out most to me, especially when Jennie, I think she was the main reason that The Idol won Best Choreography. Because if you watch that show, you already know.
Shepherd.
No, I mean, I got to tell them, you already know that the quality was below sea level. So there's a reason why they got Best Choreography. Let's just say Jennie had a lot to do with that. Anyways, as far as the 3-year hiatus, the reason why they took such a break is because after the 2022 Born Pink being such a massive tour, right, they basically had to renew group contracts with YG in 2023. So of course, you know, when it comes to renewing contracts and negotiations, you never know how it goes behind the scenes. So I'm thinking that's what caused the hiatus. A lot of them went on their individual ways, but guess what? They're back together now, officially speaking, with their album Deadline that's out now on all DSPs. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about BlackPink currently having the most viewed music video in the world for their track Go off of their EP that's out now called Deadline? And if you listen to the EP, what is your favorite track? And who is your favorite member out of BlackPink and why?
Shepherd, promise me you'll tell them to subscribe for ad-free content.
Now, of course, we've dove into Live Nation before, and time again, I showcase and tell y'all why Live Nation holds such immense power in the music industry.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn.
To the point where some will call them a monopoly.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
And the reason why I'm saying that is because all the way back on October 7th, 2024, I dove into how DOJ's blockbuster lawsuit against Live Nation / Ticketmaster was a big deal, especially in the music industry. And then guess what? In the year of 2026, the Department of Justice once again is not only pursuing an antitrust lawsuit against Live Nation, but now it is currently underway.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
So if you look at the news and see a lawsuit being settled as far as the Doge blockbuster lawsuit, just know that you heard it here first. As far as covering this in 2024, I already knew this was going to be a big deal. And safe to say, in the year of 2026, it seems like they have all their ducks in a row as they're ready to get it started, especially against one of the biggest, quote-unquote, allegedly, monopolies. I say quote-unquote, really just allegedly monopolies in the game. So anyways, getting into the details. The U.S. Department of Justice is pursuing an antitrust lawsuit against Live Nation Entertainment, the parent company of Ticketmaster. And when it comes to that, the case alleges that Live Nation and Ticketmaster illegally monopolized the live concert industry in the United States. Now, if I speak, I'll be in big trouble.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at.
But let's just say Live Nation is not a company that you really want to mess with. Let me just put it as plainly as that. You know, a lot of people have these conspiracies. It's really not a conspiracy. If you control the ticket, if you control the parking lot, if you control the doors, if you control the merch, if you control everything about the venue, and then you try to buy the venue and they say, oh, we only do business through Live Nation, safe to say that is a monopoly, ladies and gentlemen.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
You control everything around the venue to the point where the venue probably says, you know what, it'll be best if you go through this company. And then you don't, and then mysterious things start happening every single time with every single artist that doesn't go with Live Nation. You start to realize.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So anyways, the U.S. Department of Justice, they're fed up with it, right? So they allege that Live Nation and Ticketmaster, well, I already said that. Okay, so the trial is already underway. It started officially March 3rd, 2026. It's expected to last up to 6 weeks before a Manhattan jury. I just want to let y'all know how much of a big deal this is. I know everybody loves negativity as far as in the Diddy, Baby Oreo, even in the acting world with, what was his name? Johnny Depp and who was the other girl name who was pooping everywhere? The Amber girl. Basically, people love that type of drama, but I'm not going to lie to you. This is my favorite type of drama. Big company versus big company. Because when it comes to U.S. Department, it's safe to say they're the biggest. When it comes to companies, even though, you know, technically they're not like for like profit and things of that nature, basically for the U.S. But them going at Live Nation is some of my favorite things to deep dive into because this is going to have huge ramifications on the entire music industry as if they end up winning, Ticketmaster and Live Nation could potentially be broken up, dramatically reshaping the live music industry. So that's a big deal if the government wins. And if the government has to come together and have 6 weeks of what they call deliberation or whatever going, I don't know if deliberation is the right word, but basically going against Live Nation for 6 weeks to try to win a case, safe to say, Live Nation is no joke.
You guys.
I said Live Nation is no joke.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So anyways, this lawsuit was originally filed in 2024. You would know if you follow Notorious Mass Effect. We covered it October 7th, 2024, because it was a big deal. I thought it was a big deal then. I think it's a big deal now. So 39 U.S. states is behind this lawsuit. The District of Columbia, of course. These entities claim the companies control too many parts of the live music industry, kind of like what I was just saying, use that control to limit competition and increase profits. And of course, when it comes to the origins of this case, just know Taylor Swift is the biggest gangster in the industry for a reason. I keep saying time and time again, when it comes to standing up to certain things, Taylor Swift, not to put on my conspiracy hat, it's one of the main reasons I believe that artists even came back to TikTok when UMG took it off. If you don't know, UMG and TikTok was beefing. And I covered that all the way back when, I don't know if I had to type in TikTok, let me see. So TikTok was going through all the bans, right? Let me see. Yeah, here we go. January 31st, 2024, I covered Universal Music Group versus TikTok. Taylor Swift, Drake, and more may exit TikTok. Guess what? They did. They took all the UMG artists off of TikTok. If you remember, January 2024 is a big deal. Basically, conspiracy theory, because she never like came out and said, yeah, I did that. But, you know, the biggest artist on UMG basically was like, hey, if y'all don't put us back on TikTok, she was basically leveraging herself in a way that, you know how Drake is suing UMG right now?
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
And people was like, Stephen A. Smith reincarnated the mitigated goal of Aubrey Graham to go against UMG. Guess what? Taylor Swift did it, and she actually won. And all the musicians went back to TikTok. Now, of course, that's my conspiracy theorist brain working. I do have a lot of like different sources I use as far as putting that together, but I don't have like, oh, Taylor Swift coming out saying she did it or somebody from her camp. I just know in general from the behind the scenes happenings how Taylor Swift was, you know, basically she was using some persuading tactics, let's just put it like that, as far as her fan base. And just ask Scooter Braun. You see, have I talked about that before? Just ask Scooter Braun how persuading Taylor Swift can get when she uses her fan base. Anyways. So, Taylor Swift has gotten things done before. Just know that. 2022 Eras Tour, as far as the Ticketmaster crisis investigation, intensified after the 2022 pre-sale for the Eras Tour by Taylor Swift. Basically, the Ticketmaster website crashed. Millions of fans was unable to buy tickets. But guess what? Massive queues and technical failures was not enough, because they basically said the consequences was the U.S. The federal scrutiny of Ticketmaster's operation and renewed debate over the monopoly concerns, because it's like, if this is the only site, why are there not other sites that you can go get tickets from? And then the government realized, it was like, that's a monopoly.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So that's essentially what happened. So now, Ticketmaster is obviously, you know, they not going with any of this. They're basically hearing what the Doge have to say. They basically saying,
whoop-de-doo.
It was like, you think we a monopoly?
Whoop-de-doo.
Well, they're proving in court.
Whoop-de-doo. If we beat these folk, whoop-de-doo. We beat them. We go forward.
That's exactly how Ticketmaster is talking to Live Nation right now. Be like, hey, if we beat these folks, then whoop-de-doo. If we don't, then hey, we still a big company regardless. But right now, I can't say objectively speaking, but allegedly, they are one of the biggest, they have one of the bigger influences on the music industry. Let's just put it like that when it comes to the Ticketmaster and Live Nation partnership. So anyways, when it comes to previous controversies as far as Ticketmaster did have a famous incident back in 1994 with Pearl Jam, which boycotted Ticketmaster over high service fees, right? And of course, other milestones happened, such as 1976, Ticketmaster being founded, right? That came into fruition. 1996, Live Nation was founded, began promoting concerts. And 2009, Live Nation and Ticketmaster announced plans to merge. And they said to themselves, this is not even Kobe and Shaq. This is like Kobe and Michael Jordan.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look.
And then the government stepped in. 2010, Doge approved the merger with, that was the merger they approved. But now Doge stepped in currently as far as 2024 up until now, as far as the trial starting March 3rd, 2026. So Now that the government stepped in, it was like, hey man, y'all can't have this much control over the music industry because this is egregious. I think when it comes to Taylor Swift being a very important player in whichever way this goes, I'm not saying Taylor Swift could put out a tweet and obviously that side wins. I'm not saying that. I'm saying if Taylor Swift was
whoop-de-doo.
If Taylor Swift was the
whoop-de-doo.
You know, that's my snitching drop. I don't know why I keep playing Young Thug, but if Taylor Swift was to say a couple things to the government to help them win the case, maybe that could help her career as well. You know, just a little food for thought. You know what I'm saying? Just a little food for thought.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Anyways, with that being said, so Live Nation obviously, you know, dismisses these claims, and when it comes to Live Nation and the objective facts, as far as them managing 400 plus artists, the company controlling more than 265 venues in North America, Ticketmaster objectively controlling about 80% of primary ticket sales. People are arguing that this pressures artists, locks venues into exclusive contracts, and pushes competitors out of the market. And all I'm saying is, where's the lie?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at.
So anyways, let's keep going. So when it comes to the long-term venue contracts, venues are allegedly forced into long-term exclusive agreements with Ticketmaster. I just wonder how Live Nation is able to pull that off.
I just don't like it, man. I just don't like that shit, man.
When you look at it in totality, you come to realize that Ticketmaster and Live Nation have been at this for quite some time. It was just, you know, it was a matter of time before the government stepped in. It was like, hold up now. Y'all are really like dominating. It's like if like in sports terms, like it's like if Michael Jordan and Kobe, you know, in their prime was able to play on the same team. It's like, you know, hold up now, man. This ain't how it's supposed to go. We're supposed to have some type of parity. You know what I mean? Competition brings the best out of everybody, and y'all just dominating. Like nobody else should even show up because y'all just dominating that much. That's how Live Nation and Ticketmaster is. And of course, some people may be like, oh, well, that's just the sport of competition. Like, if you just dominating, well, you should just be rewarded. And no, my brother. I don't think you understand the type of tactics they go with if you choose the competition. You choose another company outside of Live Nation, and all of a sudden, all type of headlines just start to pop up from clipping channels. And, you know, it's not like I run any clipping channels myself. So, you know, I'm just, you know, it's like certain things that approach you. It's like, hold up now. That's not the truth. Raw Wave ain't flopping. He putting butts in seats. Hold up now. That's not the truth. You telling me this person not selling, but I'm looking at the whole actual official tour list, the official website, and I'm clicking on it, and I can't find a seat. So clipping channels are being incentivized to talk bad about certain artists that aren't touring with Live Nation. And you come to realize they have way more power than the average ticket company, and yet they're still pulling these tactics, man.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So, you know, speaking in truth is very there's a lot of repercussions when it comes to Live Nation. Let's just put it like that. You know, shooting for the stars, you know, hopefully Notorious Mass Effect is able to tour at some point. And if this deal, if Live Nation and Ticketmaster, if they end up winning this, they may go back to this episode. They be like, hold up now.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I know that ain't true. All that stuff you was talking coming to us. Well, actually, now we coming to you with a deal that you have to take. You know, I heard what you said, and guess what? We won that case, and we still bullying the scene. They feel they bullied the whole scene about anybody who talks bad about them. So just know this comes with very unique transparency. Let's just put it like that. And also that comes with repercussions. So let's continue. When it comes to Doge, they're claiming that Live Nation sometimes punishes venues that switches ticketing providers. It's almost like I just said that. Anyways, former Barclays Center CEO. Oh, we snitching?
Whoop-de-doo.
Testified. Oh yeah, they got snitches now. That's what I'm talking about. Barclays Center CEO John Abamondi. I don't know how to say that name. I kid you not. I ain't even trying to be funny. Testified that Live Nation CEO Michael Rapino threatened fewer concerts if the venue switched to SeatGeek. Oh, they have snitches.
What they do?
I was wondering how they was going to get Ticketmaster and Live Nation because it took them a while to get the trial underway, and it's going to be going for 6 weeks. So high-powered snitches, like a CEO coming out and snitching on other CEOs. I mean, I just love to see it. It just warms my heart that other CEOs are willing to actually tell the truth, man. That's what's up. Anyways, as far as the defense from Live Nation, I do want to give you the entire facts. Keep it 8 more than 92. When it comes to Live Nation denying the monopoly claims, the defense attorney, David Marriott, argued that the government cherry-picked evidence. The live events market is more competitive than ever. Ticketmaster receives only about 5% of ticket prices. Ticketmaster only receives about 5% of.
The movie with you, and then we're gonna go back.
Nigga, did you know that I can see you? Nigga, you right there. It's on your nose. But then,
You guys. See, that's the problem.
I just don't like that blatant lying to your face, bro. I just don't like it.
I just don't like it, man.
That stuff crazy.
I just don't like that shit, man.
Ain't no way he said that with a straight face, man. That's crazy. Anyways, I said I was gonna keep it 8 more than 92. Let me just keep reading off of what he had to say. He said many accusations are exaggerated by the government. He also goes to say that the average Ticketmaster fees is $7.58 average per ticket at major venues. According to legal analysts, fans may have overpaid between $1 and 1.5 to 1.7 per ticket. Interesting. These numbers were presented to demonstrate financial harm to consumers. So when it comes to the ruling, 6 weeks, obviously, it's going to take until we actually find out who wins, the government or Live Nation and Ticketmaster. But in all honesty, there's not too many companies in the music industry that could actually have a legit shot against just the government wanting to see you disband as a monopoly. Usually the government gets what they want. But if there was a partnership that could combat the government as far as in the courtroom, I think it's Live Nation. Not gonna lie, they're very powerful. I'm not just saying that, bro. There are many examples. But of course, the potential outcome is breaking up Live Nation and Ticketmaster. I'm not gonna lie, y'all gonna see a lot of cheaper concerts if they break up. A lot of cheaper concerts. Y'all think live concerts are expensive right now? If the government ends up winning, bottom line is you're going to see cheaper concerts because competition, the competitive nature will be back. There will be parity in ticketing sites instead of the alleged monopoly that Ticketmaster and Live Nation currently has. So anyways, with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Live Nation versus the DOJ? Which, if you don't know, is the U.S. Department of Justice. And at the end of the day, which side are you on and why? Now, safe to say, ladies and gentlemen, this is the epitome of what Notorious Mass Effect is all about. Because, of course, over here, we dive into the gaming and music IPs that notoriously affect the masses. But safe to say, for this specific segment, we are about to get into the global revenue of the video game industry.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming.
Yeah.
Like, what is going on?
So safe to say, as far as what's going on, the video game industry, as far as global sales for 2025, has surpassed $195.6 billion, with the B, billion dollars. A 5.3% increase as far as year over year. So, of course, this is the all-time industry, a new all-time industry high, surpassed the prior record set in 2021. And some of y'all may be saying, I thought COVID was the peak of consumerism in video game because of how everybody was inside. Well, I guess objectively speaking, you are now incorrect, as right now, dare I say that we are in the golden age of video games.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Because, of course, as far as the plethora of games that people have been diving into as a gamer, you have your EA games going insane to the point where they just sold, or I think they was bought out or something like that. As far as, cause I remember covering it. I want to see if I can find it. So as far as EA, I think if I type in Saudi, it should pop up. Saudi. Yeah, here we go. I covered it October 8th, 2025. EA sold for $55 billion to Jared Kushner and the Saudi investors. And we're going to get more into Saudi and their investment firms in a second. But the main thing I wanted to focus on is just one of the biggest Notorious Mass Effect gaming, the publishing studios out there that led to this type of mammoth of a rise in gaming history. Because, of course, I always give Mario the biggest kudos for saving gaming, right? I mean, as you can see at this chart right here, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. As you can see, by far, Super Mario Bros. Is leading the pack. You know, putting triple entendre, don't even ask me how. But when you look at this entire chart, safe to say the immense respect that needs to be put on Mario's name for not only saving the gaming industry back in, 1980s, but essentially making it to where people didn't look at gaming as such a kiddie hobby as far as like they did in the past. A lot more respect has been put on the gaming industry because of Mario, and it's similar to how anime connoisseurs started to put more respect on people who watch anime when the Dragon Ball Z's, the Naruto's of the world came along, right? So anyways, with that being said, getting back into the overall revenue, when you look at the development, right, as far as 50+ billion spent on content development, the second consecutive year at this level, you come to realize not only are we having record-breaking revenue from the video game industry, but also the development cost is rising as well. So a lot of developers are out here thinking to themselves, well, maybe we should raise the price. And all I got to say to that, hold on now.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
I know you ain't see Fortnite come out as a free-to-play game and completely decimated the competition, right? So if you think you're going to come out as a non-free-to-play game and get the attention of gamers when this field is as competitive as it's ever been, well, I got some bad news for you.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
And, you know, I don't want to throw any games under the bus as far as, you know, being a prime example of that. All I'm going to say is, you know, make sure to go watch Notorious Mass Effect episode 157. As you know, when we dove into a specific game, you know, I'm not really going to say what type of game I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to, that'll be too much. You know what I'm saying? I would never put a game like that on blast because I'm pretty sure what the developers are going through is more than enough scrutiny as far as what's an example of how gamers can move on from a solid game, but just because the competition is so hectic, people just move on like that. So as far as the development costs rising and attention on your certain product being increasingly difficult to attain the masses, I think when it comes to the development price, a lot of people who are publishers or publishers, because they basically front the bill, they're more hesitant to go on to basically risk their money on IPs that aren't as acclimated in the gaming culture. For example, the old God of War remake. I think the old God of War trilogy got a remake because of how cemented that IP is. It's less of a gamble than, let's say, a new IP that may have just completely blown everybody out of the water, right? So for every Expedition 33, publishers are still looking at that as too much of a gamble, and that's why I gotta say it's a shame.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
So getting into the profitability of the getting into the operating profits, it remains below 2019 levels. So despite the growth in overall revenue, and despite the 40% increase in consumer spending since 2019, because of the development costs growing as well, some are saying that the operating margins are far below pre-pandemic levels. So now you come to a crossroad where video game industry is making so much money But and I don't think it's a bad thing. They're investing or reinvesting a lot of that revenue back into the next project, which I don't think is a bad thing. Once again, I do not think it's a bad thing. But when you come to the overall perception of gamers, I do believe these developers are fronting when they talk about how much money they're actually making from games because of the development costs offsetting that. Now, I'm not saying it is deserving or fair for them to raise prices. I'm just saying that they need to find a better way on making games at a lower development cost, which may be easier said than done. But guess what? It's also easier to find a game that is an animation style versus a lifelike style as far as the GTA, like, which just skyrockets the budget through the roof, right? So for every GTA, you need to look at them, look at the copycats, Mind's Eye, for example, and just say to them, hey, not every game could be a GTA-like game with development costs through the roof. Sometimes an animation type of game, I mean, take a page out of, actually take the whole book from Nintendo. The reason why their graphics are at a certain level is because they want to keep their profit margin at a certain level. So at some point, developers do need to recognize that instead of trying to replicate the next GTA. Anyways, as far as private funding, it's been down 55% year over year. I actually don't know why, but the multi-year decline from the pandemic highs probably is why. You know, the investors probably like, I'm not making as much money while putting in the same amount of dollars. Let me just pull out. So as far as it being down 55% year over year, that's the only reason I could come up with why that makes sense. Now, as far as the Q4 of 2025 investment activity, you have 40 total deals, just a little under 100 million in pre-seed funding and about 200 plus million in early stage funding. I don't know the difference of that, but hey. So for a pandemic comparison, early stage funding was around 1.3 billion. Goodness gracious. In Q3 of 2021. Q4 of 2025, it was around 200 million, an 85% difference, right? Pre-seed funding for the peak, COVID times, Q1 of 2022 was around 400 plus million. And then 2025 of Q4 was a little under 100 million, a 75% difference, right? And now you look at the quarterly deal count as far as in the pandemic, Q4 of 2021 was 210 plus, and there was 40 deals in Q4 of 2025, 5 times fewer deals. So now you come to realize that not only are we working with a very ample sample size, but the main thing is gaming is making as much money as ever, but the development cost does not need to skyrocket to the moon because of it. It's almost as if developers are out here making so much money from different video games that they develop that they think they need to keep up with the Joneses because they're looking at what Rockstar is doing. Sometimes if you make a lot of money, you can reinvest that into other things that doesn't skyrocket the budget. For a prime example would probably be, well, like, once again, I keep saying Nintendo. Make a content or a graphic, like a budget-friendly, graphically enhanced game, right? Meaning animations, things of that nature. Like a Hi-Fi Rush. People enjoy that game. I would assume, as a Spider-Man fan, let me put this as an example. As a Spider-Man fan, you have this comic book style Spider-Man game. I forget what it's called. I think it's Spectacular Spider-Man or something like that. Let me see. Spectacular Spider-Man. I don't know what it's called. Venom. Video game. It's like the comic book one. Comic book. I don't know if it's gonna pop up, honestly. So, let me see. Oh, Ultimate Spider-Man. That's what it's called. Okay, so this game right here. So basically, what I'm saying is, if you make a game like this, that's immaculate, right? In every stretch of the imagination, when you look at a game like this, you come to realize that this game is fantastic. So I don't know how to pull this up without seeming like a old man. So let me just screenshot it. So this game right here, right? Let me see, screenshot that and then. Okay. So Ultimate Spider-Man. This game, because I don't want to give like problems without the solution. So this game is immaculate, right? All Spider-Man fans or real Spider-Man fans will say this is a fantastic game, right? You look at the graphic style and you compare it to a game like Spider-Man PS4. If the budget cost is lower due to this type of graphics, but the storytelling is still Spider-Man PS4, you think people would care? You know what I'm saying? People would just enjoy the game and be like, hold up now, you don't enjoy it because of the graphics?
What they do?
And you're not even paying attention to the story, the heart-wrenching moments at the end, all because of the graphics like this? I think that's why when developers are making games, I think that's what they're going wrong at. You can still make a fantastic story without having the graphics at a certain level as far as lifelike. So anyways, hopefully that example made sense. So as far as the development cost is rising with the money that they're making in the global revenue, I think they're trying to keep up with the Joneses as far as that specific quote, which means you're basically trying to keep up with the competition as far as a lifestyle, and you just can't afford it. You just simply can't afford the development costs that a Rockstar can, that an EA can, right? And even EA's lost a lot of money. So anyways, that's a little solution I would give. Anyways, let's get back into layoffs, because with all the revenue, we cannot dismiss the layoffs, especially in the field of we can't dismiss the layoffs, especially in the field of video games. As in 2025, when you look at the 9,200 jobs lost, which is 40% versus 2024. 2024 had 15,000 layoffs. Crazy, right? The 4-year total, 2022 had 8,500 layoffs. 2023 had 10,000 layoffs. 2024 had 15,000 layoffs. 2025 had 9,000 layoffs. So 44,000 layoffs in total. We're just talking about the gaming industry right here. So now, when you look at North America, 61% of layoffs, only 22% of global job openings. In Europe, 16% of layoffs, 22% of job postings. So I think the year-over-year pandemic effects made a lot of developers feel like they're making all of this money. They can raise development costs and cut off more people, cut off staff members, because they feel like with more money, maybe they could use AI and deal with less staff members, which is was wrong assumption, but they're learning. Some developers are learning it the hard way. And then getting into the outsourcing surge, I mean, that's more nerdy. I don't know if I want to get into that. I may lose some of y'all. Let's get into the console market. So of course, when you look at the console market and what it has attributed to the global revenue of the video game industry, you have 41.6 billion as far as in 2025 consumer spending, and of course, that is up 2.3% versus the 2020 record that was 41.1 billion. So 2025 consumers are spending more than ever. Once again, I believe consumerism is at an all-time high, which is why we get these, off-the-wall takes as far as a game being terrible or just mid, and technically it's like a 7 or 8 out of 5. Like, to me, something that's mid is like a 5 or 6, right? I guess a 5 would be terrible. Like a 6, right? Because I'm thinking middle of the pack. But I think when people say mid, it's basically covered so many different games that don't deserve it, in my opinion, as far as being called mid, that solid to good games are being called mid because it's not great. But once again, the reason why I'm saying that is circling back to the consumer spending. So many people are diving into the video game lane that they're starting to give an opinion that they aren't really as educated about that they believe they are, right? So anyways, getting into the Nintendo Switch, with that hardware, it surpassed 17 million units, which sold quickly. Of course, Nintendo is just selling like hotcakes when it comes to the Switch platform. Like, when they put out, what was it, the Wii U? I think it was the Wii U. We thought, not Wii, but, a lot of people was like, man, Nintendo may not be able to top the Wii, the original Wii, right? And they was like, Nintendo, they lost it. They can't make another great console to save their life. And then guess what? The Nintendo Switch came. So now we already accounted for the 2025 sales when it comes to the Nintendo Switch 2, specifically selling around or surpassing 17 million units, selling out quickly. Let's get into PC's side of what it attributed to the global revenue, as PC content rose to 40.7 billion in 2025, up from 31.4 billion in 2020. And of course, when it comes to the 30% growth since 2020, I mean, that's just a phenomenal accomplishment. Now, I ain't gonna lie, I spilled a whole drink on myself while trying to talk. Hey, I'm not cutting that out either. Anyways, back to it. So now when you look at PC and its notorious Mass Effect, dare I say, pun intended, to add to the global revenue by 40 billion, some would say, and don't kill me for this may be a hot take, but some would say PC gaming may be the premier system to experience all type of games on. Now, I'm not trying, hey,
whoop-de-doo.
Don't snitch on me.
Whoop-de-doo.
All I'm saying is if you have a PC, there's a plethora of ways to play every game from every platform. You know what I'm saying?
Shepherd.
All right, my fault. All I'm saying is anyways, PC gaming is one of the best ways to game, in my opinion, especially for bang up front. You are going to be spending a lot, right? There's just no way around it. But when you come to the gaming side of PC, as far as Steam, you come to realize that games go on sale more often than a Nintendo, PlayStation, or Xbox. You go to Steams and sometimes they're like 70, 80% off. And these are like games that just came out, right? You go to a game like Nintendo or a popular game from Nintendo. You think that game going on sale? Oh, my fault.
You guys.
You think that game going on sale?
You guys.
And you look at a video game from PlayStation and Xbox, they're definitely not going on sale. So when you look at PC market, I think that is honestly one of the better ways to game as an avid gamer, especially the different ways you can play games from every single platform. Now, I'm not going to tell y'all how, but
whoop-de-doo.
That'll be snitching.
Whoop-de-doo.
I'm just saying that it's possible. It's possible with a little research. Google is your friend. So anyways, PC attributed 40.7 billion to the global revenue of video game industry. And of course, we have to talk about China. Now, I do not have the Donald Trump China ad lib from him because, of course, I ain't trying to have him on my soundboard. But that's what I think of as far as how China came through and just very much taking over the video game field as far as having 20% of global player spending, 38% of global spending growth. Even though it's not majority, the growing aspect is way faster and much faster than a lot of other regions. And I do believe when it comes to Chinese dollars, as far as investing in different developers in the States, that's a real thing that's currently happening. And to put it in layman's terms, if people from somewhere else, as far as Saudi, as far as China, is investing into American developers, safe to say a certain change is going to happen in the way that games are structured and put out. Hopefully I put that in the most lamest terms possible, because if I'm giving you money and overseeing a project, and let's just say I don't like something about the project, you think you're going to leave it in, or you think because I'm funding the whole thing, you're going to take it out? Y'all let me know. So with that being said, 2025 overall has just been a fantastic year for gaming. I definitely wanted to dive into this once I saw it, as far as the analytical data, as far as, this being 2025 being the most successful year, and with 2 months into 2026. So that's why I wanted to touch on this, because of course, coming off of the most consumerism type of year, especially with, what was the number again? Especially with consumers spending over, I had it for, consoles, but I don't think I have it overall. Yeah, I don't have it overall. But as far as the revenue, let's just go with that. $195.6 billion in global video game revenue, which is a 5.3% year-over-year increase, a new all-time industry high. So whenever we're getting into the video game IPs that notoriously affect the masses, I like to have take a second, have a bird's eye view, and basically point out certain things that's globally, or that's helping with the global revenue for video games. Because I do not see mobile games on here. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. That kind of struck me. I'm like, hold on, where's mobile game? Nah, mobile gaming, they definitely have a whole market. I don't see that on here. I see Roblox now, obviously. Oh, here we go. Okay, I spoke too soon. So when you look at mobile spending, and as far as the numbers for them, they don't really talk too much about mobile games. Interesting. Mobile games, the mobile player base definitely attributes a lot to the global revenue of 2025. Actually, let me look that up, because where is that now in my notes? Gotta do some Mickey research right quick. Mobile gaming. Mobile. Hey, don't laugh at my Mickey research. Hey, guess what? It got us the answer, didn't it? So I really spent a lot of drink on. I'm a little kid, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. Anyways, according to Newzoo's year-end analysis that ended in December 2025, the global games market reached a record 100. Oh, shout out to what in the world? Yo, what type of name is that? Yeah, that's a crazy name. For people watching after the fact on my podcast platform, just know I'm currently live. That's all you need to know. But shout out to you for following, man. I don't know about that name, man. I ain't gonna care. I'm just gonna call you C-Town, man. Shout out to you, man. I appreciate you for following. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so Newzoo projections estimated that 103 billion came from mobile. Okay, that's why I was like, hold up now. I know mobile gaming had a huge part to do with that, because mobile in general is how most people game. I mean, if you're a grandma, if you see your grandma playing a little block or Tetris game on her tablet, guess what? She's a mobile gamer.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So now when you look at Newzoo in general, as far as the reports of mobile gaming being 55% of the global revenue overall, that makes more sense. Because I'm like, hold up now, mobile makes way more money than any of these platforms. I'm not going to say combined, but it's close. Like, Drake leaps and bounds is ahead of a lot of rappers when it comes to analytical numbers. That's how mobile is when it comes to gaming industry, right? So that being said, its dominance is sustained, of course. 7.7 year-over-year increase for the global mobile gaming revenue. So, I definitely wanted to, because if I didn't talk about mobile, then what's this whole list for? Like, why talk about the global revenue of gaming if we couldn't dive into the mobile side? So, I'm glad I was able to do that, because it was not on my initial notes, but I'm glad I remembered to look that up. As far as the development costs, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but like I keep saying, can't keep up with the Joneses if you're going to shut down as a studio. What I mean by that, if you're going to make a lot of money and then also raise development costs and the sacrifice of your staff members, I think the best route to go is to make a graphic budget-friendly game. Hopefully that makes sense. And just have the same amount of storytelling that you would have with a live action game. Similar to my Spider-Man example. If you had a ultimate Spider-Man level of game, level of graphics, right? But you had a Spider-Man PS4 level of story, I don't think anybody would care. And Ultimate Spider-Man is a great game. Don't think I'm trashing the story. But if Spider-Man PS4 was that same type of graphics, I think people would have still enjoyed it. I mean, it's really about the gameplay loop, and I'm not even going to say the graphics. Like, who cares that the hair molecules are on the nose as far as when you zoom in? I just want to know, does it have a great gameplay loop? And does it have a fantastic story? This is not a movie. It doesn't have to be lifelike at all times, right? So anyways, that's my last time again on that soapbox. So, that's basically it as far as me breaking down how video game industry is just doing phenomenal. Once again, shout out to the gamers out there actually playing their games, you know what I'm saying? Actually supporting the developers, you know what I'm saying? Actually showcasing.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. Y'all get the point. So, with that being said, if you don't take anything out of this immense deep dive into the global gaming industry, just know this: $195.6 billion that we generated in 2025, a 5.3% year-over-year increase, but more importantly, the new all-time industry record. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the global video game revenue in 2025 being around 195 billion? And of course, overall, what do you think that gaming developers and publishers need to keep doing to increase the revenue, or not even increase the revenue, but increase the enjoyment level for consumers going into this year, the rest of this year, and next year?
Shepard, promise me you'll tell them to subscribe for ad-free content.
Now, at the end of the day got to end.
Shepard.
All right, in all seriousness, we have to get into something that is very much going to affect the gaming industry.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
As I've talked about this before, as far as PC prices increasing, and of course, not even just PC prices, really just really just Microsoft raising prices on Xbox consoles, Sony, PlayStation getting a $50 US price hike. What else? The 2025 tariffs explained back in May 12, 2025. Like, I've covered a lot of the, we try not to do politics over here, but a lot of the real world events also affects gaming and music. So I try to touch on those to tell you what exactly is affecting what you and I consume for entertainment. So now, when it comes to all these companies raising their prices, when it comes to Nintendo and the current subject matter we're about to dive into, I just want to let y'all know that before we get into this, Nintendo is no stranger as far as the courtroom, right? Nintendo has been cracking down on piracy in the past year. This year and last year, they've been cracking down on piracy even more. Don't even get me started on the Power World lawsuit that I covered back on October 2024, when Nintendo and Power World were at odds. And as far as in the courtroom, it seems like Nintendo's undefeated. And to add on to that point, May 20th, 2024, Nintendo won a $2.4 million Yuzu Switch emulator lawsuit. So Nintendo is no stranger to going to the courtroom and bringing home an egregious amount of monetary revenue because of their settlements. Until you realize Nintendo is currently suing the entire United States government.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Now, of course, I'm just going to give you the information and let you do of this which as you will, because when it comes to the entire gaming industry, I don't want to sway either way, but I do love me some gaming, and Nintendo has always held a special place in my heart, especially creating such iconic characters in video game history. But when it comes to me being a U.S. citizen, I'm basically going to give you the information and let you do of it what you will. So with that being said, Nintendo has filed a lawsuit against the U.S. federal government. The case was filed on March 6, 2026. And of course, in the United States Court of International Trade, the lawsuit seeks refunds with interest or for tariffs Nintendo claims were illegally imposed. So, of course, when it comes to the tariffs, we have to talk about Donald Trump, because during his administration, that is the main focus as far as the tariffs. And Trump began implementing global tariffs through executive orders February 1st. And of course, when it comes to the tariffs, what they were specifically issued under, it was the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, for short, IEEPA. I don't know how short that is, but you get the point. So now, when you look at the Supreme Court ruling that triggered a lot of lawsuits, there was a major development which occurred shortly before Nintendo filed its case, as on February 20th, 2026, the Supreme Court of the United States ruled the tariffs illegal.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
Them R words be messing me up, don't they?
Shepard.
I'm just trying to be 8 more than 92. Anyways, with that being said, looking at the administration, it exceeded its authority under the IEEPA. And as far as the Learning Resources Inc. versus Trump, that's the main thing that helped as far as the Supreme Court. And of course, when it comes to the amount of tariffs collected, Nintendo's filings states the tariff policy resulted in massive collections, meaning more than $200 billion. Now I know what you're saying to yourself. How in the actual did Nintendo come up with $200 billion as the number for the lawsuit? Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's what we're getting into for this specific segment, as they say is more than $200 billion collected from import tariffs worldwide. And then, of course, those are the total tariffs collected. Now, when you look at another government estimate, mentioned that $166 billion were collected under tariffs that were later invalidated. So now, Nintendo's pointing at the overall number and saying, hey, we need some of that because we was affected too, right? So all of these companies are coming out of the woodworks to be like, you know what? If there was a pie of $200 billion and you was a major conglomerate that may have been affected by the tariffs, safe to say, you would want your money too.
You guys.
You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, I think I have to drop on here. At the end of the day, you would have been looking at the U.S. government saying,
tell them to bring me my money.
Yeah! You know what I'm saying? You feel me? If you're looking at $200 billion as a conglomerate and you're like, hold up now, I was affected too.
Tell them to bring me my money.
You know what I mean? So anyways, that's exactly how Nintendo is feeling. So when people think this is more of a personal attack, really, they just saw the ruling that the Supreme Court had ruling the tariffs illegal February 20th, 2026, right? So they just jumped out of the woodworks. They was like, hold up now. Your own court just said they're illegal. We're going to need some money. So anyways, not to sound like a broken record. Nintendo financial argument claims that it suffered substantial economic damage, saying that the company imported large numbers of consoles and hardware subject to tariffs. And important manufacturing locations included Cambodia, Vietnam, and both countries were included in the tariff policies. So the Nintendo lawyers state, and once again, I've already ran through like my history of covering Nintendo as far as them going at US and not US, as far as them going at people via the courtroom, whether it's Power World, whether it was the emulator that I was talking about earlier. Let me see. So as far as Nintendo winning the $2.4 million Yuzu Switch emulator lawsuit, them going at Power World in general, Nintendo usually wins in the courtroom. So now, when the Nintendo lawyers come out and say that the company was harmed by unlawful trade measures that resulted in tariffs on its imports, safe to say, they want their money back.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So as far as the state of gaming, I've already talked about Nintendo specifically as far as the recent major mascot, Mario Tennis Fever, coming out, not being as profitable as other sports games. While I'm not saying that's the main reason, it's just good to keep certain things in mind as far as what could be currently going through the offices of Nintendo. Like, oh, Mario Tennis Fever is one of the worst received sports games ever. You know what? The U.S. Supreme Court just ruled the tariffs illegal. Let's see if we can make up for that Mario Tennis Fever not performing as well. Now, that's just a theory. Just a game theory, not just playing. Now, anyways, honestly, that may have a part. That may play a part, but $300 billion is kind of hard to miss up as far as trying to get your slice of the pie. So, anyways, August 2025, Nintendo raised the price of the original Switch due to market conditions, aka the tariffs. Right? Well, they're gonna have to prove that in court law as far the court of law as far as the tariffs. But when you look at the Switch 2 pricing, they basically remained unchanged at $449.99. So the reason why I say that is because all of this is going to be brought up in the courtroom, and some people say the Switch 1 console price increase was because of the tariff costs, and the Switch 2 pre-order delay was because of the tariffs uncertainty, right? So that affected Nintendo. Now, with the governments named, because Nintendo's just name dropping.
Whoop-de-doo.
I mean, they just out here snitching.
Whoop-de-doo.
I mean, I guess it's not snitching if you're telling the truth, but I mean, technically, I don't know, because Nintendo is seen as a bad guy in the gaming industry to some people. And by some people, I mean everybody who's a Power World fan. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, Nintendo got to telling the truth and labeled everybody in the lawsuit. They said the U.S. Department of Treasury, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, the U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. I'll stop using the sound drop. The U.S. Department of Commerce, the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative, and basically named officials. Yes, it didn't stop there.
Whoop-de-doo.
I said the snitching did not stop there.
Whoop-de-doo. And we beat these folk. Whoop-de-doo. We beat them. We go forward.
They basically named officials such as Scott Bezant, I don't even know how you say that name, Christy Noam, Jameson Greer, Rodney Scott, Howard Lutnick, and they said, hold up now, all these people are specifically who we're targeting for this lawsuit. Now, when it comes to this, Nintendo's not alone. I know what you're saying.
You guys.
Everybody wants to make it, oh, it's Nintendo versus the U.S. government, until you realize everybody and their mama trying to get a slice of that $200 billion pie. You know what I'm saying? The government came out and said the tariffs are illegal. All the major corporations said to themselves at the same exact time, and guess what? They want their money. Literally, they are looking like this whole sound effect right here.
Tell them to bring me my money.
You know what I'm saying? Every single company is looking at the U.S. government. Is like, bro, we want our money because the tariffs costed us a lot. From Costco, Revlon, GoPro, Goodyear, Toyota. Those are just a few filing the same exact lawsuit as Nintendo. So when you look at Nintendo versus U.S., it's technically not a head-on match. The U.S. government said the tariffs are illegal. So now, a lot of money has to be paid out to these companies that were affected due to the tariffs. You know what I'm saying? It's like, hold up now. You breaking the law. You know what I mean? You got to pay for that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, hold up. Sitting up in the Supreme Court, I just came to the realization that y'all out here breaking the law.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
And then the other companies said to themselves, well, since you officially ruled that they are breaking the law, we would like some monetary, reinstatement because a lot of money was taken via the tariffs. Sad day in history for the U.S. government. So anyways, it's not really the U.S. government. It's really just, I try to stay out of politics, but hey, come on, man. That man, hey. Here's the reason why a lot of people are upset. Let's just put it like that. The refund process. So when it comes to the tariffs, you're probably wondering, how are they going to refund all these companies, all these billions of dollars to companies? Well, that's an interesting question. As the agency responsible for returning the tariffs is U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Man,
you guys. See, that's the problem.
This is why I don't talk about politics, man. It's just such a crazy show, man. This show is just a clown show. Anyways, the agency says it cannot process refunds immediately. Well, of course not. They say lack of manpower, outdated technology, and huge refund volume. It's almost like you go to your landlord, right? Your landlord's like, you know what? I'm charging you $500 just cause. You know what I'm saying?
Whoop de do.
Just cause I feel like it.
Whoop de do.
You know what I mean? So come up off that. You came up off of that for like, what, 5, 10, 12, 20 months. And then the U.S. government steps in. They like, hey, landlord, you weren't supposed to charge him all that. Give him his money back. And then the landlord like, you know what? It's going to be too much effort. You like, hold on now, what?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Nah, I know you ain't just...
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I know that ain't the U.S. government saying lack of manpower.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I know that ain't the U.S. government saying the outdated tech.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
And finally, I know y'all did not just say it's a huge refund volume. My brother, who told you to take it in the first place illegally?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
I just don't like it, man.
I just don't like it.
I just don't like that shit, man.
Man, this is, hey, I tell y'all, it's gaming and music industry. That's what I cover. Politics is a clown show. Not gonna lie to you. It's very important. It's good to know about certain things that affect your real life, but that's why we're touching on it right now, because it affects real life. The government messed up like they usually do, and now they have to pay an exorbitant amount of money. You want to know the number again? Hold on, let's go back. So if you don't get anything from the segment, $200 billion, ladies and gentlemen, was collected from tariffs worldwide. They have to pay that back. And now they're saying, it's too much effort.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at this.
I kid you not. This whole situation is very just, it's befuddling. Like, it's just straight up bewildering how a company, how a U.S. government, it's just like, I don't know. I don't want to say incompetent because obviously, there's somebody who's smart in there. I just know there is. It's just somebody who's making this world go round. You know what I'm saying? Well, actually, Jesus making it. You get the point. As far as the systems, the opera, like somebody up there smart. Like who in the world thought this? Anyways, man, let me keep going. So Trump's response after completely losing in court, right? He basically indicated he would pursue new tariffs.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
I don't want to talk about this anymore. I kid you not. He proposed a new tariff, 10% global. He said his tariffs he wants to do is up to 15%, maximum duration of 150 days. And he also suggested that raising the tariffs from 10% to 15% after the Supreme Court just ruled the tariffs were illegal, man. You can't make this up. You just can't make it up. I mean, it's just hard to make it up, honestly. Anyways. Nintendo confirmed the lawsuit but declined further comment. They basically like, bro, we like everybody else. We saw the $200 billion because of illegal tariffs, and we saw you officially ruled on it. All right, we putting our lawsuit in. Hey, settle, give us some money out of that. It better be a lot, or else we're gonna countersue. So, once again, it is not Nintendo versus US. A lot of other companies saw the ruling that the tariffs are illegal. Costco's coming out, Revlon came out, GoPro, Goodyear, Toyota, a plethora of other companies. If I got the whole list, man, it'd be super long. You know that meme where the scrolls is going forever? That'd be the list of major companies, right? I mean, you maybe do some reinstatement because of the tariffs. Like, remember the one, interesting thing that Trump did as far as giving out like a stimulus package? We need a stimulus off the tariffs. I mean, we need the anti-tariff stimulus. Not gonna lie to you. Anyways, that's basically it, ladies and gentlemen. When it comes to Nintendo, another W is about to happen into the courtroom, and we've covered Nintendo for quite some time. That whenever they come out with a lawsuit and they're ready to go to the courtroom, safe to say they're about to stack another W.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Nintendo's lawsuit versus the U.S. government, which is really a lot of other major corporations versus the U.S. government as well? And when it comes to the U.S. government officially ruling the tariffs as illegal, do you believe that the process of refunding the tariffs should be expedited, or you think it should be elongated to make up for the time that it took to take the tariffs in the first place? And of course, since that was like more of a complicated question, at the end of the day, if you're a politician out there, if you're somebody who covers politics for a living, bro, tell me how in the world did U.S. government mess up this bad?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Now, of course, Saudi is back again investing in the gaming universe.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on? As
of course, October 8th, 2025, I deep dived into EA's historic $55 billion buyout by Saudi private investment firm Silver Lake and Infinity Partners. Now, of course, this is the largest private equity LBO ever. I forget what that means. With $20 billion debt and 210/share premium. And the reason why I'm saying all that is because Saudi has a lot of money. I'm letting y'all know right now. I don't know what they're doing. I think it's oil or something. Sorry if I sound ignorant. I'm not into like how Saudi makes their money. Actually, I could look it up. I am a Hall of Fame pocket watcher, but I believe I'm on the nose as far as them making a lot of the money from oil. So, anyways, they have money for days. So not only did they just invest $55 billion into, EA sold. So they have it. Saudi just has the whole company. Crazy, right? Let's transition from that into Saudi. Another private investment firm transferring $3 billion. Yes, $3 billion, ladies and gentlemen, with a B. What in the world?
You guys.
$3 billion into Take-Two stake to Savvy Games Group. Now let's break this down like a kilo of Miley Cyrus, because of course when it comes to Saudi Arabia investing once again into the video game field, when you look at Take-Two Interactive, and now you look at the $3 billion being invested into it, you come to the realization like, hold up now. Is Saudi taking over the video game industry in front of our eyes? And safe to say, it just might be.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Because Saudi has so much money that even other entertainment fields have been dealing with the whole, Saudi paid us, so we're going to show up. Like, comedians have been going through it, right? Because of certain events hosted and funded by Saudi. So now, here is the video game industry being invaded by Saudi once again, as when you look at it, the stake is now formally held by Savvy Games Group, because of course it wasn't dissolved. So Saudi Arabia's public investment fund has transferred, not dissolved, its stake into Take-Two Interactive. Now, that's very interesting wording, because now technically they could say they don't have it, right? Saudi could be like, hey, we don't even have it. It's formerly owned by Savvy Games Group. So why? Some could say they're getting a monopoly on the field because of completely buying out EA and having $3 billion into Take-Two. But then some would say that when you look at it as far as the size of the stake before the transfer, it was $11 million of it was 11 million shares that was valued at just under $3 billion, which was Take-Two's second largest shareholder. And it was evaluated, sourced from LSEG. I actually don't know what that is. Hold on, let me see what that is real quick. And do make you research right quick. Let me see, because what is that? What is LSEG? All right, so I'm pretty sure it's gonna be something simple. Hopefully it's not, so I don't look crazy. Okay, it's not. Yeah, it's not nothing simple. It's the London Stock Exchange Group. Yeah, I definitely want to guess that. So, anyways, this was sourced from the London Stock Exchange Group. So, the sources aren't just I made it up. The sources are from an actual legit source. So, anyways, when you look at after the transfer, Savvy Games Group now holds the same 11 million share position, and the value remains approximately $3 billion. So now you come into the realization, well, why in the world would Saudi just transfer funds? Is this some type of play that's going on behind the scenes, or are they starting to become a monopoly because they just bought out EA entirely, and now you come to realize that they was the second largest shareholder when it comes to Take-Two. And then you realize once more, ladies and gentlemen, what's the game that all gamers have been waiting for?
I know that ain't who I
said, what's the game that all gamers have been waiting for?
I know that ain't who I think it is.
GTA 6.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
You look at GTA 6, still on track for a 2026 release, and Take-Two stock heavily being influenced by GTA 6 related news, right? And the market, the entire video game market, seemingly is going to be affected by GTA 6. Not seemingly, it is. In a positive light, I think, as far as consumerism, right? We already passed up the highest consumerism as far as in 2025. I just covered it. Let me see if I can bring that back up. I just dived into how we just passed consumerism and the year of 2025 having $195.6 billion, 5.3% increase year over year, a new all-time industry high, right? GTA 6 hasn't even came out. So when that comes out, only the Lord knows what the revenue is going to look like as far as consumerism for the year of 2026. If, and I keep saying if, GTA 6 comes out this year. So when you look at Savvy Games and the way that they hold a lot of power, especially not only with this stock being the second largest shareholder in the Take-Two that's about to release GTA 6. But then you realize, hold up now. They not only have GTA 5 or just the Grand Theft Auto series in general, but they have Red Dead Redemption. They have NBA 2K, Borderlands, parent company of whatever that is, the mobile division, parent company of Zynga, in the world, a mobile division, by the way. And you come to realize, Take-Two really has one of the strongest grips in the gaming industry.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
It's almost as if Saudi's becoming a monopoly. Anyways, so as far as Saudi's investment firm, I don't know if they was forced to transfer their sales. Actually, let me look that up because I do believe that's an interesting question, especially when we look at it from a monopoly standpoint. Did they do this to avoid monopoly type of let me see, legal issues? Let me see. Gotta do some Mickey research once again. Did they? Let me see. All right, so when it comes to them avoiding monopoly, labels, because of course they own a lot, and it was internal transfer, not reorganization. So this is interesting. It's purely a structural realignment to centralize gaming assets under Savvy. Interesting. So no reported pressure as far as regulatory, FTC scrutiny, or monopoly risk specific to Take-Two. But hold on now. I don't know, man. The drivers I'm using may be capping, because at the end, this is why it pays to read. Shout out to Castanet, you know what I'm saying? But at the end, it does say the private investment firm slash Savvy has faced antitrust and national security questions elsewhere over a proposed $55 billion take private deal for rival electronic arts in 2025. Interesting how that all works out.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So, even though, you know, Jarvis trying to cape for him, saying it's not to avoid monopoly issues, I think it definitely is. Because why in the world are they already facing that? With the deal that wasn't even, I don't even know when they did this as far as being faced with the antitrust national security questions, because that's insane. And now they're doing this as far as not only the deal with EA went through, but now they're doing this as far as transferring, what is it, $3 billion to Savvy Games Group. It's almost like they're trying to avoid being called a monopoly. Anyways, so they didn't make it any better. January 2026, the private investment firm said it would transfer approximately $12 billion worth of gaming-related shares. Interesting. To Savvy. No, not just transfer. Transfer it to Savvy.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
And of course, this includes stakes in Nintendo, stakes in Bandai Namco Holding. Bro, how much money do these people have? What in the world? They invested in everything. They got money in everything, I kid you not. Savvy will hold approximately 10% stake in Koei Tecmo, NCSoft, Nexon, Square Enix. Already includes stake also in other companies like Nintendo, Bandai Namco Holdings. You look at them agreeing to acquire Electronic Arts. Okay, I already talked about that to start. This is very interesting. I don't know why this would happen other than to avoid monopoly issues. Maybe I'm ignorant. Maybe somebody who's a lawyer could break this down, because, you know, I'm looking at it from a consumer standpoint. You know, I like to dive into the gaming and music industry, but I'm not the type of content creator that acts like he knows it all. You know, I'm learning along with y'all. You know, I'm just trying to disseminate the information, and so y'all could do with it what you will. You know what I mean? There's no cap in my rep. But when you look at this from a consumer standpoint, there's no reason for a private investment fund to transfer shares into another company that they also work with, unless they just trying to avoid monopoly labels, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's crazy. I mean, throughout this whole thing, we basically learned that they have money in every single company in the video game field. Interesting. Saudi Arabia has a lot of money. Huh. That blew me away. I ain't gonna catch you. I mean, that's basically it. That was basically it. You know, overall, centralization of gaming investments under Savvy. GTA 6 is gonna help out with a lot of these investments. And I'm trying to see. That was basically it. So to reiterate, they have, not only do they have Electronic Arts, right, for $55 billion. It's expected. Oh, the deal's not closed yet. Oh, interesting. I wonder if that's because. So now I'm just spitballing right now as far as speculation. I wonder if, because the deal hasn't closed yet with them acquiring EA for $55 billion. Once again, I covered that. When did I cover that? I covered that October 8th, 2025. Basically, EA sold for $55 billion to Jared Kushner and Saudi investors. I wonder if, because of that deal not going through yet, is expected to close later this year, if they're transferring investments so that the questions, because like I said, we just looked it up right now, the questions that the private investment firm and Savvy faced as far as antitrust, national security questions elsewhere, as far as the $55 billion take private deal for rival Electronic Arts in 2025, I wonder if, because of those questions, I don't know, because it's still the same company. I wonder how that works. I feel like they're trying to pull the rich move and say, oh, I don't own that money. That money's somewhere else. So we can't be a monopoly when acquiring EA. Because I didn't see Savvy Games anywhere as far as the one of the names for the acquisition of EA. So, interesting. So basically all I have for that. I haven't come to a conclusion. But ultimately, you know, I'm glad I was able to lay out the facts so that y'all know what's going on behind the scenes, because once again, I do love diving into the gaming and video, the music and video game industry, and this is an interesting story. We definitely have to stay close and keep a close eye on this development. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Saudi Arabia's public investment fund just completely dominating the video game industry? And do you believe they're a monopoly? And if not, could you explain why you believe Saudi Arabia's public investment fund is currently not a monopoly?
Shepard, promise me you'll tell them to subscribe for ad-free content.
Been there since day one. My confidence right now is just like extremely low right now with all the changes, you know, Phil leaving and Sarah, you know, and even with this, like even the changes that we get to see at PlayStation, it wasn't like how it used to be back then, where, you know, Adam Boys and then the whole team during that time, a PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4 era, you know, connecting with the fans, having events, like, you know, now with Xbox Fans Fest, you know, Reggie being at Nintendo, you know, engaging with the fans. It completely has been changing throughout the past couple of years. Like, I feel like we're not going to see that ever again.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Now, of course, for this monumental development in the gaming industry, I had to start with Danny Pena. Hopefully I'm saying his name right. The founder / host of Gamertag Radio. Because, of course, if you don't know, he's also an Xbox Twitch host. So if you're wondering what his ties is to the company, he says he's been around for 25 years strong. And that was his take on the overall changes just for Xbox in general. So now, when you hear somebody who's deeply ingrained in the Xbox culture be so defeated, you come to realize PlayStation has really done a number on Xbox.
Shepard.
No, I gotta give it 8 more than 92 because at the end of the day gotta end. Now I'm just playing. So when it comes to Xbox, safe to say they have already lost the console war, which I remember talking about this not too long ago, especially on, I think my whole entire Mass Effect episode was based off of that. Let me see if I can find that. Because when it comes to the battle, you know, you would think competition is a good thing, right? And you're correct. And safe to say, PlayStation has been giving Xbox belt. I'm going to get into it objectively speaking. I'm just giving my monologue as far as the introduction. Because when you look at, I think it was 150, no, it was 155. Let me see. So when it comes to, oh, here we go. So Notorious Mass Effect episode 154, November 8th, 2025. I put out this episode with it being titled Xbox officially concedes the console war to PlayStation.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
I know why are you saying that Xbox conceded the console race all the way back then? Well, that is because, ladies and gentlemen, I saw the nail go into the coffin when Xbox raised their Game Pass prices.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
That inevitably told me that it is now over. Because, of course, when you look at what Xbox's claim to fame was, because, of course, we're going to dive into Sarah Bond and, of course, Phil Spencer, one of the main changes was the Game Pass / cloud / mobile push over console focus. And guess what? Ladies and gentlemen, even though it didn't start off tremendously, it started to gain some traction because people started to realize, hold up now, I only have to pay $10 to $12 a month and I get all of these AAA games day one. And guess what? They ended up losing Xbox a lot of money, but it was such a consumer-friendly tactic that we started to give Phil Spencer and Sarah Bonds a W. Until around November, and they raised the prices to what I think is now $30 a month. Now, let me tell you right now, 2 months, and you might as well just bought a full game and played it for 2 to 3 months, because there's no way in the world you should be paying $30 a month if you don't have the time to play more than 2 to 3 games. And guess what? Who is that? Who has that type of time?
Shepard.
I'm just saying who has that type of time. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, when it comes to Xbox, safe to say they're doing a very abrupt halt on the leadership at Microsoft, as Phil Spencer has been replaced by Asha Sharma. Hopefully I'm saying her name right. I'm not trying to be, if I butcher it, just know it wasn't on purpose. So this happened, of course, this month. And of course, when I take a break, I see the whole gaming industry just on fire. I'm like, hold on now. The world needs me.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. Never mind. But basically what I was saying is, when it comes to Microsoft and them being on fire, I've been said this multiple times, but it finally came to a head as the president, basically the leader of Xbox was replaced by Microsoft Core AI president.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Now, of course, we're going to dive deeper into her in a second, but let's stick to Phil Spencer because we got to put immense respect on Phil Spencer's name, as 38 years at any company, especially what he ended up doing, which, it does have a lot of negative on his, his tenure. But as far as him spending 38 years at Microsoft, I think that's a W in itself as far as longevity and trying to stick it out for the long haul. Now, of course, Phil Spencer had 12 years of leading Xbox, objectively speaking, and sticking to the objective facts. Technically, the business nearly tripled in size under his tenure. And of course, with him being replaced, he will have an advisory role through the summer of 2026, so this year. So when it comes to Sarah Bond, you're probably thinking to yourself, where is Sarah Bond in the statement as far as from Xbox announcing that she's been released? Well, guess what? It didn't happen. Xbox looked at Sarah Bond and they said,
whoop-de-doo.
They was basically like, hey, hold up now.
Whoop-de-doo.
Now, I know you thought you was going to get the same type of treatment as Phil Spencer, but
whoop-de-doo. If we beat these folk, whoop-de-doo. We beat them. We go forward.
And Sarah Bond was not named at all. The whole memo didn't reference Bond once. You would think to yourself, hold on now, was she a part of the company? And then you come to realize there's some interesting microaggressions happening there. But that's just me. I ain't trying to pull the black card just yet. But let me just say that's kind of crazy, especially how she resigned right after. And that leads me to, like, if I was to give Xbox the benefit of the doubt, I'm basically going to say, I basically think that after Phil Spencer was released, it may have was a shock to Sarah Bond. Because I believe she was still putting out Xbox promotion even like a day or two before Phil Spencer was let go. So maybe she didn't know in the slightest, right? She didn't hear any of the tea leaves, her being high up. I guess she didn't hear any of it, right? So Sarah Bond, that's what I'm assuming, to give Xbox the benefit of the doubt that they wasn't just being blatantly racist. So after she found out about Phil Spencer being replaced, she resigned. She also had an 8 to 9 year tenure at Xbox. She joined in 2017. She's going to remain the special advisor during transition. It doesn't give a date, so I'm just assuming it's going to be for the same amount of time that Phil Spencer is going to be an advisor. So I'm going to say both of them are probably going to completely be gone from Xbox in the summer of this year. So who got a promotion, ladies and gentlemen? Well, I'm glad you asked. Matt Booty.
You guys.
I kid you not. That's his name. So when it comes to Matt Booty, I'm sorry, I need help. EVP and Chief. Something's wrong with me. I ain't gonna cap to you. EVP and Chief Content Officer. He basically, that was his role, right? So he got a promotion, and if you wonder what his resume was, he oversaw nearly 40 studios, including Xbox Game Studios, Bethesda Softworks, Activision, Blizzard, and Keem. So safe to say, somebody didn't think he was booty at his job because they gave him a promotion, right? So anyways, getting into the overall Xbox debacle. This is very unfortunate. I'm not going to lie to you. This is not a W for any side, whether you're on PlayStation, Nintendo, PC, because, there was a specific clip that's still up on my TikTok, mind you. It's one of my, I'm not going to say it's one of my most viral clips, but it's one of the clips I had pinned because it's one of my viral clips that I'm proud of. Because, some things that, it's just other clips as far as the gaming or music industry. This was me talking about PlayStation and Xbox as far as this being a wake-up call. And this is what early Dreamz had to say all the way back. When did this happen? PlayStation. All the way back on, I'm 26 going on 80. I got to make it bigger so I can see the date. December 2024. A wee little lad called Young Dreamz had this to say.
Keeps having Game of the year after year after year, and it's exclusively on PlayStation.
Now, of course, the Game of the Year is not a revenue talk. We're basically talking about equality. This is a qualitative discussion right now.
we'll have to have a real conversation on how to help out Xbox. Even though I own the PlayStation, I do acknowledge that if PlayStation keeps tipping the scale, because right now they're winning by a landslide. Like,
I ain't gonna lie to you.
That for every
shout out to the hair growth, you know what I'm saying?
All
right, my fault. Get back to it.
PS5 sold, right? So if the scales keep tipping in PlayStation's favor, what's stopping them from having competitive prices like an Xbox? Why not mark their prices up? Xbox is getting.
Now, I want to stop it there because why not mark their prices up is the main thing I was trying to get at as far as competition being great for the consumer. Because guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Y'all tell me, what's stopping PlayStation from making the PS6 an exorbitant amount, especially in today's economy?
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Now that you see that Xbox has basically thrown they waved the white flag. They've gave, what did they give? They give Master Chief. They gave Forza, all of these first party exclusive, what used to be exclusives, and now they gave it to PlayStation. And then of course the new CEO came out and they was like, we heard you, in some type of tweet responded to somebody saying that no more giving away our exclusives, right? And she said, heard you. Well, you know, somebody let the new CEO know that contractually speaking, I even had to look it up. I was like, hold up now. That would be a W first move until you realize.
You guys.
She can't do that at all. Contractually speaking, she can't do that because as far as a multi-plat licensing voluntarily, which is like a Helldivers 2 style deals, it is contractually binding. So revocation breaches them and risks lawsuit. So unless they want to be sued like Aubrey Graham,
is it okay I got my dope on me?
I would advise that they wait till the future Forzas or Halos come out to make them exclusive. But as of right now, contractually speaking, they will have to live on PlayStation for the foreseeable future. Now, how long does that multi-platform contract last? We have no idea. But contractually speaking, I had to look it up because I wanted to be 100% sure, certain. But she just can't willy-nilly take exclusives back that they already gave to PlayStation, which is why I said they lost the console war in the first place, along with them raising the Game Pass prices. So anyways, when it comes to the rest of the news that you need to know about, this has been a complete you-know-what as far as the show because it's been going downhill. Avid Xbox connoisseurs are talking about how, what was her name? I don't want to mess up her name, but basically, oh yeah, that's her name. Asha Sharma. They're talking about how she is notorious for AI. You're thinking to yourself, but this is a gaming studio. Exactly. So Asha Sharma, basically her claim to fame was Microsoft Core AI platform for billions, right? That's what she helped with. And she basically oversees this. Instacart COO, which she scaled operations, Meta VP, and she scaled platforms at each role. And then, of course, when you look at gaming specific wins, safe to say, it's nowhere to be found.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at this.
So now, when you come to her going from AI to gaming, it's very interesting that the first thing she comments on is not having any AI slop.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Any AI slop.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
So the person that got their claim to fame through AI claims that I be putting any AI slop into Xbox. Now maybe, just maybe, I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt and think that Asha Sharma believes that we was born yesterday. That's the only reason I could come up with for why she would say something like that, not knowing that her resume is public. So with that being said, the other thing I wanted to get at, when you come to the overall plan of Xbox as far as why people were upset with Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond's leadership, apparently some of the I'm trying to see if I can find it. Some of the actual internally speaking, this is an Xbox strategy made a lot of people upset. Okay, I found it. So basically the shift from console first to ecosystem, which I thought was a phenomenal idea, especially from the Game Pass being price effective and price having competitive prices. Now it doesn't, right? But back then I thought it was phenomenal. Anyways, people were upset. That this is an Xbox campaign left a lot of people internally, a lot of Xbox employees offended. They've described it as failing internally. And when the hardware is already declining 32%, safe to say not a lot of people are going to give you the benefit of the doubt when you start to say everything in its mama is an Xbox, right? You know, your pencil's an Xbox. Your notepad is an Xbox.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. You get the point. They was basically running the whole Xbox games are playable on PC, cloud, phones, TV, handhelds, etc. So for some reason, people internally didn't like that game plan. I thought it would have worked, but once they increased the prices for Xbox Game Pass, I thought that was the final nail in the coffin, because the main thing that they even saw to make them increase the prices was them losing a little under $300 million for an acquisition that they paid around, I forget how much they paid for it, but it was a significant amount. I want to see if I can actually find it, because let me see, I don't think it was EA. Was it Activision? I think it was Activision. Activision. Yeah, I gotta do some Mickey research right quick. Yeah, so $69 billion. Goodness gracious. That's a lot of money. I say, y'all don't need me to tell you. That's a lot of money. So Microsoft spent $69 billion. So you would think after spending that mammoth amount of money, they'll make some revenue, right? Of course not. As soon as Call of Duty came out, of course they put it day one on the Game Pass, because that's one of the promised things they gave to the consumers, and ended up losing a little under $300 million because of Call of Duty coming out day one on the Xbox Game Pass.
Shepard. Just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Now, we don't even need to get into Black Ops 7, right? We just need to focus on Black Ops 6, because that technically, objectively speaking, a lot of people played the game. Black Ops 7 didn't perform as good as Black Ops 6. People still played the game, but Black Ops 6 is the best performing best performing Call of Duty under the Game Pass tenure. So when it comes to that, Microsoft looked at them and said, hey, I know y'all trying to be consumer friendly and everything, but we just lost a little under $300 million on a game that we literally acquired the whole studio, like $69 billion to get that one game. So y'all need to fix this. So they raised the prices expeditiously, and ever since then, it's up. Like, as far as solutions, I try to be solutions based, and the main thing I would say is that I don't know if I want to advocate for ads, but the Game Pass price you have to find a way to bring it down. I don't care if you put ads into it, then you have to find a way to bring the Game Pass price down. That was really Xbox's claim to fame. Like, if y'all was following the live streams last year, I was playing a plethora of games because of the Game Pass. I was singing its praises to the high heavens. I was like, Xbox Game Pass is the best way to be a cost-effective hardcore gamer, and it was. Not anymore. So that's the main thing I would say. I think that was their claim to fame. Their partnership with Steam or whatever, I think is going to backfire as soon as the Steam machine comes out. I think PC definitely, I'm not going to say they stabbed Xbox in the back, but basically just stole the whole wave. Just took it. I mean, they have a whole console PC hybrid coming out when Xbox was trying to do the same thing with their future console. So, solutions based, I would say the main thing is trying to find a way to bring down the price of the Game Pass. If you can't do it, then guess what?
Whoop-de-doo.
If you can't do it,
Whoop-de-doo.
then you might as well give the W to PlayStation, because you're already not making Microsoft a lot of money. When you look at Microsoft in totality, safe to say Microsoft overall revenue is a whopping $81 billion with the B, right? Corporate year-over-year growth is plus 17%. Then you look at the gaming revenue. You want to know what that is? $5 billion. Well, 5.9. Let me be, specific. So almost $6 billion. But guess what? The gaming year-over-year changes a negative 9%.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
Microsoft is looking at Xbox, and they say to themselves, hold up now. We're one of the most profitable companies in the world. And yet, y'all are out here losing us money? That ain't how it's supposed to go.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at
Microsoft looking at the Xbox department and basically saying to themselves, hold on now, like, we love gaming just like the next person, but how much money are we losing just by having a gaming department? I mean, we can look at we when you look at $6 billion compared to $81 billion, like, yes, individually, $6 billion is a lot of money. But year over year change being negative 9% means that somebody's eating your lunch money, aka PlayStation, and now significant changes are needing to be had. So looking at this from a business standpoint, Microsoft is right to make changes, but the Game Pass, I'm gonna keep going back to the Game Pass. I think that's the main problem. The Game Pass price hike, I think, was the final nail in the coffin. So anyways, I know some people may say like, oh, giving your exclusives out to PlayStation, like, that's a part of the problem. But if you really want people to come back over in droves, you got to, because Netflix does this. A lot of companies do this when they first start off. They make the price very competitive, right? To where if the quality is similar and your price is lower, people are usually going to choose you 9 times out of 10. I mean, Spider-Man's not that important. Kratos is not that important. All these games coming out day one on a $12 a month subscription is a phenomenal idea. Y'all have to get back to that. So anyways, that is my solution for all of this mess that's going on. So getting back into Sharma, I think we basically broke that down as far as what she was known for. Was there anything else? It was something else I was wanted to touch on. I think that was basically it. Because I definitely wanted to break this down because, you know, of course, which I was still putting out stuff while I was taking my hiatus because, you know, your boy's always working. You know what I'm saying? But as far as a little 3 to 4 day hiatus, I think this news happening in the midst of that definitely gave me some time to sit back and think to them and think to myself, like, man, what can Xbox do to turn this around? And I got to the idea, and I was like, you know what? Xbox would never do it because it's too consumer friendly.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So if you want to know the impact, a lot of people saying that Xbox gaming division is very much it's almost dead. It's almost completely dead. People are saying that Xbox may be going under. Obviously, it's going to take some time for it to do that, but I will say that I still have hope because Twitch doesn't make Amazon a lot of money, and they're still going. You see, the perception on Twitch is not like, oh, it's dying, right? Xbox doesn't make Microsoft a lot of money. And I believe that, I don't know, Twitch may be the bad example because they are the top of streaming as far as the culture. Xbox got focused on the Game Pass, man. I think them focusing on making the Game Pass prices more cost effective, that's the main solution to a lot of things. And then we'll go from there because there's a lot of problems. You know, it's a lot. So, you know, don't give me the line saying that it's going to be easy road. It's going to be a LeBron 3-1 comeback. You down a lot. You down by a lot when it comes to PlayStation, when it comes to PC, when it comes to Nintendo. Don't even get me started about mobile. So yeah, guys. Safe to say this is basically it's came to a head. All my coverage of Xbox basically came to fruition. I kept saying like, oh, this is a nail in the coffin. Oh, if PlayStation keeps outselling Xbox 5-1, what was the number last time? For every 6, well, really it's 6-1 at this point. For every 6 PS5 sold, there's 1 Xbox Series X or S sold. Like PlayStation just giving them belt when it comes to console sales. I kept saying this over and over and over. Obviously, Xbox been seeing it. They're trying to fix it. I just think they're going about it the wrong way because now they have an AI CEO that told us that she's not going to put in AI slop. So already, she lied straight to your face. Like, she just blatantly lied to your face. So the future is definitely dim. It's definitely bleak for Xbox, but I still have hope. And with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Xbox completely having a leadership overhaul, letting go of Phil Spencer, who was there for 38 years, letting go of Sarah Barnes, and of course acquiring the new CEO, which is Ashish Sharma? What do you think is going to be the biggest monumental change out of this leadership overhaul? And also, do you believe Xbox could ever come back to the place of competing with PlayStation? Yes, sir. Let's get to it. It's about that time to get into the PlayStation State of Play, you know what I'm saying? Hold on, let me switch the screen. Let's get to it. Shout out to the 300 plus across all platforms. Getting my shameless plugs out the way before this trailer plays. Safe to say I'm on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, and Kick. And with that being said, guess what?
I sense suffering here,
Cinema.
Spirit. Do you need help?
right, guys, what y'all think it is? Hold on now.
It's been a long time since we've had one of your kind in Cosmora.
Hey, did I click on the wrong live stream? What's up with the subtitles? Am I tripping? We have to check it after this.
That temple has been sealed as long as I can remember.
I'm about to keep a note. I'm about to keep notes.
Corruption was locked inside, along with the secrets of a forgotten practice.
All right, starting off with gameplay. We like to see it. We love to see it. Yes, sir.
Spirit guides here once used alchemy to cleanse corruption. Maybe you can do the same.
Let me know if it's too loud or too low. Ducking is on, so keep that in mind. You know what I'm saying?
Fear will bind you, gripping to the present, which must always pass. Regret will bind you, longing for the past you cannot change. Love will bind you, yearning for a future you will not see. Unbound, may you depart in peace.
Okay, okay. I don't know what in the world that is, but hey, they start off with gameplay, so I ain't mad at it. What is it? Scars. Okay,
hey
make sure
everyone,
to write that down.
I'm Josh, and this is my brother Mike.
We hope you enjoyed that first look at our next game, Kena, Scars of Cosmora.
After the amazing response to Kena Bridge of Spirits in 2021, the team was excited to take on the challenge of creating something even bigger and better this time around. Our partnership with PlayStation Studios has empowered us to expand our scope while still staying true to what made the first game special.
Since her adventure in Bridge of Spirits, Kena has grown into
why are the subtitles on? Am I tripping?
Spirit guide.
Yo, I feel so old right now.
She comes to a new land called Cosmora, home to multiple distinct communities.
Give me 1 second.
On this adventure, Kena discovers a spirit.
Don't boo me now. Don't boo me. We're going to the same thing. I'm just trying to take the subtitles away.
Studio support. We're building on everything that fans loved about the first game. Deeper, more dynamic combat, epic boss battles, a larger, richer world.
There we go.
And of course, our charming spirit companions.
Hey, sorry to those who spoke Chinese or, you know.
Yeah. Scars of Cosmora releases on PlayStation 5.
I had to take it away. I don't know why in the world the subtitles were showing like that.
Thanks so much for watching, and enjoy the rest of the show.
By the way, y'all want to see my notes so far? Y'all want to see my notes so far? You feel me?
Shepard.
All right, my fault. Y'all like my notes? I worked hard on that, by the way. All right, let me turn this down right quick. You know, I need my drops. You know what I'm saying? I need Liara to talk to me.
Shepard.
Talk to me.
Just look at the state of gaming.
I'm looking at it.
What is going on?
And subjugated its people. They were known as the Spider.
Spider. Okay, Anderson Silva in the game. That's what's up.
The Kitsune. And the Snake.
Hey, who mama is that? What in the world?
Many fought back. Many were cut down.
My tripping is just where the winds meet. Maybe I'm tripping. It looks like it, but I'm tripping. I think I'm tripping. This game already out. I think it is actually showcased. If you can't tell, this is going to be an ignorant reaction. But of course, we're going to let it play when they start talking. I say, hold on now, that frame rate was kind of crazy. Frame rate dropping a little bit, but it's just me.
From vengeance, not even death.
Goes to Yotei Legends. Okay, yes, sir. We like that. I'm writing all this down, no cap. Update on my notes. Update on my notes.
Top, Sam.
You or me? I can't wait to find out.
I ain't gonna lie, I love how they starting off with gameplay. They're basically like, let's get right to it. Forget all that talking. They have like 2 minutes of talking. Majority gameplay, that's what we like. If you don't know, I actually played Death Stranding 2. It was pretty solid. I enjoyed the game. It just wasn't for me. I didn't enjoy being a UPS man. I ain't gonna catch you. But hey, this game is for somebody, right? It's for somebody out there.
Kept you waiting, huh?
That's a Joker? I was like, no, I don't play this game. Who in the world was that?
Hi, I'm Mike Booth from Bad Robot Games, and game director of 4Loop. As a game designer, a core goal of mine has always been to make game experiences that offer interesting surprises and unpredictable moments that never get old. The result is 4Loop, an emergent, challenging, 4-player combat sandbox where you and your friends succeed through cooperation and improvisation, and where no 2 runs are ever the same. At the heart of 4Loop is a probability map, which combines alien technology and human ingenuity to plot your best path forward to defeat the invaders. Each node represents a different mission with its own risks, rewards, and surprises. Everyone votes to choose the next mission. Once you've chosen a node on the probability map, your team will teleport into the mission. You may have to collect mission-critical resources, or even rescue survivors that can offer cool up.
I'm not gonna lie, the frame drop is not on my side. I got the Brave browser up. That's the game. If the frame drops, it's the game. No cap.
We've worked hard to ensure that there are tons of items to choose from and a lot of strange creatures and mysterious things to encounter. For example, this weird alien plant is called a blink root, where you can collect a blink berry, which will teleport anyone who touches it to a random, distant location. All the various enemies, weapons, items, and mission objectives are all designed to interact with each other in dynamic ways that create emergent gameplay and endless, replayable chaos.
Okay.
That means your decisions really matter, and creativity and improvisation are key. We really want players to try things and think outside the box, like hacking an alien terminal to provide intel to the rest of the team, or being bombarded by killbot drop pods, or barely escaping with your life. And if you do die, don't worry. So long as one of you makes it back to home base, you'll be reprinted and ready to try again.
Oh, I think I've seen this game before.
Home base is a place for your team to readjust their strategy, evolve your loadout, and choose rewards from an increasing array of powerful gear and upgrades. Each act of the probability map culminates in one of multiple boss battles. This is the Scanner Boss, a huge geologic surveyor that scans for flux deposits to harvest. Its scan fields are very lethal, creating a dynamic obstacle course of lasers to avoid while attempting to destroy the boss itself. Because the scanner's body rotates like a 3D puzzle, you want to spread out and attack it from all sides. All, of course, while avoiding the slow-moving...
Am I tripping or is this reminding you of Remnant? Like Remnant 2? As far as the shooting and the teamwork going on right now?
New, where every run has you yelling and laughing and saying, "I can't believe that just happened." We're currently in pre-beta, so there's still plenty of polish to come, and we need players like you to join us in upcoming playtests. Your feedback will be invaluable in helping us make this game truly great. We can't wait for you to play it for yourselves. Now, go and fail to save the world.
I ain't gonna lie to you, I thought you were about to say, hey, go and play it right now. I was about to say W, but yeah, it's still not out. You know what I'm saying? Dang.
You guys.
That's crazy.
See, that's the problem.
I bet you one of these showcases is gonna be like, hey, the game is available right now. Speaking of fire game, I ain't gonna lie, I played this game, the demo, straight fire, straight heat. It kind of took me by surprise because the whole puzzle to do more damage with the little girl threw me off, but it actually works in the gameplay.
Looks a bit like New York.
Is that a place on Earth?
Can't believe we haven't found any survivors.
I haven't seen anyone besides you since leaving the vault.
All alone, huh? I know the feeling.
Hey, Hugh. What were you like as a kid?
When I was young, I was in an orphanage.
I was a lot like you. I had a few bumps along the way. But I had someone looking out for me. And now it's your turn.
I ain't gonna lie, if you was one to, let me see if I can find this real quick. Here we go. If you was one to bookmark it and watch it later, I did play the whole Pragmata demo. It was straight fire, straight heat. No cap, it was straight heat. Once again, shout out to 300 plus people in the live stream right now. You could be anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I definitely appreciate it. If you're new, just know, okay, April 24th, yes sir. Like that. Gameplay demo once again, straight fire. But if you're new, just know I'm live on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, and Kick. So whatever platform you prefer, as far as the live stream aspect, just click my link tree in my bio. It gives you a direct link to whatever platform you prefer.
Victor purchased a building after Umbrella went under. The Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Center.
So reports are saying this is like an hour plus or around an hour. So it's safe to say they got a lot to reveal if they just come in with straight gameplay. This is crazy. I wonder what Xbox has to.
Shepard. You okay?
I can't even say what I want to say.
Victor wrong with you?
What do you mean?
He grabbed you for a reason. Did you find anything on Opus?
Not yet. Nothing on the servers at the CIA or the Pentagon.
You are an ignorant fool.
Leon, we're running out of time.
Why me?
The team has settled on a person of interest. A former T-virus researcher.
Because my master made you who you are.
Raccoon City was where it all began for me.
So apparently it's gonna be like a split between like action and then heavy like detective work. Obviously you can tell who the action is gonna come from.
I don't want any more regrets. Whatever it takes, count me in.
What in the world? Hey, who mama is that? Hey, shout out to somebody's grandma making it to the game, bro. That's what's up right there. Yes, sir. You know what I'm saying? Don't let the haters tell you nothing's possible, bro.
Since you've been back there.
Yeah.
February 27th. That's what a lot of people waiting for right there.
I'm Sean Benson.
And I'm Sid Schumann. We're back with a new batch of games on their way to PS.
What dang? They couldn't give her a stool or something?
We wanted to highlight the upcoming release dates for both Pragmata and
like they do in the movies
Requiem from Capcom.
All right, maybe I'm tripping.
Both are coming soon to PS5 with support for PS5 Pro.
So we like to hear right there.
Now, let's return to the dark world of Nosgoth with an announcement for fans of Legacy of Kain. 2003's Legacy of Kain Defiance is being remastered by Crystal Dynamics and will be available to pre-order today. The final chapter in the Soul Reaver saga brings players into the conflict between the vampire Kain and his betrayed lieutenant, Raziel. This remaster boasts updated HD graphics, a new third-person camera, and wayfinding level maps, as well as bonus features like character skins.
Now, what do you have to tell me?
Lost levels, deep lore, photo mode, and more. The digital deluxe version of the game includes promotional comics and a playable demo of Dark Prophecy, the unreleased sequel to Defiance.
Sound demonic to me.
Given the choice, whether to rule a corrupt and failing empire,
I need my holy water for this game.
Challenge the fates for another throw against one's destiny. What was a king to do?
Legacy of Kain Defiance Remastered launches next month and will be available to pre-order starting today.
By the way, I'm taking notes. You know what I'm saying? Y'all want to see my notes? Y'all want to see my notes? Y'all like my notes? Hold up.
Brigandine
Y'all like my
Abyss is
notes?
the latest installment in HappyNet's Brigandine series, which dates back to 1998 on the original PlayStation. This fantasy war strategy RPG tells the story of 6 heroes who rise against an empire invading with overwhelming power.
I'm thinking of uploading all these reactions, but I'm not gonna lie, some of these games I don't really care for.
Enjoy deep strategic gameplay with over 100 unit classes.
Like the last game and this game, I could care less.
And countless hours of gameplay with 6 main storylines.
I'll probably put in bold the ones I like. Let me see. Pragmata, definitely a cop. Resident Evil, I don't like horror games. Ghost of Yote Legends, that looks interesting.
Brigandine Abyss launches this year, and you can wishlist it starting today.
What type of name is that? But whatever. Hey, shout out to them, man. Shout out to them.
Let's head over to Koei Tecmo Games in Yokohama for an update on the Dead or Alive series.
Y'all know what we here for. You know what I'm saying?
シリーズプロデューサーの林です。
See if I can
本
find
日はデッドアライブシリーズが新たなアップデートとともに復活することを発表させていただきます。
無限転身の名にかけて。
Oh, Gunner bait. You know what we here for. Y'all see the... Come on now.
本作デッドアライブ6ラストラウンドは
I'm gonna show in a second.
オリジナルのデッドアライブ6をベースにダウンロードコンテンツとして追加配信したキャラクターをセットにし、
Oh, no, was that NetEase?
PlayStation 5用の最適化、新規コスチュームの追加。
NetEase, is that you? Okay, brother looking dapper.
の追加を行ったタイトルです。
Brother looking very demure. Okay. Yes, sir.
今後も新キャラクターや新コスチュームの配信など継続的なアップデートを予定しています。発売日同日に基本無料版も展開予定ですので、シリーズを遊んだことない方もぜひご体験ください。
あなたに私は倒せない。
Alright, Dead or Alive 6. Oh, I remember that game. Oh yeah, that's straight Gunner bait. I ain't gonna lie, that's the original NetEase right there. What type of microtransactions y'all think they're gonna have in that game?
Shepard.
デッドアライブは1996年から展開している対戦アクションゲームシリーズです。
Y'all wanna see my notes? Y'all wanna see my notes? Update on my notes. Update on my notes. Take note. If you see it in bold, that's basically the games I'm actually interested in.
こちらの映像をご覧ください。
Hopefully y'all enjoy my very professional notes. You know what I'm saying? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I worked hard on that layout, by the way. Hey, wasn't the Mass Effect 2? What type of camera angle is that? Thought that was Miranda for a second. What in the world?
デッドアライブシリーズ最新作も開発始動しました。続報お待ちください。
Well, Dead or Alive 6, ladies and gentlemen. Is this Control? Yeah, there's Control. Shout out to me being an actual gamer. Yes, sir.
Zoe, I see the spotlight.
Control, Resident.
Listen.
All right, 10 games shown so far as my count. But you know, hey, I mean, my count may be off.
Have a resident on our hands. No one should have survived that.
Then I'll hurry.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mikael Kasurinen, and I'm the creative director of Control Resonant.
Time to lock in.
Sequel to Control.
Yep.
What you are seeing here is an early mission captured from our in-development build. We play as Dylan Faden, our supernaturally gifted hero, in a version of Manhattan like you.
Boy, I got that hammer and nowhere. Pause. Oh, he got straight to it. He ain't wasting no time.
An ability that empowers Dylan to seamlessly move through gravity anomalies and adapt to the world around him. Here we are showcasing a set of different forms of Dylan's main weapon, the Aberrant, can take, and his supernatural abilities. There are a lot of different ones you can discover to suit your playstyle.
What was that man fighting on the wall? I'm so confused right now. What, in the Spider-Man Web of Shadows?
While in combat, we encourage you to play aggressively, balancing between melee attacks and abilities.
All right, that's kind of cool. I ain't gonna lie. Last time I really seen combat like that was probably Spider-Man Web of Shadows.
Kind of. You'll know it when you hear it. Just try to stay alive out there, okay?
Yeah, I know I'm a huge Spider-Man fan, so you know a lot of Spider-Man references coming, as you couldn't if you couldn't tell by the beginning of the stream. You know what I'm saying?
Almost there, Zoe. What the hell is that thing?
I'm pretty sure this game is just known for that. Just very abstract images on your screen constantly. You don't know what direction you're going in. Up is down, left is right. Didn't they say the game Alan Wake is in the same universe, or am I tripping? Let me see. You gotta do some Mickey research right quick. Alan Wake.
I hear something. I know where the Resonant is, Zoe. I'll call you back.
Resonants are the dominant threat in what's our most ambitious game to date. And we can't wait to share it with you later in 2026.
Yeah, apparently Alan Wake and Control is in the same universe. That's interesting. First time they crossed over was in 2020. Say, the more you know. You know what I'm saying? Shout to that. I like it. I think it's more in the horror like type field. I'm not really into it. You know, I'm not into horror like that.
Long ago, you were made for this night, to save the age of man. Half human, half angel. They call you sin. I call you salvation.
My trip on that sound like Doom. It's probably just because of the soundtrack. Obviously, it's not Doom. That's what definitely remind me of that. Well, little Timmy's, close your eyes, look away, do whatever you got to do. I don't think that's the game for you. Dang. That boy want to be put in Mortal Kombat expeditiously. What in the world? It look like it's co-op from what I can tell from that boss fight. Oh, and from that gameplay right there. Crimson Moon. Okay, Crimson Moon. Ladies and gentlemen, we taking notes. You feel me? All right, I'm up to 11 games. That's my count. I don't know what y'all count is. 11 games shown so far. Uh-oh, somebody getting down on that track. Seems like a lot of people hype for Crimson Moon. I didn't even know it had a fan base like that. $11 games in. Oh, it's basically an hour. Hold on, now am I tripping? Nah, I can't be an hour. Oh, the live stream's been up for an hour, so technically we still have. Started like 30 minutes early. An hour, so we probably got what, another 30-40 minutes to go. I'm about to say, hold on, now I know the press conference ain't almost over. You know who I want to see? Hold up, you know I don't really care for this game. Beast of Reincarnation. Write that down. Beast of Reincarnation. Y'all know what I'm waiting for. Y'all see what I'm waiting for right there. You know what I'm saying? Hey, let's get to it.
And Game Freak for that new look at characters.
Let's get to it.
In Beast of Reincarnation. It's coming to PS5 this summer.
But if you miss any part of the showcase, here's the list so far. As far as my count, this is what I have right here.
and
As you can tell, these are my notes. Very professional, by the way.
Ubisoft
Very
and Digital
professional.
Eclipse celebrate that legacy with Rayman 30th Anniversary
What
Edition.
in the world?
This digital museum features 5 playable versions of the original game.
Hey, who grandpa playing this? Y'all let me know.
Including the 1995 PlayStation release, enhanced with
Youngin,
new
you don't even
accessibility
know. This used to hit back in the day.
Discover the secrets behind
Back in the day, this is all we had.
through a long-lost playable prototype, restored for the first time. Plus, an interactive
You used to play this with your grandma back in the day. You used to play bingo, come home, and play Rayman.
Insights from the
You don't even
original
know.
creators.
Good times. Good
Et à un moment,
times.
c'est Sony qui arrive en disant, bah voilà notre console, on va révolutionner le jeu vidéo.
Rayman 30th Anniversary Edition comes to PS5 digitally.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Rayman, yes sir.
Physical
Oh
edition will
man.
be available June 26th.
I can't believe PlayStation done did it. PlayStation done brought back Rayman.
Mina the Hollower is an action-adventure title from the creators of Shovel Knight. Take control of Mina as she charges into a bizarre
I'm definitely not
mission to
putting
save
out all
the
these reactions.
Island.
I do not care about this game.
Whip foes into oblivion, burrow under hazards and monsters, and
Boy, we are not in 2000 anymore. Am I tripping?
perfect love letter to handheld gaming.
Maybe I'm hating. Let me let them cook. Let them cook.
Mina the Hollower's release date is on the horizon. The limited time demo will be exclusively available.
You know a banger coming after this. They showing straight. You know what right now.
Set years before the events of the original game, this prologue tells the story of how Alba and the wolf cub Neva first met. Alba must earn the young wolf's trust and guide her through the blighted wilderness. Together, they will face new enemies and endure perilous trials, while confronting a monstrous force that threatens to tear them apart. Players can look forward to using new gameplay mechanics in all new locations. Neva Prologue launches February 19th.
Yeah, but y'all let me know who playing that.
Tactical stealth action title from Shueisha Games and Acquire, a team with ninja credentials dating back to the Tenchu series.
All right, now, come on now. We gonna come with a bang or what? Let's see. So far, we have Ghost of Yote, Pragmata, of course, Resident Evil, Dead or Alive for the Gooners out there. Control, definitely. Hold on now. What in the Metal Gear Solid? Don't think I ain't recognize that angle. Oh. Well, these are some violent protagonists or antagonists. I can't tell. I wonder if it's top down and you only get those animations when you kill somebody. It definitely looks kind of janky, but maybe I'm tripping. But I don't even know what that says. Oh, I already wrote that down. 2027. I ain't gonna lie to you, man.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Let's get to the banger. They know they've been showing straight BS. Come on now.
We are the children of water, born of the goddess.
I'm about to get my Bible, bro. What is this?
Filthy creatures, faithless souls.
I rebuke you.
This world was never yours to keep. How dare you stand in the way of purity, little king?
That's how the NBA YoungBoy concerts be looking. Every time you go to watch YoungBoy, this is what happens. Security car again, body slam. They As soon as you hit the let out, you walk out, get body slammed by a humanoid chicken. I ain't gonna lie to you, they give me anything video games nowadays. I respect it. You gotta try something, I guess. All this competition gotta stand out somehow. I ain't gonna lie, for a pre-rendered video, because obviously this isn't live. For a pre-rendered video to debut, interesting frame skips for some of these games, especially when the action starts. If you notice, when a lot of enemies is on the screen, the frame drops. But, you know, no need for me a nerd. You know, no need for me to be a nerd. You never know when this game's coming out. We've had 1, 2, 3. We've had 4 straight BS showcases. Come on, man. You know what we're here for. Yeah, yes, sir. Let's get to it.
Our newest racer has arrived!
Let's get to it.
Welcome to the Galactic League!
This is Star Wars racing game. Okay.
Since you're here, why not take part in a friendly exhibition race?
You know, it's all about family. I race for my family. I race for my son, my daughter, my wife. I'll win this for my family. I ain't gonna lie to you, as a kid playing that racing mission, I don't know if y'all feel me, but there was a certain stretch where I kept dying over and over. It was super hard to progress. I don't know if y'all was stuck in that same exact area. If you were, you know exactly what I'm talking about, because it was a specific stretch in that Lego Star Wars game where the race was kind of tough, boy. It was racing like you owed them money for real.
Impeding! If they weren't holding me back right now, I'd have you frozen in carbonite!
But dang. Sound kind of extreme. Not gonna lie, if Star Wars does it correctly, I can see them having a Mario Kart type of run. I think the ceiling is definitely Mario Kart. Yeah, I like that. That's fire. What was it? Galaxy Racers? Galactic Racers. Galactic.
Brace yourself!
Okay, now we get into it.
He's immature and reckless. He's a bad influence on the other recruits who inexplicably fall victim to his...
I was wondering for a second. I was getting kind of worried. 4 in a row of just straight, you know what?
I would like you to join His Majesty's Secret Service.
You what? I know all about your exploits in Iceland.
I strongly believe that there is a need for such heart and intuition in modern spycraft. That's the very reason...
Who y'all think winning, James Bond or Sam Fisher?
Need I state the obvious? He is not ready.
James, the service is over.
You're a rare breed, Bond. I should be interested to see what you do next.
009 will employ every manner of subterfuge to avoid capture.
Try not to draw attention to yourself.
Me? Look like that man was just on vacation.
I presume.
You seem the kind of guy who knows what he likes. So you won't do anything stupid.
NetEase have done irreversible damage to the gaming community. Going to obey all around, but I ain't mad at it, boy.
And if you do get caught, we will deny ever having heard of you. How does that sound?
When do I start?
Oh, so he just started. Okay. I guess that's called First Light. That's what's up right there. I like it. Let me hold on. Let me. So 2 back-to-back games. Is definitely on my radar. I like that. Y'all want to see my notes so far? Y'all want to see my notes? Hold up now. Yes, sir. You feel me? Y'all like my notes? Y'all like my notes?
Shepard.
All right, my fault. Let me take that out. Oh, man. That was okay. 2 straight games of straight fire.
I'm Peter Brown. I manage the game content team within Third Party Portfolio. We evaluate games coming from publishers all over the world, from indie to AAA. Those of us in the Third Party Portfolio team travel the world and meet with our partners. And it's even more exciting for me when those partners have been foundational to my own love of video games. And Konami is definitely one of those partners. I think a lot of people remember Konami for being with PlayStation in the very beginning, taking some amazing franchises that everyone already knew and loved and injecting them with new technology and new ways of designing video games that we haven't thought of before. We were really impressed when Konami approached us with their list of announcements for today's State of Play. So to mark the occasion, we wanted to try something a little different. We join you today from Konami Creative Front Tokyo Bay, not only to share some really exciting reveals for upcoming games, but also spotlight some of the key talent behind them. We're really excited about the diverse lineup they've brought today, and we hope you will be too. Enjoy.
I know they ain't what I think it is.
I know they ain't what I think it is.
There's one more thing I must do. One last punishment I must endure.
Outer Heaven. He's taken command of this immense army and is now preparing to unleash an insurrection.
Liquid's goal is to seize control of SOP, the Sons of the Patriot system that controls the soldiers.
Will you do this for me? Will you terminate Liquid?
How long is my body gonna hold out?
When all of this is over, you'll have no choice but to accept death.
Oh man, just can't catch a break.
This is my final mission.
Every time he trying to retire, right back into the field.
Zero and Big Boss.
Do you understand, Snake? Any means necessary. Just stop Liquid's insurrection.
Liquid! Guns of the Patriots! Because I knew where my loyalty belonged. Nukes. They're bringing nukes into Costa Rica.
Why you say it like that?
We are not allowed to bear arms.
Please, you must drive them out of our defenseless country. As our deterrent.
Yes. It simply said Jack. Over and over.
Awesome. Is that you? Answer me! Bahas!
That man trying to get an answer, don't y'all think? That's crazy. Why you keep pointing his head on the other dudes? Is that like how he powers up? Pulse.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
I respect that. That's it right there. I like that. That's fire. Put that boy. I like that one.
メタルギアシリーズ制作プロデューサーの岡村典明です。メタルギアファンの皆様、大変お待たせいたしました。プレイステーション3向けのみで発売されていたメタルギアソリッド4ガンズ・オブ・ザ・パトリオットがプレイステーション5でついに遊べるようになります。加えてプレイステーションポータブル、プレイステーション3向けに発売されたメタルギアソリッドピースウォーカーを含むメタルギアコレクションシリーズの第2弾となっております。メタルギアサーガのラストを飾る伝説の作品を最新ハードでぜひ体感してください。そして、現在発売中のメタルギアソリッドマスターコレクションボリューム1につきましても最後のアップデートを実施いたします。初代プレイステーション向けに発売されたメタルギアソリッドには高解像度設定を追加し、映像が美しく文字も読みやすく、またメタルギアソリッド3スネーク
You can't see the main character's face. I think it's time for a remaster.
実現しております。 本日よりアップデート配信開始となりますので、この機会にぜひメタルギアソリッドマスターコレクションボリューム1も体験してみてください。さらに、今回の発表を記念いたしまして、メタルギアシリーズの始まりの物語、メタルギアソリッドデルタスネークイーターも
Okay, it's 50% off, yes sir.
50% オフという大変お求めやすい価格で購入できますので、この機会にぜひ楽しんでください。これからもメタルギアシリーズの展開にご期待ください。そして最後にこちらの映像をご覧ください。
Oh, they said they ain't even done yet. They said they got one more thing to show y'all.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So why they just pull a Jeff Keighley? Had me thinking they was about to announce something spectacular. The whole time it's an octopus. Darwin's paradox, man, that stuff's crazy. Ain't no way they just pulled a Jeff Keighley. Oh yeah, for one last video. Obviously, y'all want to play as an octopus. No, that's definitely what we want to do. What in the world?
In the name of His Most Royal Majesty, by the grace of God, the King of.
Let me put my glasses back on, man. That stuff crazy. Oh yeah, for one last video. This is definitely what y'all want. Metal Gear Solid fans, eat, enjoy. They gotta stop doing that, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. Stop saying stuff, stop hyping stuff up to be the last announcement and then be some trash. But the Metal Gear Solid remaster, that's pretty solid. Well, pun intended, you get it. No, my fault. Alright, side scroller beat him up, that's what's up. The platforming better be on point. I ain't gonna lie, we 21 games deep.
So now, we appeal to you.
Really more if you count all the Metal Gear Solids, but...
Last of House Belmont.
What does that say? Belmont's Cluster? Belmont's Curse. Oh, my fault. You know I can't read.
ご覧いただきありがとうございます。キャッスルバニアベルモンドカースプロデューサーの谷口勉です。今回見ていただいた映像はキャッスルバニアシリーズ40
I'm not mad at that. Somebody out there loves 2D side scrollers, beat them ups. I'm not mad at it.
これまで我々のチームは多くの方にキャッスルバニアに触れ
Not my cup of tea, but I know somebody enjoys it out there.
シリーズの過去作を最新ハードでプレイしていただけるように
Also, I'm gonna shout out everybody who follows at the end. I did see somebody follow like at the beginning. Devin Brown, shout out to you, but I'm gonna get to the rest of the list at the end.
本日新しいゲームについて皆様に報告できるところまで来ま
But
した
if you do follow, I think the notification still will pop up there.
今回のタイトルではイビルエンパイアモーションツインという才能と情熱にあふれるシリーズへの愛を持ったスタジオとともにプロジェクトに取り組んでいます。これまでのシリーズらしさ
I ain't gonna lie, man. Super Bowl need to take notes, bro. See how easy it is to put subtitles? It's coming from a Bad Bunny fan.
爽快に仕上がっています。シリーズファンの方はもちろんぜひ遊んでくださいと思っておりますが、まだキャッスルバニアに触れたことがないっていう方にもぜひ楽しんでほしいです。発売は2026年を予定しておりますので、続報を楽しみにお待ちください。
Y'all know what that is. You already know what that is. One last hurrah. Y'all better blow our minds. Come on now.
I can't stay in this room forever. I know this is going to be hard.
Hold up, there we go.
But you have to come back to me.
That's not the person I was wanting to see. Show the other person.
Come back to me, Simon.
Oh, I think this was wrong. That picked up. Oh, I think I confused this game with something else. I'm not even gonna tell you what I thought it was.
I woke up in the water again. But this time it's different.
Oh boy, you Aquaman, you can't just be sleeping in the water. That ain't how it works. How that man survive that? I'm assuming he has powers.
I keep trying to fix what happened. But no matter what I do,
You can't fix it. It doesn't let us change things. You did what you did.
Not gonna lie to you, I have no idea who this is. Ooh, I like that. I like that title screen. It's the little things, you know what I'm saying? That's pretty solid. Really sets the mood, you know what I'm saying? Makes you feel like I need holy water, I need Jesus, you know, all in one. You feel me? Made me want to go to church tomorrow. But tomorrow's a Friday. Man, what in the actual?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Silent Hill. Oh, you already know to Silent Hill, they be cooking, boy. Shout out to Silent Hill F. You know what I'm saying? The first game that people willingly played multiple times just for the whole story. Shout out to that. Never seen the video game make people enjoy going back throughout a game multiple times.
Shrouded by lightfall. Shining drops of light that bring death as they fall.
Silent Hill definitely be trying to tell a story every single time throughout the, you know, in the midst of the horror. So I'll be interested to see what Silent Hill Town Hall is talking about. Is it Town Hall or Town Fall? I don't know. Which one? Oh, hold on, my boy. What's happening? That boy transforming. Boy sound like Daredevil. Let the devil out.
Begin our journey.
That man just turned back time. He Barry Allen. You Wally West. How you do that? I ain't gonna lie, if you could turn back time, that's an OP ability.
Those were Her Majesty's words.
I'm going to defeat you here and stop the Lightfall.
All right, so what I've garnered, and you know, it seemed like they got BTA, and he somehow turned back time. That's what I got from that. Shout out to that man. You know what I'm saying? I guess when the main protagonist lose, all you can do is just turn back time. That's what's up. Avengers Endgame type beat. I respect it.
皆さんこんにちは。プロデューサーの門井です。ティザートレーラーの方はいかがでしたでしょうか。レブノワールは完全新作の JRPG です。私自身を
All right, we're letting it play out, but hey, if you missed any portion of the show, this is my notes so far. Y'all like my notes? Y'all like my notes?
仲間との出会い、
All right, let's get back to it. That's what you missed so far.
JRPG には大事な心揺さぶられるような展開。 こちらを大事にしてナラティブというものを表現しようと、突き進めております。新しい冒険が始まるというワクワク感、ぜひ楽しんでいただけると思います。今日、
That boy think he's stepping with those speakers on.
本当に一部の一部で、
Boy, you are not throwing it on.
レブノワール続報がこれからもどんどん出ていくと思いますので、ぜひ、楽しみにお待ちいただければと思います。
Okay, that's a W showcase. Okay, so they had their own section. Okay, no wonder it's around an hour. That makes sense. How much we got? Let me see. Oh, we got probably like 10 minutes left. Oh, hold on now. It's about time to get to it. It's about time to get to it. We probably got like 10, 20 minutes left. Let's get to it. What's this man sipping on? That Jack?
A man with
that
your
crown?
skill set must be able to move unconstrained, unrestricted.
Uh-oh. 007 got competition. Man, who this is? They fighting for real. You owe me some money. I'm gonna get my money back.
Versatile,
by any means necessary.
Adaptable.
Told you I'll pay you when I feel like it, boy. Stop playing with me. I never thought the headbutt was effective. Like, doesn't that hurt?
He must be grounded.
Yo, this man John Wick.
Constant.
Oh, that's crazy. Is that actually John Wick? That's crazy. I don't know if that's John Wick yet. I haven't got a good look at his face, but it seems like it. It seems like that's definitely Keanu Reeves. The camera's cutting on purpose. I can't even see his face.
I believe you are ready, sir.
Oh, yep. Crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. As a Cyberpunk fan, I'm playing anything with Keanu Reeves in it. Keanu Reeves, Idris Elba. You got me sold, man. Ain't gonna lie to you. Any game that they're in, you got me sold. Yes, sir. Let's get another round of applause. That's fire. I think they're playing the heavy hitters right now.
This is Joy, your community outreach liaison. It's a lovely day outside. It's quiet. Very quiet. Rainfall is expected to begin in the early afternoon and last until a long time. For those who did not wake, your restless dreams endure.
Honestly, I feel like this is the main competition for Arc Raiders. I don't know why, but I feel like Marathon could really do it. If there's any game that could do it, I think it's Marathon.
Peace is upon you.
Because Arc Raiders is out of here right now.
I am here to walk with you into its embrace.
Mayday! Mayday! This is General David Reed of the new Cascadia colony on...
I'm locked in.
Whoever's listening, whatever's out there, we need anything. Weapons, supplies, a way out.
I'm boy begging, ain't he?
Mayday, mayday.
The boy, suck it up, I'm coming. Pause.
That's
kind of flagrant. that was flagrant.
We've had to do things to survive. Things I never would have. We're monsters. We're all monsters.
That's fire right there. Oh, Spider-Man. Hey, at least you got some type of Spider-Man gameplay in this showcase. Don't forget my list. What was at the top of it? I'll show y'all again in a second.
Mayday! 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 Mayday!
It's fire. fire. I like that. So far, this is my list looking like before we get into the Wolverine. I know they're gonna show Wolverine. Well, I don't know if they will, but you know, this is my list so far. You know what I'm saying?
My name is Joe Ziegler, and I'm the game director on Marathon. Today, we're excited to announce our Server Slam from February 26th through March 2nd, where you can join us on Tau Ceti and help test Marathon on PlayStation 5 and other platforms. Our Server Slam features an introduction to the survival gameplay of Marathon, giving you a chance to explore the dangerous world of Tau Ceti and unlawful.
I wonder how many players this is up to.
On Thursday, March 5th. For all PlayStation Plus players, we're also excited to share a collection of unique weapon charms that pay homage to some of our favorite PlayStation games, including Helldivers 2, Death Stranding 2, and Ghost of Yotei, all available at launch.
Now, not to be that guy, but who's gonna see that? Gonna see that while they're fighting, bro.
We'll see you on Tau Ceti starting February 26th.
I know it's a nitpick, but I'm like, bro, ain't nobody gonna be able to see that when they fighting it out, when they shooting it out with the ops. But shout out to that. That's fire. I like that.
Hey, I'm Brett.
And I'm Kristen. Thanks to Bungie for that new look at Marathon, coming to PS5 on March 5th with the Server Slam running February 26th through March 2nd.
Now let's check in on what's coming to PlayStation Plus.
February 6th, March 2nd. I'm in there.
Up first, Marvel's Spider-Man 2 swings into game catalog next week. Developed by Insomniac Games in collaboration with Marvel Games, be greater together as Peter Parker and Miles Morales. Let's go!
Hey, listen here, PlayStation. Don't bring up Spider-Man 2 if you ain't gonna talk about no DLC.
Spider-Man must balance their personal and heroic responsibilities while protecting the city from iconic villains.
Oh, Miles, talk.
Y'all saw my list, right? Y'all saw my list. I gotta go back to my list because they speaking that BS right now. Look at my list. Look at my list. Y'all see it?
Marvel Spider-Man 2 joins the PlayStation Plus game catalog on February.
I don't care about none of that. Where my DLC at, boy? They're talking about everything but that DLC.
Catalog welcomes two
I'm talking about Spider-Man 2 no more if we ain't talking about that DLC. Everything else? Everything else?
Fighting game that originally released on PSP. PlayStation Plus Premium members can expect to revisit this handheld classic in March.
Tekken, Dark Riser, Tekken, Dark.
The original PlayStation version of Time Crisis brings arcade action to the classics catalog in May. This version also offers gyroscopic aiming with the DualShock 4 or PS5 DualSense controller, simulating the original light gun experience.
Big Walk is a cooperative multiplayer adventure about teamwork and talking. Hang out and get lost with your friends.
Hey, if it's exactly an hour, they only have like 3-4 minutes left to 2 hours. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of games in here. This is already a W showcase. I'm not gonna lie to you. Probably the best showcase of the year. But as far as the big announcement, I know they want to end off with a bang. I don't know if we're getting Wolverine. I don't know what we're getting.
But we still have a lot more cool stuff to show you, including brand new Saros gameplay.
Housemarque's next action game releases April 30th, and creative director Gregory Loudon has even more systems and combat to break down. Let's take a look.
Is Saros supposed to be like the Mass Effect game, or am I thinking of another game? I think I'm getting that.
What is that for you,
with
Archer?
another game.
Finishing the mission. Keeping people safe.
Oh, all right, John. I know you better than that.
I'm about to say, he's like, what's funny? He turned around like, hold on now. I wasn't joking.
Creative director at Housemarque. Today, we're excited to show off our comeback stronger features and Eclipse gameplay running on.
Am I tripping or is that active reload?
In Saros, you step into the shoes of Arjun Devraj, performed by the brilliant Rahul Kohli, who is discovering the hostile shape-shifting planet of Carcosa. As you encounter a variety
that's definitely active reload, right?
hostiles, death is inevitable. But in Saros, death only means that you will come back stronger.
Okay. Wasn't invincible.
To the passage. You are not on your own. Interacting with the survivors of Echelon 4 will help you understand the mysteries of Carcosa.
I can't believe so many are gone. They didn't all die.
So he looking like, boy, what's on your head?
Changed.
This is Primary, the voice of Soltari. Here you can engage with our permanent progression systems to upgrade your armor's attributes and acquire special perks.
Uh-oh, skill tree. You know I'm a sucker for skill tree, especially in RPGs.
With Carcosan modifiers, you can adjust your experience by, for example, making hostiles tougher, weaker, or even removing the second chance ability entirely. However, all adjustments you choose must be kept in balance to ensure a consistent challenge level. Primary also allows you to teleport directly to any biome that you have unlocked. This means getting back into the action quicker. It also means easier replayability the further you get into the world. Using the teleport, you can now quickly restart the selected biome and get back to where you were. And now it's time to take another shot at what killed you the first time around. Eventually, you come across an alien device. By using it, you discover that it calls the Eclipse.
Oh, now they spoiling the story? It was like, forget the story, it's all about the action.
The Eclipse corrupts the world. It's a complete escalation of our gameplay, our audio, and our visuals on Carcosa. Hostiles now shoot corrupted projectiles, which reduce your maximum armor integrity, but you can restore it by using your power weapon. Weapons and artifacts also become corrupted, which alters them in both positive and negative ways, which ramps up the challenge.
I'm not gonna lie, if I'm judging this correctly, it does seem like the story,
We can't wait for you to play Saros when we launch on April 30, 2026.
I'm not gonna say the story is taking a backseat to the gameplay, but because you know, you never know. Both could be on point. It does look, overall it looks solid. It definitely looks solid. Okay, it's solid. 31 games so far. As far as my list, I have 31 games so far. Y'all want to see my list so far? Y'all want to see my list? You know what I'm saying? Y'all like my list? I know y'all see what's at the top. Yeah, see, no shame in my game. You know what I'm saying? We gonna get Spider-Man 2 DLC at some point. You know, like, I'm gonna keep fighting the good fight. We're gonna get Spider-Man 2 DLC at some point, man, hopefully. All right, while we're in this brief intermission, shout out to 300 plus across all platforms. If you're new, just know I'm live on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, and Kick. If you prefer any of the other platforms, as far as the live streaming aspect, you can click my link here in my bio. Gives you a direct link to whatever platform you prefer to live stream on.
A true team is unbreakable. You cannot stand against the storm. Feel the power of Mother Earth.
Let me at them, Storm.
Hey, Magic be getting all type of love. I like that. That's what's up.
And I'm starving for your soul! Time to end this.
I've got this one.
You knew he was coming out. Come on now. You knew he was coming out. You know, you need one of the big three. You need one of the big three.
Initiating attack.
I don't know who in the world that is. That's definitely a new character. Oh, okay, I'm about to say, what in the world? If you don't know, I did play Marvel Token early, so if you wanted to bookmark this and watch it later, your boy was giving BTA. I mean, just straight BTA to people. I was giving straight BTA. If you don't know, fighting games is my specialty. I very much enjoyed Marvel Token. I didn't enjoy a fighting character like Marvel Token Spider-Man since like Sub-Zero and Mortal Kombat X. That's how much I enjoyed Marvel Token. Straight fire, not gonna lie to you. Can't wait for this game to come out. When I tell you I was giving BTA and people in Marvel Rivals out, I mean Marvel Token. BTA, I ain't gonna kept to you. Fighting games is my specialty, by the way. If you don't believe me, just check out the link I just put in the chat. You know what I'm saying?
We're super stoked to introduce the mutants as the newly formed unbreakable X-Men into the world of Marvel Token.
マジックは中間距離を大きな剣で制しながらテレポーテーションで裏回りしたりなど。
Now, as far as X-Men, not gonna lie, that's not the four I would have chose to start off the roster, especially with only 20 characters. Wolverine makes up for. Well, no, he doesn't even make up for it. I think the four should have been Storm, Wolverine, Cyclops and probably Jean Grey, but I don't know, man. Maybe they're trying to separate themselves from Capcom, Marvel vs. Capcom.
So as a
I don't even know if Magic or there's other characters in Marvel vs. Capcom.
Their opponents are going to feel like they're running an obstacle course.
Like, this is definitely a Jeff type character. Well, not like in the sense of like cuteness. As far as being different, I think that's what that character's for. Differentiate itself from Marvel vs. Capcom.
2026年8月6日に発売いたします。
Pre-orders open next week, so please check out our variety of editions and goodies.
Not gonna lie.
I can't wait to share with you some
a 4v4.
Please shake it out and
there's only 20 characters.
Shepard.
I'm not gonna say it, but a 4v4 with only 20 characters at launch. Yeah, the X-Men they chose could have been. I mean, besides Wolverine, the other two could have been swapped out. Like, no disrespect to Magic, but come on now. Cyclops, Jean Grey, Rogue. I mean, there's just so many others. So many. That's not the 4 I would have chose for X-Men. I think Magneto's already in the game. Actually, I'm not sure if Magneto. No, that's Dr. Doom I'm thinking of. Magneto. I mean, come on, man. But shout out to Magic and the Danger character, if y'all like that. Oh yeah, this is definitely the finale. This has to be the finale.
Your son has returned.
Oh no, it's a remaster. This can't be the finale, it's just a remaster. I'm not mad at a remaster, but still. Oh, it says a remake. Oh, hold on now, that's a little different than a remaster.
Hey, what's happening? What's happening, people? It is OGTC.
Brother say he bringing that swag to the press conference. I respect it.
I'm back, baby. And
that boy talking like he go to the bingo club every night. You know what I'm saying?
The series today, starting with that teaser that you just saw. Yeah. Now look,
that boy be spinning game at the shuffleboard.
To finally confirm that the Greek trilogy remake is now in development. Yeah.
Not to be a well-actually person, but a remake is different from a remaster. You know what I'm saying?
Now look, this
a remake builds it from the foundation up. A remaster just tweaks the graphics, things of that nature, right? So I'm excited for this remake.
Next time we come back, we coming with something big, baby. Yeah. And in addition, since we're approaching the last few months of God of War's 20th anniversary year, we couldn't let it close without one last surprise. Now, this announcement is a passion project that will let you experience.
Here come to Jeff Keighley. Hype up the last video. Let's get to it, yes sir.
Exploration and heartfelt storytelling like you've never heard it before.
Boy, every trailer at the end of press conferences now just biting it. You know what I'm saying?
So, thank you for 2 strong decades of support, and we can't wait for you to see what we've got cooking to keep the next 20 years surprising, fresh, and fun as hell to play. Yeah, all right, you can watch it now. Go. Why are you still here? Go. Go!
All right. Yes, sir. Let's get to it. Not gonna lie, at the next Game Awards, that's what Jeff Keighley needs to do. He needs to have somebody else announce the last game. That's the only way you get around it. Not gonna lie to you. That's the only way, my brother. Preferably a woman. You know, make it easier for people to announce the last trailer.
Before I was a god, I was a Spartan.
Spartans! Our duty is to Sparta. Fear is a reaction. Courage is a decision. Press your attack! Don't relent! Never on our backs!
Are they trolling?
Never left behind! Always united!
Nah, they gotta be trolling. They trolling. This can't be the last one. This is not the last one.
Of tragedies and triumphs, of destruction and redemption.
Man, who in the world asked for this?
Here.
All right, time to stop trolling. Let's get to it. Where the real game at?
For
All right, stop playing. That was a troll. Nah, they trolling. All right, let's get to the last reveal right now. Yes, sir. Yeah. All right, let's get to the next reveal. Yeah, let's get to the real. Let's get to the real reveal. Let's get to it. Where's it at?
You guys, see, that's the problem.
I feel like they're trolling us at this point. Why do they show the most lackluster trailer at the end? Am I tripping? Like, obviously throughout the whole showcase, it's one of the best showcases. So I can't even lie, it's one of the best showcases. But as far as the end, why not show a banger at the end instead of being like, oh, you're gonna be very excited and show like a 2D side scroller? Oh, that's the day. Oh, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not gonna lie, the showcase is fire. Like, I would have chose First Light, Resident Evil, any of those at the end. Like, I don't know why they, like, as far as retention, I feel like people are already gonna watch the whole showcase. But the God of War remake, I mean, that was solid. I do think when it comes to overall showcase, I believe that you should hold one of the heavy hitters to the last event. Like, God of War remake, that's definitely a heavy hitter, but we saw no gameplay from that. So safe to say we do have some more reacts as far as gameplay. So as far as the state of play, if you just want to see it for one last time, if you just want to see it. These are my notes, my professional notes. If it's in bold, it means I'm actually interested in the game. I don't know, can I make this side by side? How I do that? I went to college, but I still forgot how to make it side by side. I ain't gonna keep to you. How do I make it side by side? I actually do. I forgot how to do that. Is it this? Nope, it's not that. No, that's not it at all. All right, whatever. Y'all get the point, right? We just gonna leave it like that. So those are my notes. Overall, I appreciate everybody for tuning in to the live stream. Safe to say we started very much on time. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to me. I mean, it worked perfectly. I was like, dang, I really, time management skills getting on point. You feel me?
Shepard, promise me you'll tell them to subscribe for ad-free content.
Now, of course, the entire gaming industry seemingly stopped and came to a screeching halt because Resident Evil Requiem is now available. As looking at Capcom in totality, safe to say they've already been receiving mammoth amount of money from the Resident Evil franchise to the point where, as far as a company, they have around $9.5 to $10 billion with a B. So getting back into Resident Evil Requiem specifically, not only is it critically acclaimed from the people who are personally playing the game, but from the major conglomerates such as a Metacritic, safe to say this is the highest rated Resident Evil game ever, surpassing the prior highest, which was Resident Evil 4. So now when you look at Resident Evil Requiem, everybody and their mama has extreme high praise for this specific game. And guess what? We're going to get into it in this specific segment from a sales and review roundup perspective. As if you don't know, even though Resident Evil Requiem is currently selling a crazy amount of it's selling like hotcakes. As you look at Steam specifically, even Capcom had to come out themselves and say that Steam is responsible for over 50% of game sales. And with that being the case, the main thing I wanted to do was look at the consoles as far as the specific revenue or just the standings that Resident Evil Requiem is on the charts. As interestingly enough, it is not in the top 10 on Xbox, but it was on the top 10 of Nintendo, excluding Japan, because of course, when you look at Famitsu, hopefully I'm saying that right, which is literally the chart for Japan specifically for Nintendo games, Mario Tennis is currently topping the charts, but of course, that's Japan primarily. When it comes to Resident Evil Requiem overall, it is doing well on the Nintendo Switch 2 platform, because if you don't know, it's also on the Nintendo Switch 2. I know a game like this that's graphically intensive, you wouldn't think it'd be on the Nintendo Switch 2, but actually it is, and is running phenomenal, to the point where I have to say, Nintendo, you actually had a graphically intensive game on your hardware, and it didn't completely explode. So looking at Resident Evil Requiem, as far as the platforms that is available on, is currently on PS5, Xbox Series X and S, Nintendo Switch 2, and of course the PC. And at the end of the day, no, ladies and gentlemen, it is not on the retro console, which is the Xbox One and the PS4.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Sad day in history for retro gamers out there. But anyways, getting back into, in all seriousness, Resident Evil Requiem is doing phenomenal. When you look at it being the best-selling game on PlayStation currently, as far as what people are currently playing on the PlayStation platform, Resident Evil Requiem is at number 1. When you look at Steam specifically, it is, 1, 2, let me see, 4, 5, 6. It is currently the 6th most played game on Steam, and it had an all-time peak of 344,000 4 days ago. And of course, it's steadily above the 100,000 mark, which is phenomenal for a single-player game, because of course, when it comes to the stigma of single-player games not selling, safe to say Resident Evil Requiem is showcasing that if you put a high-quality product out there to the market, people are going to flock and come in droves, because of course, all we want is a fantastic experience for us to play as gamers. So getting back into the Resident Evil franchise, safe to say when you look at Resident Evil 5 back in 2009, objectively speaking, that was the best-selling title. 16 million plus units historically. And of course, when it comes to revenue, as far as the franchise-wide, it generated over 170 to 183 units sold. So now, you come to realize, Capcom, of course, Resident Evil is their baby, right? Because not only has it made them a lot of money, but of course, when you look at it as a company, they are towards the top 20, I believe, as far as some of the most profitable gaming companies in the world, trailing behind companies like GameStop. I know the stigma around GameStop, but hey, just the objective analytics don't lie. So it's trailing companies like GameStop, and only by like $1 billion, only $1 billion, right? But anyways, next on Bandai Namco, Konami, and then you start to get into the discrepancy as far as the Take-Twos, the Roblox of the worlds, the EAs. But Capcom still is respectable in the gaming company industry, especially the amount of revenue that's bringing in from the latest title, Resident Evil Requiem. Now, the main thing I wanted to touch on before we get into the mechanics and of course the review roundup of this specific game is, who in the world thought it was a good idea to put all the popular characters of Resident Evil together, but to make the dialogue between them trash?
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Because I was doing my research, I was like, hold up now. You telling me Resident Evil has all these different franchises, a lot of favored characters such as Leon, Jill Valentine, Chris Redfield, Claire Redfield, etc., and none of these people have crossed over until you realize they have crossed over in 2023 with the game Resident Evil Death Island. But of course, when it comes to reviews from people who actually played the entire franchise, they said that, of course, they respected the fan service that was delivered, but overall, the predictable plot, the weak dialogue just made them say to themselves,
"You guys, see, that's the problem."
So if you was wondering if these favorite characters ever crossed over, they have. It just wasn't good. So with that being said, now it's time to dive into Resident Evil Requiem. As if you don't know, this game came out and notoriously affected the masses February 27, 2026. It's the 9th installment in the mainline entry. Of course, the predecessor was Resident Evil Village, which, when it comes to the previous games, I believe it wasn't even on the level of Resident Evil Requiem. Like, it just blows it out of the water. When you look at other games that previously came out before Resident Evil Requiem, yeah, it wasn't even close. Resident Evil is actually it's on pace to be one of the most profitable Resident Evils of all time, which is a huge deal, right? So anyways, getting back into Resident Evil Requiem, if you don't know, there's the dual protagonist route that they have you going throughout the main story, which is Grace Ashcroft, and then of course the one and only Leon S. Kennedy. So the plot focus is on Grace investigating mysterious deaths tied to Raccoon City survivors, and then of course you have Leon bringing the action element as far as Grace bringing the horror element. So it's a nice duality they have going on, especially with the pacing of this game, because of course watching it for a little bit, because as far as me playing the game, I just don't play horror games, you know what I'm saying?
Shepherd.
Now I'm just keeping it 8 more than 92. I do not like to be scared, and at the end of the day I play games for enjoyment, not to be on the edge of my seat. So anyways, when it comes back into the hybrid perspective, you can have a first person or third person perspective with Grace. I believe Leon is locked on third person. There's no first person for Leon because it's more action, really. Leon's for the action. Grace is for the horror immersion, which is why there's a first person option to play as with Grace. So when you come to Grace's side of the campaign, it's more horrific in horror elements. And of course, it's added on. Well, that's added on to the fact where you have limited ammo, stealth, plus evasion focus, things of that nature as far as environmental puzzles. And then you come to Leon Kennedy, and they basically say to themselves,
"What they do?"
They basically like,
"What they do?"
Capcom is looking at you saying, "You want more horror?
What they do?"
You finna play as Leon, and it's about to turn into God of War Resident Evil Edition." So you look at Leon, the over-the-shoulder combat, the parry mechanics, the melee combos, you come to realize it's completely different genre whenever you switch between these two characters. Now, of course, the horror element is there, but when you're playing as Leon, it's literally the God of War effect. You're playing as a character that has no fear in his heart. You're playing as an absolute dog. Now, Grace, she is technically a dog if one of the other dogs, like the weenie dogs, or you get the point. Basically, I'm saying like she's not an actual big dog like Leon is. She's more timid and scared. You come to realize throughout the gameplay they show that magnificently with her shaking while holding a gun, going throughout the environment and freezing. Like if you go in third person or first person, you still experience the same type of timidness, if that's even the word. There's the same type of timid behavior that Grace portrays, especially compared to Leon. So the story, of course, intertwines with these specific characters. And when you come to the AI in this specific game, I have to say Capcom has had one of the smarter AIs I've seen in the year of 2026, along with Marathon. Marathon and Resident Evil Requiem, to me, has had some of the most impressive AI that I've seen in a video game in the year of 2026. So that being said, specifically diving into the AI, as far as the zombies, if you don't know, there's a specific mechanic in this game that a lot of the interactions and hobbies that the humans had before they was turned zombies, basically they keep that up, right? So specifically, I think I had that on here. Yeah, specifically when you look at certain zombies in this specific game, they are doing things that they were in their real life. So if you look at, I don't know if it's actually on here. Let me see. I think it was a singer. Yeah, here it is. All right, so Resident Evil Requiem, there's zombies that adapt and defy expectations, such as the roles that they played before they was turned into zombies. For example, you have Maze cleaning blood for no reason, but frantically, right? Just for the heck of it. They're like, we want to make you scared by any means necessary. And guess what? I think they accomplished that. And then also, you come to realize that you have the singer who ends up screaming if you get close to him, and let's just say it's a very interesting effect. Now, like I said, I'm not going to spoil the whole game. I just want to let you know how advanced some of these AI mechanics are. You have the chef that staggering with utensils, repeating behaviors such as a certain zombie that hates when you turn the light off or whatever because he used to work in that hotel or the place that you're at. So the reason why I say that is because when you're playing as Grace, the stealth mechanic rewards you for recognizing those behaviors. So you're welcome. So anyways, I just wanted to, bring that to your attention. Also, when it comes to the history of Resident Evil, some will wonder to themselves, is the zombies in this game more like Walking Dead or just walking only, or are they more like Day One, or what's it called, like DayZ or whatever, where they just run in a Ford flat like Usain Bolt. Specifically for Resident Evil zombies, with them being mutated, technically they're not walkers, but they're also not just insanely fast and hawking you down from all the way across the room. It's basically emphasizing the horror mutations. So they have, I would say it's similar to like a superhuman effect, but it's not like to the point where they're running like the Flash. Like in DayZ, they're basically running to the point where there's nowhere you can go. The Will Smith movie, I forget what that's called. I forget what that's called. But basically those type of zombies that's running super fast where you can't even get away, it's not like that. For this specific game, they focus on the person behind the mutation. So even though if they were strong before they got bit, well, now they're stronger. If they was doing chef stuff before they got bit, well, now they're doing chef stuff, especially in this specific game. Hopefully I'm explaining it right. I don't know if that's the plainest way to put it, but that's basically what I got.
Whoop-de-doo.
So anyways, getting into the additional systems of this game, of course, Resident Evil wouldn't be Resident Evil without the resource management, the crafting. Of course, you have torch-based environmental puzzles, a lot of boss fights in this game. New Game Plus has insanity difficulty, and you come to realize whenever you hop into Resident Evil Requiem, you will come to find out very quickly that Capcom did not want to waste any time getting you scared.
You guys.
So as far as the pacing of this game, it's immaculate. One of the best pacing stories I've seen in a video game for quite some time. I mean, as soon as you hop into the game, it's like, okay, we're getting straight to the action, and not in that type of way, like they're cutting out the story. Basically, they know how to evenly pace the story to where, oh, maybe if you're getting a little tired of Grace, well, now they're switching to Leon. If you're getting a little tired of Leon, now they're switching to Grace. Like the perfect timing of Capcom and Resident Evil Requiem. Hopefully they can keep replicating that for future installments of Resident Evil, because I do believe, not only from watching it myself, garnering a lot of different opinions from major conglomerates and personal people playing the game, I think this may be the best pacing Resident Evil has ever had. And I've seen a lot of Resident Evils. So when you come to the storyline, I think this is the one game where you could beat for beat copy it to movies and it would be immaculate. Now, obviously certain scenes you may elongate, but for the most part, this is a movie in the making. I mean, they basically made a movie in video game format and still made the video game aspect fantastic. So, yeah, I have high praise for this game, especially from an onlooker. Because once again, I'm not playing horror games because, hey, I can't do it. Well, I can, but it's a lot. So when it comes to Grace, interestingly enough, and like I said, well, I'm not getting into spoilers, but it's so much to talk about with this specific game. When Grace was sent into her mission, let's just call it that, right? She was sent to her mission, and let's just say the motive behind that, the person who sent her and the person who's ahead of that department, he needs to be fired, man.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at...
I was like, ain't no way. Somebody looked at the whole itinerary, basically looked at the snapshot of things that could happen to this individual based on her previous ties, and he was like, you know what? This is the perfect person to send on this mission.
I just don't like it, man.
I just don't like it.
I just don't like that shit, man.
I mean, that's kind of crazy. And Grace, obviously she wasn't for it. She agreed. So, part of it is on her side. But I mean, come on now. You shouldn't even approached her with that mission. Anyways, talking about time, because of course, if you're a person who's employed, you definitely are aware of your time. The main story in this specific game takes about 10 to 11 hours. Now, of course, I've heard of people being in 2 hours. I think those are the speed runners who already played the game and know where everything's at. As far as the main story, from a lot of reports, it takes you around 10 to 11 hours. As far as main plus side content, it takes you 13 to 14 hours. Now, of course, for completionists out there that want to go in every nook and cranny, pause.
You guys.
I done pulled up my soundboard. But anyways, the completionist, it should take you 25 to 27 hours to complete the game, and is significantly longer compared to the Resident Evil 4 remake as far as the campaign scale. So, well, no, it's comparable. So, I think when it comes to the DLC, I think there's gonna be DLC for this game, but maybe I'm misspeaking. Don't quote me on that. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know if there's DLC specifically for this game, but when it comes to the actual analytics, we already dove into that. Once again, 1.7 million Steam copies sold, estimated to have $110 million in revenue and that's just Steam only. Not even to mention the best performing platform, as what I've seen, is PlayStation, with it being the most played game on PlayStation. I think a lot of people are enjoying the graphics, especially from the PS5 Pro. When you look at Capcom specifically, of course they know how to make a Resident Evil, but it just seems like they took it to the next level with Resident Evil Requiem. I think I'm not going too much out on a limb to say that Resident Evil Requiem is probably one of the better games, if not the best story. Just forget the gameplay. It's probably one of the best stories they've ever told in Resident Evil franchise history. So that's a big deal. Getting into the split, as far as the platform split in looking at the physical copies, PS5, well, I guess we don't have to, because that doesn't have all of it. That's just week 1. That's just the debut. I don't want to get into the UK debut. Like, who cares? You know what I'm saying? All right, my fault. For anybody watching from the UK, just know I care. Anyways, so looking at the rest of this game, of course, when you look at any super blockbuster release for a video game, it's going to have spoilers. And that was the same for Resident Evil Requiem. The reason why I'm letting you know this right now is because if you plan on playing this game, you know, avoiding spoilers is going to be pretty hard. So either play it sooner rather than later, or you may have to turn off the keywords for certain things, as far as Leon, as far as Grace. I'm just giving you little hints so you don't run into any spoilers. So anyways, looking at, I think, let me see. So yeah, Capcom already came out and said 50% of the total game sales came from PC. So that's a significant accomplishment, especially for PC gamers out there, because we already know that we're going through it with these RAM prices, but really just everything in general. But the RAM prices are increasing expeditiously, only for all the companies to take up all the breathing air and the drinking water for AI to make a random outfit out of an already made picture. Hopefully you get the point. Hopefully you get the analogy. But if you don't, then hey, guess what?
Won't they do?
So getting back into the review roundup for this specific game, just know that Resident Evil Requiem has been very highly acclaimed, and every major conglomerate has came out and gave it basically a perfect score. As IGN gave it a 90 out of 100, saying, quote, like the result of an experiment conducted in an underground umbrella corporation lab, Resident Evil Requiem successfully splices 2 separate strains of survival horror together into the one highly infectious new mutation. Okay, that man was trying to write with that review. Okay, that's what's up. Game Informer gave this a 97.5 out of 100. What in the world? Where'd a 0.5 come from? Anyways, quote, it is fantastic. I ain't never seen this word before. A revelatory, not revolutionary. That's not what he put. It's revelatory. That's what's up, man. I don't know what that word means. Actually, let's look that up. I mean, give me 1 second. Revelatory definition. All right, I found it. That had to do some Mickey research right quick. Reveal something hitherto unknown in the world. All right, anyways, that word is unnecessary. Not going to cap to you. A revelatory mix of terrifying survival horror and action that stops just short of being too over the top to dip back into the sentimental humanity of these seemingly everlasting characters. Requiem is Resident Evil at its finest. Game Rant gave this 100 out of 100, saying, quote, Game Rant's own review for Resident Evil Requiem saw the game being granted a perfect score, with it dubbed a horror gaming masterpiece. Eurogamer gave it another perfect score, 100 out of 100. They said, quote, Capcom marks Resident Evil's 30th anniversary with a stellar return that's both a masterful bit of suffocating horror and a nostalgic, fan-thrilling victory lap for the legendary series.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Y'all look at the state of gaming. If you don't say this is cinema, then I don't know what to tell you, man.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
I think it's apparent for me to say Resident Evil Requiem is definitely a must-play in the year of 2026. That's if you enjoy horror, if you enjoy the horror genre, or if you don't mind being scared. Let's just put it like that, because I can't do it. You know what I'm saying?
Whoop de do.
Actually, I could, but it's...
Whoop de do. If we beat these folk, whoop de do. We beat them. We go forward.
I prefer not to play scary games. I ain't gonna cap to you. So, looking at Resident Evil from a bird's eye view, safe to say there's a lot of things we could dive into. We could be here for days, because Resident Evil Requiem definitely deserves so many flowers. It will be a candidate for Game of the Year, and by far and away, it's probably the best story that's came out in the year of 2026. I'm trying to think of any other games. Yeah, no, it's the best story of 2026 by far. Obviously, we're just 3 months in, but I'm just letting you know, as of right now, currently speaking, Resident Evil Requiem has the best story in the video game in the year of 2026. So I think it was basically all I wanted to get into. Let me see. As far as the because I already talked about the Avengers team up that went went sour. Like, imagine if the Russo bros got Infinity War and Endgame and just completely just fumbled it and made it like Thor Love and Thunder quality. Like, that's basically what Capcom did with their Resident Evil Death Island. There was just a lot of fan service, not too much story. So hopefully at some point they can make another Avengers like crossover and not make it trash. But I thought that would be very easy for the star-studded cast members that they've garnered over time. But I guess not. I guess it's harder than Capcom thought. So, not to end off on anything negative, I'm just letting y'all know what's going on with the iconic characters Resident Evil. And I'm trying to see, was there anything else? That's basically it. We basically covered everything. You know what I'm saying? Wanted to put respect on Resident Evil's Requiem name, and hopefully I did just that. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias what do you think about the Resident Evil franchise as a whole, and do you believe that Resident Evil not only is one of the better games in the Resident Evil franchise, also, do you believe Resident Evil should be Game of the Year in 2026? It is time to get into everyone's favorite hero shooter, which is Marvel Rivals.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. But in all seriousness, Overwatch did set the standard and, of course, should be respected as not only the cream of the crop when it comes to hero shooters, but the one that made the foundation for what other hero shooters is currently following up on today. As when you look at Overwatch, not only did it take the video game by storm, having a notorious Mass Effect, pun intended, the main thing when you look at it from a consumer standpoint is that when Overwatch came on the scene and basically launched in 2016, having 7 million copies in week one is not where it stopped. As do you know that Overwatch as a franchise exceeded $1 billion. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen? That was in its opening year from 2016 to 2017. So, objectively speaking, we are about to get into Blizzard's fastest growing IP. And of course, that was all the way back then. Some would say, actually, objectively speaking, it definitely did peak in 2020 when COVID was happening. Of course, everybody was in their house. So all the gamer type numbers was through the roof. But when you look at Overwatch as Overwatch 1, the initial version back in 2016, the main thing is in 2020, it generated $800 to $800 million in that specific year. And nowadays, it has a $225 million total as of early 2024. So it's declined as far as year over year. But every single hero shooter that comes out takes something from Overwatch because it definitely set the standard, which is why it won Game of the Year at the Game Awards show. I believe it. I believe it won Game of the Year. Game Awards. Let me see. Game of the Year. I believe it won Game of the Year back when it came out. Yeah, okay. So it won Game of the Year in 2016. And of course, it was very justifiable, to say the least. So a lot of people, which is not a lot, you know, if you're an actual gamer, but the people who come out and say, oh, Overwatch is now copying Rivals with the push mode with Jetpack the Cat. Don't forget. I said, don't forget. Overwatch set the entire foundation for hero shooters, and especially when you're trying to put respect on legends that came before you that let you have your rise for today, for the modern age. I think they could take a little bit from you as well as far as the newcomer on the block. Now, anyways, y'all probably wondering about why in the world have you not said Overwatch 2 yet? Well, I'm glad you asked. As if you don't know, just recently, Overwatch made all the headlines possible as they dropped the 2 for the unified title, Overwatch. So they wanted to reset the annual season 1. And of course, it began this year. And with that, there was a lot of additions for going back from 2 to the original Overwatch, as they not only did they drop 5 characters at once, but the masses flocked to it in droves because, of course, not only is it available on PC, PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo Switch, etc., the Nintendo Switch 2 upgrade is scheduled for later 2026. But when you look at the cross-play enabled, the cross-progression enabled, I believe that's already been a feature for quite some time. But the main thing is the Steam numbers, the console numbers, and of course, I don't think it was on the Nintendo. Yeah, it's not on the Nintendo charts currently. But if you look at the Steam charts, it's currently the 13th most played game on the platform with a concurrent player count of 52,000 and a 24-hour peak of 114,000. But the main thing, is the all-time peak 7 days ago, which is 165,000. And of course, that's for this version of the game. Obviously, the all-time peak is much higher when it initially came out in 2016. But when you're getting into all the changes, that's basically what we're here to do as far as this specific segment. We're going to break it down from the changes to what we can expect from Overwatch going forward. And of course, if you want to dive back into Overwatch after this segment, you'll definitely know if you want to do that or not. So, seem like everybody is enjoying the shift back to Overwatch. I'm not going to say everyone, but you know, the main thing is majority, because of course, when people came back in droves, as when you look at the increase in Steam numbers, when you look at the highest in 1 year as far as on all platform peaks, when you look at them surpassing their contemporaries such as a Call of Duty, Battlefield 6, Marvel Rivals, Arc Raiders, etc. Well, not really Arc Raiders. I'm not gonna lie, Arc Raiders is still killing it on Steam. It's let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's still the 8th most played game on Steam, and of course, Wallpaper is above it, so technically it's the 7th most played game on Steam. So Arc Raiders is doing phenomenal. But when it first came out the gate, safe to say Call of Duty, Battlefield 6, and Marvel Rivals is definitely now playing catch up as far as analytical success in the year of 2026. So the main thing you need to know with this change is that, of course, let's get into the original foundation for the people who are not aware of Overwatch's gameplay loop. So if you don't know, Overwatch they popularized the team-based PvP, right? Your tank, your damage, support, payload, escort, control points, the live service. I mean, everything that you see in Marvel Rivals, Overwatch started, right? So now, when you look at their characters, that's the main thing that made people intrigued with Marvel Rivals. Because if you took such an iconic gameplay loop and foundation and add Marvel characters, so now you got Spider-Man as damage, now you have Venom as tank, now you have Invisible Woman as support. Safe to say the IP recognition is through the roof, and that's why I believe. Now, I mean, you know, Marvel Rivals is still a phenomenal game because, hey, I ain't forget.
Shepard.
No, I'm gonna say it because I ain't forget. Multiverses had Batman, Bugs Bunny, LeBron James for some reason, all in one game, and guess what? It still flopped.
You guys, See, that's the problem.
So let me not just put it on IP recognition as to why Marvel Rivals is doing phenomenal. Out the gate, it was a fully fleshed out game. Practice mode, training area, different ways to get used to your character, a whole database to see different damage and healing as of, it was similar to how a fully fleshed out fighting game is supposed to release. That's how Marvel Rivals released. Everything as far as the attention to detail was there. So let me not just say it was IP recognition, but I would be dismissive to say it wasn't a huge factor in why people gravitated towards that game that otherwise aren't aware of hero shooters. So anyways, let's get back to Overwatch. Enough Marvel Rivals talk. So that's the gameplay loop, right? As far as the major changes, as far as going back to the original Overwatch, the main thing you need to know is that they have 5 new heroes, and they have, for the year of 2026, 5 additional heroes, but 1 per season. So that's why I kept saying at the beginning, they dropped 5 at the start, because it's not normal at all, especially for these legacy hero shooters. To have 5 characters released at once is not normal. Usually 1, maybe a season. And they dropped 5 at once. They wanted to make a big splash as far as to let you know they were serious as far as going back to the Overwatch unified title. And now, when you look at 1 per season for the year of 2026, you come to realize how serious they're taking this launch in general, which is why I think it did so well analytically on different consoles and, of course, PC. So now, when you look at the new heroes, safe to say you have Domina? Y'all don't laugh at me now. Hold up now.
You guys.
Don't laugh at me now. I don't know how to pronounce that. I think it's Domina or Domina. It's one of those. But anyways, that's the tank talent. You have Emery, which is damage talent. I don't know if that helps you. I don't know if there's like a subcategory of the actual classes. Mizuki, what in the world? Support for Talon. Onran or Anran for damage, Overwatch. That just says Overwatch. What in the world? Jetpack Cat support, and also says Overwatch. Oh, I guess it's like different factions and stuff like that. I forget they be having factions and stuff. When you look at the design pipeline, they've came out before and basically said it takes them around like 8 months when they first started, but now it takes around 4 to 5 months, which is still a lot. I mean, you got the voice actor, you have to have the balances as far as making sure they don't break the game, making sure they aren't just abysmal, at launch. That's why I compared it to a fighting game. There's a lot of things you have to keep into account when putting in a new character and 45 other characters already exist. Imagine you didn't test this one character and now its ultimate or its second ability completely breaks the game with the new character, right? Because they didn't test it. Like, you have to test it out with every single hero, which I know y'all probably like, that's their job. But I'll just let you know, being a game developer, it's not as glamorous as some people may make it look. So anyways, as far as the meta event, safe to say it's been going for 5 weeks. That's the total duration that I think it's still going right now. Like I said, it has Overwatch versus Talon. Weekly mission drops, a lot of loot boxes and things of that nature. I want to get more into the hero roster expansion. I think I already got into that. So getting into each character, I mean, that's not what I'm here for. I'm not like a avid pro player of Overwatch. I'm basically giving you the overview, pun intended, of a popular, an immensely popular game that set the foundation for hero shooters. So safe to say, I'm just trying to do my job to salute a legendary hero shooter.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming.
Yeah.
Like, what is going on?
So one of the characters I did want to get into after all that, I did want to get into Jetpack Cat, because what in the world? Who made Jetpack Cat? It's almost like they saw Jeff from Marvel Rivals, and they was like, you know what? We need a nice cuddly animal that everybody can gravitate towards. And some would say, a shark is not cuddly at all, and Marvel Rivals did it. So let's go in the opposite direction that actually makes sense and make a cuddly animal that people can gravitate towards. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Jetpack Cat was born. So if you don't know what Jetpack Cat does, essentially that character heal, damages, projectile spread, allied towing mode. There was one move I was wanting to look at: flight acceleration, area, heel post, dive, tether, ultimate. Oh, that's the thing. Yeah, the ultimate. So basically, I may play a video, but Jetpack Cat like has an ultimate where it takes a person and can like drag it off the map. I was like, what in the world? What type of gag character is that? I wonder who else has an ultimate that drags an entire team off the map. I can't really put my finger on it. So anyways, I was kind of wanting to show the ultimate. Let me see if I can find it right quick, because you know, need some Mickey research for that. Let's see, Jetpack Cat ultimate. Y'all let me know who this reminds you of. I like the overview of his ultimate. Okay, I can't find the overview, but as far as what the ultimate looks like, here it is. No, they're saying how to counter it. Well, that's not what I typed in. That's not how. Why they hating on Jetpack Cat already? Already talking about how to counter it. But let me see. Okay, can carry support. All right, so I'm trying to see if I can find. Okay, so that man's yelling. That's not it. That's definitely oh, here we go. Okay. Finally found gameplay. Yes, sir. W Tech Guy it is from Twitter. So I'm not gonna lie, I probably could have just looked it up on YouTube. But hey.
What they do?
So anyways, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio if you haven't already. Here's Jetpack Cat in a full glamorous 720p. Shout out to Elon, right? So this is Jetpack Cat gameplay. As you can tell, the ad-libs is very insane. And you can just drag somebody off the map. Like, what in the world? Oh, this is funny. Whoever clipped this is hilarious. So you can just drag somebody off the map. I just wonder who else has that type of ultimate.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. Once again, Marvel Rivals did copy Overwatch first. So I just thought that was hilarious. So anyways, that's the main thing I was wanting to show, because that was one of the main characters I wanted to dive into because it piqued my interest. And of course, me diving into different games. Not too many characters I look at, I'm like, bro, I wonder what his full kit is. If I'm not gonna touch the character at all, I don't care what the kit is. But I had to look into like the depths of this character's kit, because who in the world makes a cat with a jetpack and puts it into a hero shooter? But hey, Overwatch did. So anyways, safe to say they're glad they did, because that's definitely one of the standout characters of the game. When you look at some of the other events, as far as I don't think that was it. It was one. Oh, the roadmap. That's what I was wanting to get into. So spring 2026 is one new hero, 10th anniversary event, post-match accolades, stadium hero, Ramatra. Season 3, you have one new hero as far as Japan Night. Season 4, fall 2020. Oh, that's a season 3. Season 3, summer 2026 is when Japan Night happens with one new hero. Season 4, fall 2026 comes with one new hero, expanded 3D lobby, whatever that means. And then of course, when you look at the overview, safe to say they're gonna still keep their story going as far as like throughout the environment storytelling. I think that's the main thing with Overwatch. There's also a story attached to it. I don't know if there's like any show for Overwatch fans out there, but I guess I should look that up. Let me see. Is there, let me see, a show for Overwatch fans? I would assume there is, because I've seen like stuff with what's the girl who be duplicating herself? I forget. I forget, but I think she's like let me see. Oh, I found it. Okay. It was supposed to get one from Netflix, but it never happened. Well,
what they do?
Hey, there you go. So anyways, let's transition into the review roundup of Overwatch, because actually I don't know if I want to get into review roundup. I mean, y'all basically know what the game is, right? As far as what people are saying about the latest season, right? People are saying that it's incredible the strides that Overwatch has made since Overwatch's disappointing 2022 early access launch. It's safe to say Overwatch is back and is better than ever before. That was from Game Ranch, so shout out to them. These scores are all over the place. I'm seeing 6 out of 10. I'm seeing, oh no, that's just a Metacritic. But no, yeah, I'm still seeing 6 out of 10s. I'm seeing 10 out of 10s. I'm seeing 9 out of 10. So it's all over the place. But for the most part, I mean, it seems like the average would, it seemed like it would average out to like, what, 7 for the most part. Because it doesn't seem like everybody's hating it, but, everybody's not loving it. They're definitely hot and cold on it. But Let me see. I don't want to read a Metacritic user. Let me see. Overwatch forums. Somebody did say from 5 characters, only 1 is legit good. I just said I wasn't gonna read off users' reviews. So yeah, that's basically. I only got a quote from Gamer. Like I said, or like they said, quote: Overwatch has made incredible strides since Overwatch's 2 disappointing 2022 early access launch. It's safe to say, Overwatch is back and is better than ever before. So that being said, for my Overwatch fanatics out there, I guess now you can finally say, not only have I put immense respect on Marvel Rivals, which you already knew I was going to do that as a huge Marvel fan, but now I have officially put respect on the Overwatch community.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. How do you feel about Overwatch 2 going to Overwatch to have more of a unified look? And of course, if you've played the game, what is your favorite character? And if you haven't, will you be willing to try out the new resurgence of Overwatch? Now, ladies and gentlemen, I was just sitting in my chair watching the state of play, saying to myself, hold up now. I know the OG voice actor for God of War has to be revealing something special for this type of build-up. And guess what? At the end of already announcing, mind you, God of War, the trilogy remake, not even a remaster, a remake, meaning that from the ground up, we think it's probably should be a completely different game, or else they should have took the word remake off and just said remaster. So I'm assuming it's remade from the ground up. But anyways, I digress. The main thing is the OG voice actor for God of War, continuing off of the trilogy remake announcement, hyping up the next announcement for it to be God of War Sons of Sparta?
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Now, at first glance, you're probably thinking about, well, what's wrong with that? Well, I'm glad you asked, because I'm here to tell you. As when you look at the premise, right? It was shadow drop, so yes, it is available right now. So, you know, shout out to Santa Monica for actually showing something that's available as soon as the gameplay showcase ends. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to them for that. So if you don't know, this game is developed by Santa Monica, Mega Cat Studios, and of course, when you look at it being marketed as a Metrovania, I do believe the $30 price tag is not too egregious, right? It is 12 hours in length as far as the average playtime for a lot of gamers. And of course, the setting is Kratos during his teenage years having a little Spartan training, right? So the narrative is framed, oh, it's cool. That's pretty cool. It's framed by adult Kratos narrating to daughter Calliope? How in the world? How am I supposed to say that? I ain't okay. Hey, hold up now.
Whoop-de-doo.
Hey, if y'all laughing at me,
Whoop-de-doo.
I tried my best. Is that how you say it, Calliope? Actually, let's see what Jarvis says. You know what I'm saying? You know, y'all gonna laugh at my pronunciation. Watch Jarvis pronounce it the same way.
Calliope.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not it. That's not my same. Yeah, that's not the same way I pronounced it. Calliope. But I think that's what you say. I don't even know, man. Whatever. Young Kratos. Deimos, his brother, and I almost spoiled the game, so that's basically it. The voice actor, you have T.C. Carson returns as adult Kratos narrator. Not recast for Christopher Judge. That's interesting. Now let's get to the criticism. The main thing is, you know, of course, I didn't play the game. So the main thing I do, especially when I don't play a game, is I look at the consensus. I look at the extremely positive. I look at the extremely negative. And then, of course, I watch a plethora of reviews and try to see which side they fall off. Usually, the truth is in the middle. Now, everybody's came out and said that Kratos does not feel like Kratos, which makes sense because he's training, right? I don't think it's supposed to be like Kratos. But the thing is, the gameplay loop that's repeated, it makes no sense. The same brotherly conflict loop repeated. Not a lot of meaningful franchise connections. So when you look at this game being generic Spartans, but then you have Kratos and Deimos, or Deimos, hopefully I'm pronouncing it right. You come to realize that the generic label put on a game with Kratos on the front should not even exist. You know what I'm saying?
You guys, see, that's the problem.
Not when you're on in historic run. I mean historic. 2018 God of War really changed the overall perception of Kratos. It was already great, right? but it took it from a hack and slash to like a semi, I'm not going to say Dark Soulsy, but the way that they took the over the shoulder, more personal aspects of Kratos on display, especially the life lessons he was giving to Atreus, especially on the boat rides in God of War 2018, some of the greatest gems dropped. Like I remember one time I was playing a game, right? And I was on my boat, and I don't even think you could go to this mission. It was basically you was on your boat, and there was like a flying character, right? And it was fighting something else. And the Atreus was like, shouldn't we help out that person? And Kratos was like, you live longer if you mind your own business. And I was like, hold on now. I felt like a little kid in that boat. I was like, dang, Kratos really dropping some gems right now. And then the overall progression of Atreus, because of the gems that Kratos was dropping, was just immaculate throughout the whole show. And then you come to realize the OG God of War exists.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
I was like, how did this man go from such a crazy adrenaline fiend killer to like a calm, still a killer, but such a calm, gem-fueled individual? I was like, hold on now. Is that Joe Budden?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
All my hip-hop fans don't understand that. But getting back into the gaming stuff. So when you look at Son of Sparta, it's safe to say, you know, a lot of people wasn't feeling this game. I do believe the consensus as far as the interconnected map that was like positive as far as received, they did say that when you look at the non-connected side of this game, it doesn't make too much sense, especially if you're going to drop this right in the middle of a Hall of Fame run with the 2018 God of War, with the Ragnarok God of War, and then, of course, the OG trilogy that already exists. And then the final, well, I don't know if it's the final, but I assume it's going to be the final Kratos game that's going to end off the trilogy. But, you know, the main thing I was trying to get at is that Kratos is on the Hall of Fame run. Why water it down with such a, I'm not going to say trash, that's harsh, but a very mid, I'm not even going to say mid, because, you know, I want to specifically critique why this game is not up to snuff, right? Having a 2D game when we're already used to a 3D format with Kratos, already that's a red flag. You know, why are you doing 2D spinoffs when we're not even done with the 2018 new version of Kratos trilogy, right? I think you should finish that first and then try to throw out a spinoff like down the line. But all the resources, because this took resources from something, right? It took resources from something. And safe to say, we wanted the resources, all of the resources, on the next installment of the 2018 version of Kratos. So, with that being said, I don't want to get too much into the game. The main thing I just want to let y'all know how the game was being received currently. And of course, we're going to get into some review roundups. As far as sales, you know, interestingly enough, PlayStation players have finally, once again, I'm not going to say once again, but they finally beat the allegations of not supporting their exclusives, man. Clap it up for them. As PlayStation players, I'm not going to lie to you. When it comes to exclusives, it seems like you never wanted to support it. You know what I mean? Do you get an Xbox exclusive and support it like it's going out of style? But PlayStation exclusives, for some reason, just for some odd reason, they don't support it like other platforms. But that's neither here nor there. The main thing I wanted to say is they did support this PlayStation exclusive, as God of War Sons of Sparta is currently the 8th most played game on the PlayStation platform. So shout out to y'all. Now, let's go right into that. Well, let's go right from that into the co-op controversy. As you already know, a lot of people was upset about this, as the game is listed as 1 to 2 players. And, you know, I'm no mathematician, but 2 is more than 1, right? So come to find out, there's no full game co-op.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Basically, when the implied dual character experience, basically the implications is not possible, right? It's only possible as a challenge mode only. So, you know, as far as actually playing the entire game, it's not a real thing. You know, playing the entire game with another person, it's not available. Unless you want to be on the local couch co-op. I know what you're saying.
Shepard.
I know what you're saying.
Just look at the state of gaming.
I'm looking at it.
What is going on?
The state of gaming is everybody wants their own monitor, wants their own system. We're playing an online game. Who in the world is out here still playing local co-op?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Like, even Haze-like Studios knew what the modern generation wanted, as they have local co-op available, but of course they have online as well. So local couch co-op only is insane, right? Not only that, but if you have local couch co-op, now you have a challenge mode. Who in the world wants to only play with their friends in the challenge mode instead of the actual campaign? So there's no campaign co-op, right? And the challenge mode only unlocks after finishing the main story.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
So that is the co-op controversy. A lot of people is not enjoying that by the slightest. Now I'm not trying to, like, I don't want people to get the indication now I'm just basically ridiculing this game. I'm just letting you know, as a 2018 Kratos connoisseur, I wasn't really aware of the OG God of War trilogy. I know what y'all saying. Oh, blasphemous. He's not a real gamer. But when it comes to them having to complete the trilogy for the 2018 version of Kratos, that's what I'm waiting for. This Sons of Sparta just seems like nothing but a distraction. Doesn't mean it's a bad distraction. It just means I think it's a distraction, which means that I can't really give it the praise that I want to, because guess what? I'm still waiting for the trilogy of 2018 Kratos. We had God of War. We had God of War Ragnarok. And I'm waiting for that trilogy. Once y'all finish that trilogy, guess what? Y'all can do whatever. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can make 20 games like this, you know, as far as I used the wrong hair. Y'all can use 20 games like this as far as I care. You know what I'm saying? But that's my main critique, right? Getting into the conglomerates critique, Gaming Boat, the video that we've been playing right now, basically, they gave Sons of Sparta a 9 out of 10. So I was like, hold up now. What in the world? An actual good review, because some of these other scores are not as high, but I wanted to start with the positive. Gaming Boat gave it a 9 out of 10, basically saying Sons of Sparta delivers tight platforming and genuinely satisfying combat. Despite its surprise release, it delivers a strong overall experience. The platforming feels tight and responsive, and the combat stands out with satisfying spear and shield mechanics that keep encounters engaging throughout. Shout out to Gaming Boat. And that's where it stops, because I'm not gonna lie to you. All the rest of the scores, I'm not gonna say it's just straight out trash, but I think the next highest score is like an 8, maybe even an 8.5. But PlayStation Universe, I was like, hold up now, how you a PlayStation Universe giving this a 7.5 out of 10? Sony may take your privileges. No, I'm just playing. PlayStation Universe gave this a 7.5 out of 10, basically saying, quote, a well-crafted, if unambitious, Metroidvania take on PlayStation's most violent franchise. So at first you think he's giving it kudos, but then the quote said, the most unambitious Metroidvania. What in the actual?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
And of course, ending off for Games Radar. Technically, that Games Radar gave it a 3 out of 5, saying God of War Sons of Sparta struggles to deliver on the best of God of War, or the best the Metroidvania genre has to offer. Because, you know, one thing about Metroidvania games is people going to start putting respect on well-crafted Metroidvania games. It's kind of like Elden Ring. Like, it's not like Elden Ring, because people can obviously see why Elden Ring is just above the pack when it comes to Dark Souls-like games. Metroidvania takes a lot of platforming expertise to make enjoyable as far as the gameplay loop. I remember playing Hollow Knight Silksong, and I was enjoying the game. I enjoyed the platforming, getting around the environment. Now, backtracking was a little annoying, but for the most part, you can tell when a Metroidvania is actually good by the platforming, based on the platforming, right? So anyways, getting back into this. Games Radar gave it a 3 out of 5, saying, quote, God of War Sons of Sparta struggles to deliver on the best of God of War, or the best the Metroidvania genre has to offer. Combat is dull and lifeless despite a handful of nice ideas, and is visually ugly and muddy. Goodness gracious. Even lacking in brutal finishers. Goodness. They ain't holding back.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
This all feels quite tame. It's not bad, but serviceable, struggles to excite, especially in today's age. Yep. And that's a sin for God of War.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So as far as what's going on in the Sons of Sparta universe, safe to say a lot of people are coming out to say it's not an atrocious game. You may enjoy it, but when it comes to the God of War franchise, this is not what we were expecting. And, you know, to fall below the prestige level that God of War asked for. But it's kind of like, I'm not trying to be blasphemous, but it's kind of like if in a game called Andromeda came out and people critiqued it for not being at the level of Mass Effect. We're not calling Andromeda trash. We're just basically saying it's not on the level of Mass Effect, so therefore it's a failure. It's a very high bar. To use another analogy, it's like in sports terms, right? OKC. It's like if OKC completely got out of, let me see. It's like if OKC was completely out of the playoffs at the start of the playoffs. Like, it'd just be a complete failure. Why? Because not only are they expected to win it. No. It's like if they didn't even make the Western Conference Finals. That's a better example. Why? Because not only do we expect them to get to the finals, but we expect them to win it. With God of War, we expect them to not only be a monumental story, but we also expect them to give us great gameplay along with a great story. And let's just say God of War Sons of Sparta did not meet that metric.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
With that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. Do you agree that God of War Sons of Sparta was a step back, or are you enjoying it? If you are enjoying it, what is your favorite part about God of War Sons of Sparta? Now let me take you back to a time when I was just coming to planet Earth.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn.
As when you look at the actual video game industry, and safe to say, there's a lot of notorious Mass Effect type of games that not only laid its foundation in the year of 2000, but of course it's still seeing the fruits of that labor in today's age.
Give him some praise! Give him some praise! Give him some praise!
Now with that Drewski side tangent out of the way, the main game that we're talking about for this specific segment is, of course, Dragon Quest VII, Fragments of the Forgotten Past. Now, if you don't know, the 2000 version of this specific game sold 4 million plus copies in Japan alone, making it the best-selling PS1 game there. Of course, PlayStation, for the little Timmies out there, PlayStation 1 was actually a thing. So when it comes to that, $340 million in revenue. And of course, they've been continuing it ever since then. As when you look at Square Enix as a whole, obviously there's a lot of other franchises that Square Enix is known for, but Dragon Quest is definitely a big accomplishment under their belt, especially when you look at how multiple games have garnered and earned Square Enix 95+ million as a company. So getting into Dragon Quest specifically, it is nice to know, objectively speaking, that when you look at the analytical data, safe to say Dragon Quest 3, Dragon Quest 11, those were the games that sold the most as far as by units. And then of course that's followed by Dragon Quest 9, Dragon Quest 7, and then of course Dragon Quest 8. So I think I got 8 and 7 mixed up. 8 is above 7. So Dragon Quest 7 is at 4.9 and Dragon Quest Dragon Quest 8 is at 4.9 and Dragon Quest 7 is at 4.3. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, why are you going all of this? Why are you going over all this analytical data? Well,
you guys.
I'm glad you asked. As you know, over here we get into the gaming and music IPs that notoriously affect the masses. So of course, this is going to be more of a review roundup and a sales roundup as well, because I do like to dive into the industry. And with Square Enix and their notorious Mass Effect on the video game industry, safe to say they're not going away anytime soon. And this, in their latest project, that is Dragon Quest 3, Dragon Quest 7 Reimagined, is the prime example. So if you're not familiar with Dragon Quest, just know it's a turn-based JRPG originally released in 2000, of course, for PlayStation, but with the reimagined game, it is currently on every single platform. It is on Nintendo Switch, Switch 2, PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and of course, PC. So with that being said, going off of that, I did want to get into the actual sales of Dragon Quest right now, because it has not one, not two, three, essentially 3. So it has top 3 slots as far as the best-selling game on the Nintendo platform. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because right now, as you can see, these are all different versions, ladies and gentlemen. You have the PS5 version, you have the Switch 2 version, you have the Switch 1 version. So you're probably thinking to yourself, well, which one is more popular? Well, I'm glad you asked. As interestingly enough, the Switch version is still the most popular. As of right now, even when I'm going through analytical data, it's very interesting how you look at the overall units sold by hardware in the video game space, and it's led by the Switch 2. But then you realize lifetime sales is a real thing. Not only does Switch OLED have 9 million plus units across the world, but the Switch, not the OLED, the original Switch, has a whopping 20 million units out right now. So safe to say, Switch 2 is going to take some time to catch up. So even with these numbers, I think it's still pretty, it's still an accomplishment for Switch 2 players to even have close numbers to the Switch that has way more hardware out there than the Switch 2. So anyways, with that being said, the Switch 1 version of Dragon Quest VII Reimagined is currently at number 1 as far as on the Nintendo rankings. And of course, it currently has 177,000 as far as total copies. And then you look at Dragon Quest VII Reimagined for the Switch 2, and it currently has 160,000. And then you can't forget the PS5 version, as Dragon Quest VII Reimagined currently has 118,000 copies. So basically, I say all that to say this: Dragon Quest VII is performing phenomenally, and you would, like, if you look at the Steam charts, you wouldn't know the massive impact of a game like Dragon Quest, because of course, when you look at the actual analytical data of the Steam charts, it has 6,000 players playing right now, with a 24-hour peak of 12,000, and the all-time peak for the reimagined version was 10 days ago at 27,000. So safe to say,
you guys,
people on Steam, people on console probably don't even know the massive impact of Dragon Quest. Why? Because really, it got its claim, it received and earned its claim to fame in Japan alone when it came out in 2000 with Dragon Quest VII, the PlayStation 1 version. So, with that being said, I did want to get back into the overview for people who are just completely oblivious to what Dragon Quest is about. So it's a turn-based JRPG. When you come to the overall streamlining of mechanics, that's what the reimagined version is for. So when you look at this being a full ground-up remake, it's not a remaster. So that's why, side tangent, when I was covering the PlayStation event, which was phenomenal, mind you, it was phenomenal. When I was covering the PlayStation event and Son of Sparta came up, people were kind of upset because they wanted to see what the God of War remake was going to look like, because they didn't say, oh, we're just remastering the game. They said they're remaking the game, meaning that you're building it foundationally from the ground up. So now, when you look at this doing the same, safe to say there's a lot of changes. There's the combat overhaul. I don't know what QOL means for additions. What was it's quality of life. Why in the world? Why don't they spell it out? They think I got a TikTok brain? That's crazy. Quality of life additions such as auto battle, speed toggles, field enemy insta kills, and then of course, if you don't know about the primary gameplay loop, once again it's turn-based, but as far as collecting the stone tablet fragments, that's what you're going to be doing, along with restoring the Lost Island via time travel. Obviously, I'm not going to just spoil the game. I'm just letting you know what you could look forward to if you decide to dive into Dragon's Quest. So also, when you look at the puzzle solving integrated with the restoration mechanic, safe to say that was also revamped. And then, of course, the town building, such as recruiting NPCs, populating / upgrading your hometown, getting into the combat once again. They updated animations with a turn-based system, AI behavior upgrades, the monster hearts obtained from elite foes, providing passive buffs such as crit rate, dodge, etc. And some of the things that people also want to know about as far as the reimagining edition, there's moonlighting, which equip 2 vocations simultaneously. So I know for the average gamer that hasn't played Dragon Quest, you have no idea what that means. But guess what? That's why this is in there for those who actually play Dragon Quest. Because guess what? Y'all probably could do something with that information. So anyways, getting back into the game as far as runtime, because you know everybody is not only trying to see if the game is good, but they're using their hard-earned time and one of the most valuable things on planet Earth to play this specific game. So not only are you spending money, but you're also spending your time. So when it comes to the time of Dragon Quest VII Reimagined, the main story is 40 to 50 hours. The main plus side quests will take you 70 to 80 hours. And keep in mind, this is a rough ballpark. If you're terrible at games or if you're excellent at games, it could vary. But this is just the average runtime. And then, of course, for completionists out there, it will take you 100 plus hours. So safe to say, there's a lot of content in this reimagined game. Now, as far as the core party size, you have 4 to 5 fixed characters. The main cast is the hero, which is Oster, Kiefer, Maribel, Maravin, and Aishi. I don't know. Aisha Curry. What in the world? Vocations. There's 20 plus vocations. There's tier 1 basics such as fighter / cleric, tier 2 hybrids such as paladin, mentalist. Oh, there we go. I ain't never seen that word before. Tier 3 advanced god hand / hero. So, you know, when you look at the game as a whole, there's a lot to do. You know, simply put, there's a lot to do. But of course, I definitely wanted to go over some of the more popular, revamped sides of this specific game, because of course, if you wanted to get into it and don't know anything about it, that's essentially why we just had that deep dive on what the reimagined change from the year 2000 base game. So I know it came out a long time ago, even for me. Like, how, you know, if I really look at the month, I may have not even been on this earth. Actually, let me see. Let me do some Mickey research right quick, because I actually don't know what month this came out in. Dragon Quest VII. Release date. Let me see. Oh, I found it, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so it says 2000. See, I'm trying to see what month. I already know the year, but oh, hold up now. I was on this earth. So it came out August 26th. Really, you know, as far as February 1st, 2000, I assume I was, because, you know, it had to come out in January. But y'all get the point. All right, so, you know, most of y'all watching this probably wasn't even on this earth, because if you're younger than me, then guess what?
Whoop-de-doo.
You wasn't on this earth. So with that being said, I did want to transition from that into the actual review side of things, but I want to make sure I didn't skip anything as far as the sales, because statistically speaking, this game is performing well, and you wouldn't know unless you're an avid gamer like myself, or you pay attention to the charts like myself.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. So anyways, looking at the sales as far as the reimagined launch, week 1, I already showed you the sales as far as Nintendo specifically, but now let's look at Japan, as the physical sales in Japan was a total of 457,000. Now, like I just said, the Steam peak concurrency was at 27,000, the second best launch for the franchise. So I'm pretty sure Square Enix is sending back like, hold up now, maybe we should put out more reimagining of our popular games, because guess what? The Nintendo connoisseurs seems to love it. And of course, you know, that probably isn't the greatest thing for new IPs out there or up and coming IPs trying to make a name, because if they could just put out a game that came out in 2000 and just reimagine or just remake a lot of things, safe to say they're going to keep doing that. So if there's any old games out there that you want reimagined, make sure to hit those studios, because now that Square Enix specifically, now that they see the numbers, that, you know, Final Fantasy VII was one thing as far as a remake, but this one doing well on out the gate just incentivizes even more for Square Enix to keep going with the reimagines. So anyways, for comparison, when Neo 3 came out, well, Neo 3 is not a good comparison, because I don't even think Neo 3 is on Nintendo. So, you know, I'm not trying to down Neo 3, so let's not do that. So, I think that was basically it. So, yeah. So, let's get into this review roundup for Dragon Quest VII. And, of course, as far as a reimagine, and I don't know if this is, let me see, the 2016. Why did they pull up the 2016 one in a row? As far as the 2026, not the 2016, I don't know what in the world that came from. But the reviews are, I'm not gonna say all over the place, but I'm also not gonna say it's just a straight up masterpiece. People do have their quarrels and their they're basically, you know, they have problems with this specific game. But for the most part, a lot of people are giving this I was going to say one phrase, but let's just say they're giving it a 7. Now, as far as the number before that, y'all can put 2 and 2 together. But the average score seems to be a 7, with IGN giving it a 7 out of 10, saying, quote, Dragon Quest VII Reimagined delivers a better paced version of this 26-year-old classic while retaining its signature charm. But it also goes too far with some of its changes, sanding down the experience of newer players at the expense of the challenge and discovery I expect from the series. And then let's go to a higher score. So, Nintendo Life, you know, they can't be biased. You know what I'm saying?
Shepard.
All right, my fault. Let me just read it off. Nintendo Life gave this a 9 out of 10, basically saying, quote, our reviewer Mitch did have high praise for the many quality of life changes, scoring the Switch 2 release a 9 out of 10. So that's more of a synopsis. Obviously, the full thing is on the website. So that's one of the higher scores. Let me see if I can get a quote from one of the higher scores, because I want to see what they really saw in it. Atomics gave it a 90 out of 100, basically saying, quote, at the end of the day, Dragon Quest VII Reimagined is a great experience. Okay, well, that's nice. GameSpot gave it a 7 out of 10, saying, quote, Dragon Quest VII Reimagined slims down and modernizes a notoriously, oh, okay, I like the use of that word. All right, my fault. Notoriously bloated classic RPG, though its anthology structure still feels overlong.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
So as you can tell, the scores are not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but it's not the perfect game. But obviously, gaming is so subjective that a 7+ from major conglomerates across the board, I think that's a success. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the Dragon Quest VII Reimagined game currently topping the charts on Nintendo? And at the end of the day, will you be giving this JRPG turn-based game a try?
Shepard, promise me you'll tell them to subscribe for ad-free content.
Never would have made it.
Shepard. Just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Without you, I would have lost it all. But now I see how you were there for me, and I can say,
Shepard.
All right, my fault. Yeah, y'all probably wondering to yourself.
You guys.
Y'all probably like,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
no, ladies and gentlemen, you are not in the church service. I just wanted to start off like that because guess what, man?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look.
Guess what? Sad day in history when we have to dive into Ubisoft and the very excruciating tactics that they took just for this game to be available to the masses.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Now you're probably thinking to yourself, Dreamz, what in the world are you talking about? Well, I'm glad you asked, as we're going to dive into, of course, Rainbow Six Siege, the mobile version in a second, but really is his own thing. So Rainbow Six Mobile, we're going to dive into that in a second. But we have to look at it in totality from a bird's eye view because, of course, the developer, the publisher, Ubisoft, let's just say they did some things that nobody is happy with.
I just don't like it, man.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
I just don't like that shit, man.
Man, don't nobody like the way that Ubisoft is moving right now, but I'm here to break it down like a kilo of Miley Cyrus. So without further ado, let's start with Ubisoft back in 2024 to 2026. Very short and simple. I'm not going to elongate the story. Basically, Ubisoft is having some egregious ways of handling its employers, as when it comes to 2024 to 2026, Ubisoft faced severe challenges, right? From a monetary standpoint, they dropped a little below 80% in 2018, from the 2018 peak due to delays such as Assassin's Creed Shadows, if you remember that whole debacle, Star Wars Outlaws, which hopefully y'all don't forget. I said, hopefully y'all don't forget. The first ever Star Wars open world game was fumbled. By who? You guessed it. Ubisoft.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
So safe to say, the monetary value and the revenue dropped expeditiously. And of course, when it came into the year of 2025, the net bookings fell 34.8%. And of course, in quarter 3 of 2025, it dropped even more. And when you look at the overall restructuring solution that the higher ups felt would be necessary to combat this type of fall in revenue, they basically cut 1,500 plus jobs.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
And of course, the reason why I'm saying this before we dive into the mobile game is because the studio responsible for this game, yes, I know, plot twist, the studio responsible for this game was laid off right before release.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So this mobile game, the development team for this mobile game, basically they thought to themselves, I've had enough of Ubisoft. We finna retaliate and go on strike. So they had a whole developers union, Ubisoft Halifax, hopefully I'm saying it right, which supported this game, this mobile game that is out now right now. Basically they unionized. And when it comes to this, they was pursuing legal recourse because what? Ubisoft decided to close Halifax studio on January 7th. Ladies and gentlemen, this mobile game came out February 23rd, 2026. Now I know what you're probably thinking to yourself. Well, how did the game still come out if they closed the studio? Well, I'm glad you asked. Basically, Ubisoft had enough. Now, they claim this wasn't because of them unionizing, but come on now. When it comes to the occurrence of them being let off weeks after the studio unionized, some would say that's a peculiar coincidence. That's a very interesting coinky thing, don't you think? As when the employees filed for certification in June 25, and on December 18, 2025, and the Nova Scotia, I think it's Scotia. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Anyways, the labor board certified the union, right? The Game and Media Workers Guild of Canada and the CWA Canada local of 111, whatever that is. I don't know what that word is. I don't know what that label is. And of course, 61 of 71 workers, which is 74%, voted yes. It became Ubisoft's first North American unionized studio. And guess what? Ubisoft said to themselves,
whoop-de-doo.
They said to their workers,
whoop-de-doo,
and shut them down expeditiously.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look.
So anyways, after they was laid off, right, unemployed, they basically had a dispute calling the time is suspicious. What don't you think? Blindsided. And basically, the CWA Canada filed a labor board complaint accusing Ubisoft of closing to avoid a union, potentially for it being potentially illegal under Canadian law. And they pursued legal recourse, rallied for reopening as far as January 29th, 2026, and criticized initial post-closure talks as inadequate. Ubisoft, of course, denied the anti-union motive, linking it to broader cost optimization starting post-pandemic. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that's what the story is. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
See, that's the problem.
That's what the story is. Because guess what? Ubisoft kept going.
Whoop-de-doo.
Ubisoft kept going.
Whoop-de-doo.
They said we're going to lay off all our workers and just do this ourselves. So basically they consolidated, which is why this game still came out. But of course, when it comes to the development studio of this mobile game that we're about to dive into, I wanted to give you the backstory on how a corporation will have you do all the work in building, not only building, but laying the foundation, building it to the point of release, and then they'll just let you off.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So the state of gaming is very in a interesting state, as you could put out a game immensely respected like this one, as we're about to dive into right now, as Rainbow Six, the mobile game, is essentially notoriously affecting the masses. Now, I kept telling y'all, we was going to put way more respect on the mobile gamer community, because I feel like not a lot of people is doing that, especially covering the entire gaming industry. I thought to myself, mobile gaming connoisseurs are supporting the entire gaming industry like no other platform. And if you don't believe me, objectively speaking, as far as 2026 from Sensor Tower, mobile is currently responsible for 103 billion as far as revenue in the gaming industry. Guess how much console and PC is? Console's 46 billion and PC is 40 billion.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
So when you look at console and PC gamers and the immense popularity when it comes to being one of those versus being a mobile gamer, safe to say a lot more money is in mobile gaming. But guess what? The world may not tell you that.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
One day, I have a dream that all mobile gamers will get respected like... All right, my fault. I ain't gonna go on my speech right now. But basically, y'all get the point. Mobile gamers are just completely disrespected. That's why I want to put way more respect on their name. So anyways, speaking of putting respect on their name, let me let them in on another game that they should probably try out, as Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Mobile has finally released. Yes, after years of delays, and of course from 2024 to 2025 to 2026. I mean, multiple delays, right? Because it was announced in 2022, right? Alpha beta test in 2023, soft launched in Asia just Asia in 2024 to 2025, but then it got delayed multiple times. But now it is officially here, ladies and gentlemen, which is why we gotta pay our respects.
Never could have made it without you.
Sad day in history, man. All those developers got laid off, and they was crunching to the point where this was able to be released, because they thought this was never going to see the day see the light of day. They literally thought they never was going to make it. So anyways, when it comes to the platforms, this specific game is on Apple, it's on Google, and of course, when you look at the gameplay loop, if you're familiar with Rainbow Six Siege, you already get this. But if you aren't, that's what this breakdown is for. So it's a 5v5 multiplayer FPS, free to play, mind you. Of course, when you look at the momentum, and well, no, let's stick with the overall mechanics. So when it comes to the mechanics, it's 5v5, attack versus defense, 10-minute matches, right? Fully PvP, no campaign, no story mode. If you're not trying to play against another player, then guess what?
Whoop-de-doo.
Then guess what?
Whoop-de-doo.
Don't hop on the game. So a lot of the game modes are diverse, as far as bomb, which is plant/defuse, bomb rush, which is a escort variant, team deathmatch, quick play, ranked, and private matches. So they have a plethora of game modes for you. You know, so when it comes to shooters in the mobile gaming format, safe to say this is definitely going to be a standout. As if you look at, make sure to go to Analytic Dreamz. Make sure to go to Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify if you haven't already. As right now, I'm going to put up the top mobile games currently in the year of, in the month of March in 2026. So as you can see right here, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. This specific game is currently at number 10. Now, of course, these are a lot of different sources I use. I just basically constrapulated, is that the word? Basically, I took all of it, put it together, and then this is basically the concise list from a lot of different reports. As you can see, we've covered a lot of these mobile games, but Rainbow Six Siege, as you can see right here, I'm making a little cursor, Dreamz the teacher, you know what I mean? Anyways, it's a new release, so a lot of the downloads are definitely notoriously affecting the masses to the point they made it to the top 10. So once again, I'm just gonna put this up one more time, so just in case you just want to see this. So one more time, let me just. So as you can see, Rainbow Six Mobile is currently notoriously affecting masses out the gate. So shout out to them for that. Even though it is bittersweet because the studio that developed this game for the majority of the time definitely got laid off. But at the end of the day, the game is pretty solid and people are respecting it by giving it their time and attention. So getting back into the gameplay loop. So when you're looking at the operators, it launched with 24 to 26 plus operators. Examples for people who play Rainbow Six, like Ash, the attacker, Dokaibi, I don't know how you pronounce that, attacker. And then you have Mute, the defender. And Siege currently has 70 plus operators, and the mobile version is rolling out one one a month. So at some point it will get to the point of the console versions, but of course, I don't think Snake for Metal Gear Solid, I don't think he's coming anytime soon. I think right now they're just trying to get the original roster. So we're going to get into maps in a second. I want to go back into the sales aspect of this game because guess what? It launched at a phenomenal trajectory as pre-launch momentum. It was 18 plus million pre-registration, right? Like I said, this game been delayed multiple times, so that's why the number's so high. So now, when the game comes out, you wonder who's going to play it as soon as it's available. And guess what? It was a lot of people to the point where not only did they come out in droves, but in total revenue, it garnered 183,000. And of course, looking at the sales objectively speaking, compared to other shooters, Rainbow Six is one of the more premium shooters on the market. As a franchise, is garnered over 3.8 billion, right? As far as its lifetime sales, as far as the Rainbow Six IP, which is a little under well, I say a little, it's a lot under shooters like Call of Duty, which is 30 billion plus, Fortnite, which is 20 to 24 billion, CSGO, which is 1 billion. You get the point, right? Well, 1 billion plus prizes. So it may be a little, well, no, it's definitely over CSGO, but just putting it in perspective. So Apex Legends is 3.4 billion. Valorant is 34 million in prizes, I believe. So when you look at it in totality, Rainbow Six is definitely one of the most notorious shooter franchises in the gaming market. So it's definitely a big dog in its own right. So that's why a mobile version came. So getting back into the gameplay loop, I definitely wanted to dive into the shooters for a second because, of course, when people look at the mobile version, they probably think to themselves, well, I could just play the console version. But the developer specifically wanted you to know that this is not a port. This is specifically made for mobile, such as the HUD, controls, movement system, etc. This is not just some lazy port from console to mobile. They built this from the ground up to be a mobile standalone Rainbow Six experience. So a lot of the reported reports from first impressions is that people are enjoying the game. Of course, when it comes to the mobile gaming aspect, as far as the actual touchpad controls, is not the greatest when compared to consoles, but of course there's a workaround, as if you connect your controller via Bluetooth or a cord, which is what I like to do, because you have adapters where you can connect your you can have multiple connections to connect your controller to your phone. But anyways, or you could just go with Bluetooth. Either one works. And the main thing is, when it comes to FPS, you can have more of a console-like experience if you connect your controller to your phone. Now, don't kill the messenger, but if you connect your controller to your phone, you may be having a wonderful experience in taking out them little Timmies.
Shepard.
I'm just saying, little Timmies, they just get out preschool, elementary, whatever. They try to hop on a game, have a fun experience, and guess what?
What they do?
A whole sweat with a controller on the phone is taking away their enjoyment.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So don't tell them where you heard it from. But that's one of the best ways to experience a mobile shooter. Not gonna lie to you. Connect your controller, and you may be the second coming as far as a professional Rainbow Six player. So anyways, as far as the monetization model, you're probably wondering, because it is free to play. Of course they have a battle pass. They're gonna have monthly seasons, cosmetic unlock. So they're treating this like, comparing it to the most popular format, which is Fortnite, as far as the free to play aspect. It's following that same type of format. So just know they're going to support this game for quite some time, especially the way that it's percolating on the charts right now. Like I just showed you, it's top 10 in mobile game downloads, and it just came out. So as far as it being a new game, we're going to see if it's able to hold that retention as far as its player count currently in the mobile gaming aspect. But of course, when you look at the totality of the bittersweet moment of the development studio being laid off, and then the game that they worked on being very well received, is such a hot and cold aspect of the gaming industry. Yes, a phenomenal shooter is available for mobile gamer connoisseurs out there, but at what cost?
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
It's almost like Thanos at the end of Infinity War, when little Gamora walked up to Thanos and asked him, what did it cost? And guess what? Ubisoft basically said everything because they laid off a plethora of individuals. I mean, they laid off everybody and their mama and still put out what they was working on. So, interestingly enough, you're probably wondering why Ubisoft would do this. It's primarily to save money. It's always about money when it comes to Ubisoft. You know, as far as accountability, I'm not going to say it's lacking. All I'm going to say is instead of looking inside at themselves as far as dropping one of the worst fumbles in gaming history when it comes to Star Wars Outlaws, the first ever Star Wars open world game, and they fumbled it. So the studio being responsible for that, instead of being like, you know what, maybe we need to look at our higher ups and have some restructuring. They laid off the multiple studios that was working on games like Rainbow Six Mobile. Now, how does that make sense? The world may never know. So it's always a monetary play. Ubisoft reportedly saved around $200 million because if you don't know, usually the main expense is your workforce as far as staff and employees. So, employees. So when you look at them now, of course, they're going to face a lot of lawsuits. Like I just said, the current lawsuit that's going on with Halifax having a union. And when it comes to the other lawsuits, I mean, they're going to be having union retaliation. They're going to be dealing with that for quite some time because even though Ubisoft denied it, saying they had this in the works pre-unionization, it still hasn't had a solution. But the proven motive, proving a motive for the union will be difficult, but I think it's definitely an important battle when it comes to the overall gaming landscape. We can't just have these development studios using you for your work and then throwing you to the wayside whenever you're finished with a game. So I didn't want to make this too morbid, but at the end of the day, I did want to give it to you in totality so you know exactly what's going on with the entire release of this game. But let's end it off with something a little familiar as, of course, we dive into the sales and review roundup of, different games that's released around the clock. So when it comes to this specific game, the review roundups, a lot of people are giving it high praise. Tap gave it a 9 out of 10, saying, quote, tested the earlier beta version and played the global release. It's a good tactical shooter game ported to mobile. The graphics of the game is generic, nothing special about it. Wow. It got some good details and lighting, similar to other FPS games. The UI is slow. He put that in all caps, ladies and gentlemen. The devs did not address this problem in the beta. Actions in the menu needs a loading time which is abrasive. Gameplay is fast and action-packed. A higher skill ceiling is required. That's also in all caps, ladies and gentlemen. Due to advanced planning and positioning of your team and gadgets. Well, for a 9 out of 10, that's a pretty honest review. Okay, so then we have some other reviews. I'm trying to see if we can find any. We have an App Store review. Let me see. So this person, I don't know if I want to do individual app reviews. I want to do like big corporations. Let me see. Muted Gamer said, quote, gave it an 8 out of 10. Said, I have uploaded my review here. Well, I mean, that's apparent. I know I've missed many things, so I'll share only them here. About gameplay, I like it a lot. I haven't played Rainbow Six franchise, so I haven't experienced something like this. Hence, this was new to me and getting used to it. About controls, I feel confusing. But if played every day, can get used to it, so that's not the concern. About device support, by looking at minimum requirement, it feels like many devices might run, but I don't know about that. Let me know in the comments how it is playing on your device. Well, I ain't gonna care to you. These seem like some personal reviews. I was really wanting actual conglomerates. Let me see if I can actually find one, because I think I had a couple up here, but these are like personal, which I guess for mobile you want to hear from the actual people. And this is a review roundup segment. So trying to see if, let's see. So I guess the Metacritic is too early or too recent or whatever. Oh, okay, that makes sense, because I guess people could review bomb it or whatever. So we don't really have a lot of reviews from major conglomerates. So we just have personal reviews, and for the most part, people are enjoying it. So all right, let's dive into one more personal review. Okay, so we have the Centipede from Tap. Quote, repetitive, nothing to gain. Wow. Everything cool is behind a paywall. Wow, he is not holding back. The free stuff gets duplicated all the time. Fell to rookie since didn't play it for a while and got matched with diamonds or higher. I don't know, man. Gotta wait for global release, I guess. All right, so this is before the actual release. But he still gave it, what did he give it? He still gave it a 7.5 out of 10. There's really no score lower than a 7. So just to let you know, even though if people have problems with it, they still think it's a solid game. But let's get into one of the more perfect reviews. Well, not reviews, but one of the more perfect scores from a personal player. So Carnage Keeper, you think he's a Spider-Man fan? Anyways. Quote, great graphics and awesome gameplay. Other than that, the multiple times I had finished a round with 0 kills because I died immediately to aim assist headshot demons. That boy was definitely not playing on console.
You guys.
I mean, he was definitely not playing on the console controller.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
All right, so that was pretty cool. But that was just basically the personal reviews for this specific game. But at the end of the day, definitely play it for yourself. Just wanted to give you the review roundup, dive into the sales specifically for Rainbow Six mobile version, and of course, talk about the overall trajectory of Ubisoft, because there's a lot going on right now over at Ubisoft. I mean, we've broken down a lot of Ubisoft news, and of course, if you just type in Ubisoft Analytic Dreamz with a Z, you'll see all the different stories from Ubisoft being, from specifically Ubisoft laying off a lot of people amidst major restructure. 3 former Ubisoft execs found guilty of it. Oh yeah, that was a story. Let's just say, yeah, we've dove into Ubisoft a lot. You know, Ubisoft share falls 17% after it delays launch of new Assassin's Creed. That was back in December 11th, 2024. So I've been covering Ubisoft for a while, and what I continue to see as far as a pattern is that Ubisoft fails to realize that higher quality games is going to equal you paying your employers. And so you laying people off is not going to leave a good taste in people's and employers and game developers' mouths, because why would they develop a solid game for you if you're just going to lay them out, if you're just going to lay them off right before the game they was working on comes out for the revenue to go straight to you, which is exactly what happened with Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Mobile. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six mobile version? And of course, at the end of the day, if you've played this game or if you played other shooters along with this game, do you think this is one of the better shooters on the mobile market currently? And what is your favorite thing about playing Rainbow Six mobile?
Shepard, promise me you'll tell them to subscribe for ad-free content.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time once again to get into the legendary Mario. As if you don't know, of course, over here at Notorious Mass Effect, we put immense respect on Mario's name to the point where, hold up now, I know what y'all see on your screen, and if you don't, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Just know over here, we put immense respect on Mario's name.
Shepard.
Mm-hmm.
Just look at the state of gaming.
Yep.
Like, what is going on?
And of course, when it comes to immense respect, you already know it's garnered because of when it comes to the Mario IP, it's generated over 66 billion with a B for Nintendo. Now, of course, we are going to be diving into the specific game, Mario Tennis Fever, that was just released February 12, 2026. Now, when it comes to Mario in general, even though as a character, as an IP, it's made 66 billion for Nintendo, as far as the games making over 54 billion. And of course, you have your toys, you have your licensing, publishing, things of that nature, as far as the movies, parks, etc. Now, diving into the Mario Tennis world, which is really more of the sports genre for Mario, because this man has a lot of genres. I thought this man was just a plumber.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. But anyways, when it comes to Mario, safe to say, amongst the Mario sports game, unfortunately, Mario Tennis Fever does not hold up.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Now, of course, we're going to get into the reviews and sales roundup of this specific game, but I do have to lay out the foundation of Mario sports games and why this one is probably not going to be held in high regard when it comes to the previous sports games, as when you look at revenue in general, which doesn't tell the whole story, but of course it's a start. So here we are. Mario Tennis, the series, has made over 13 million as far as lifetime. Aces specifically made 4 to 5 million. Then you come to Mario Golf that made 8.5 million, Strikers that made 6 million, And of course, the legendary Mario Kart, that's just a little under 87 million, and that's excluding the deluxe. So now, when you look at Mario Fever, as far as the trend, as far as the sales, safe to say it's not a flop, because that word, when it comes to Mario, is just straight up disrespectful. You know what I'm saying?
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I know there's not gamers out there disrespecting Mario's name. Even though it may be a flop, objectively speaking, we have to sugarcoat it, because at the end of the day, Mario has carried the whole gaming franchise on his back. So anyways, with that being said, we do have to get into Mario Tennis Fever and, of course, everything about it. As if you don't know, it's developed by Camelot Software. Camelot. Hopefully I'm pronouncing it right. But the first thing I thought to myself, I was like, isn't this a studio that switched up on Sega?
Shepard.
All right, you know, I have to get into detail, because y'all probably like, what you mean they switched up on Sega? Well, technically, Camelot or Camelot Studios, they are ex-Sega. Now you're probably wondering, why would they go to the ops to make one of the greatest series of sports games for a particular character? Well, let me take you all the way back to the 90s. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, before I was even on this earth, Camelot Studios basically was with Sega, and they made a particular game called Shining Force. And when it comes to that, that was one of the shining examples of the development as far as how good they were in the gaming industry. So that was back in 1990, right? So now, when you continue in 1994, they became independent, finishing the third installment of Shining Force. And amidst developer woes and, of course, Sega's threat to cancel the whole studio, they thought to themselves, I know you ain't talking to me. You know what I built for this company? You know what I've did for this whole establishment? I mean, they might as well just be in William Dafoe in video game form. They basically said to themselves, you know what? I don't have to deal with any of this. And they went to Nintendo. As Nintendo approached Camelot and basically gave them an offer to become a Nintendo affiliate in 1998, and that's essentially what they did. And they were exclusively set to do Mario Sports plus the Golden Sun. So if you don't know, that is where the stable partnership game is, because, safe to say, Sega was pulling some very unnecessary tactics, and I wonder what studio is currently going through the same turmoil in the current day and age. Couldn't be Xbox.
Shepard.
All right, let's get back on subject. So when it comes to Mario Tennis Fever, safe to say the sales are not through the roof. But to get into the overall objective nature of the sales, when Mario Tennis Fever launched February 12th, week one, it sold 39 to 40,000 units, but those were physical, right? But the main thing you need to know is that it's less than 1/3 of Aces, which is the previous sports game that sold 120,000 plus in week one sales. So not to get that applause mixed up for Mario Tennis Fever, that was for the last installment as far as Aces. This one, as far as this current sports installment, is the lowest launch in Mario Tennis franchise history.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So it's very unfortunate, because, of course, we do have to get into some very unflattering news when it comes to Mario. But hey, guess what? The movie's coming out. You know what I'm saying? Hey.
You guys,
the movie's still coming out. You know what I'm saying? So we still have that to look forward to. But when it comes to the sports game, I'm going to get into why a lot of people decided to pass on this specific installment in a second. But diving back into the sales. So it did bounce back. To be objective, it did bounce back as far as week two sales coming in, as far as a total, around like 54,000. So it rebounded, bounced back, and came to the #1 slot as far as overall on the Nintendo platform. So even though it did have the lowest launch in Mario Tennis franchise history, at least it can still say it rose to #1 on the Famitsu charts as far as specifically Nintendo games. Because, of course, this is only on Nintendo. If you didn't know, this is exclusively, or not even on Nintendo, this is exclusively on the Nintendo Switch 2. So don't think you have a Switch and think you're about to play Mario Tennis Fever. You walk into GameStop and ask them if your Switch can run Mario Tennis Fever, they gonna tell you,
whoop-de-doo.
Be like, hold up now, I'm trying to play Mario Tennis Fever.
Whoop-de-doo.
They gonna look at you and say, do you not have a Nintendo Switch 2? Well, guess what?
Whoop-de-doo. If we beat these folk, whoop-de-doo. We beat them. We go forward.
And they're going to go forward without you. So if you don't have a Nintendo Switch 2, safe to say you're not going to be able to play Mario Tennis Fever. So anyways, getting back into the charts, because, over here we dive into the dreamlike analytics. But safe to say for this particular game, it's not as much dreamlike as, other sports installments, which, I probably sound like a repeated record at this point. But you get the point. So when you're looking at UK specifically, of course, Mario Kart World is still the second most played game in the UK as far as February 16th through February 23rd. And the reason why I wanted to say that is because even though Mario Tennis Fever may not be upholding the standards of previous sports games, Mario still is selling a plethora of copies on the Nintendo platform and just in general. As you look at Mario specifically on the Nintendo charts, and they have Mario Tennis Fever, which is currently the most played game on Nintendo, Mario Kart World, which is the third most played game on Nintendo, and then you have Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, which is the 15th most played game on Nintendo, Super Mario Party Jamboree, which is the 20th, Super Mario Party Jamboree Nintendo Switch 2 edition, not to get mixed up with the Switch 1, which is the 21st most played game on Nintendo, Super Mario Galaxy plus Super Mario Galaxy 2, which is the 28th most played game on Nintendo. That's like a bundle, by the way, if you was wondering why it's two games. And then Super Mario Odyssey, which is the 29th most played game on the Nintendo platform. So safe to say, Mario still is notoriously affecting the masses, but just when it comes to Mario Tennis Fever specifically, it's definitely underperforming as far as out the gate. Now, with that set to the side, the main thing I wanted to get into is, of course, the critics, because when it comes to the critiques of this specific game, safe to say, when you look at the price point, you already knew what they was going to point out.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
As the $70 price tag is very interesting, because if this is considered more of a B tier outing for Mario as far as in the sports world, because people would probably prefer a 3D platformer before they would want a sports game like a tennis, like Olympics, things of that nature. So this would be the B tier installments of the Mario franchise. Why in the world is it $70 when the main story is literally only 4 hours long?
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
The main story plus extras. If you want to do something extra on the side, is 8 hours.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state.
Like who Mario Tennis Fever think they are? They think they Resident Evil?
Shepard.
All right, my fault. And then for completionists out here, it's a total of 15 hours.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
So you get the point. Basically, a $70 price tag for a sports game that's only 4 to 15 hours. I mean, that's just not enough. They just want more. People just saying they don't like it.
I just don't like it, man.
People don't like it.
I just don't like that shit, man.
That's what I just said. Anyways, so getting back into the gameplay, if you wanted to know what you could look forward to as far as the specific game, you have top spin as far as the mechanics. You have top spin, slice, lob. For the tennis connoisseurs out there that play tennis daily, they already know what these basically these terms are called. But I just wanted to let y'all know if you're average let's just say if you don't play sports that often, right? So top spin, slice, lob, defensive maneuvers, and of course the rally builds fever gauge with the which is the whole mechanic of the game. When it comes to the fever system, you can trigger fever shots like freeze the court, shrink opponents, alter match momentum, of course, is the ultimate goal. And then when you have fever rackets, there's 30 rackets in total. There's fire effects, mud traps, doppelgangers / clones, and then there's frequently compared to Mario cardification. Now, what in the world does that mean? The world may never know.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
Now, of course, there's a plethora of modes in this specific game. You have adventure, you have tournament mode, tower, local and online multiplayer, 1 to 4 players, which, hold on now. I think it's time we get into the multiplayer. So, for some reason, Nintendo has made a lot of money. Let me see. Nintendo net worth. Let me see. So, Nintendo, let me see if I can actually find an let me see. So, Oh, here we go. Okay, yeah. 2026 is they're sitting around $67 billion. And it's probably a low ball, but I'm just letting you know. It does say a negative 16% change. So usually it's higher. Usually it's around 80 like it was in 2025 as far as billion. So don't make sure to put that B on the end. So $80 billion is what they're usually worth. Now, why do I bring that up? When it comes to the online platform, I think it's a shame and a crime on what Nintendo is doing with their online version of these games. Because, of course, in today's age of technology, majority of places have good internet. They have fast speeds to where they could play with anybody across the globe. But for some reason, an $80 billion company cannot understand that.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
To be more specific, when it comes to the online mode, is region lock for one. So, of course, this is a Nintendo standard, which is already the problem. But it matches prioritized low latency regional servers over global, right? But regardless, people are still out here complaining about one bar connections and lag, unlike the Ace's freer sports game. So keep that in mind. Now, when you look at Nintendo's online, just generally speaking, there's no native voice chat / party system, which you have to have a whole app to work around the whole thing. And then, of course, when you have peer-to-peer, it's a lot of lag and unstable gameplay that ends up happening because Nintendo's online is one of the worst onlines in gaming history currently. So when you look at the basic lobby / matchmaking versus a PSN or Xbox or even a PC with Discord, it is very subpar to the point where how come an $80 billion studio has not poached somebody from the Xbox, PlayStation, or PC team to make a serviceable online mode?
Give them some praise.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to preach the gospel.
Give them some praise.
That's all I'm trying to do. I mean, an $80 billion company, you would think somebody would be able to throw some money at somebody who knows how to make an actual serviceable online experience. And for some reason, Nintendo just could care less about it. Nintendo, every time people ask them to upgrade the online mode, they basically say,
whoop-de-doo.
They could care less. So I think, all jokes aside, when it comes to the online mode, I am very perplexed on how in the world they still haven't upgraded their online mode to be at the same stature of an Xbox and PlayStation. I know what you're saying. Oh, it's because Nintendo's a family-friendly platform. Well, at some point, we just got to say, hold up now.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
We are in 2026. That family-friendly stuff, you got to figure it out because everybody else is figuring out the online experience except for you. And you have $80 billion once again. So anyways, I don't want to stick on that point, but it really was peculiar on why Nintendo still hasn't figured out the online experience for their consumers. Anyways, getting back into Marvel, not Marvel, I said Marvel. Getting back into Mario Tennis Fever. When you look at the content, there's 38 playable characters, which, is a W because it's the largest roster in the series history. So shout out to them for that. There's 30 Fever rackets, 13 plus courts, mini games, and of course you get to unlock progression throughout the game. And when it comes to the story unlocks, it includes Baby Mario and Luigi healing Daisy with a magic apple. So if that story interests you, then maybe, this is what you want to check it out for. So getting back into the main complaints. A lot of people are saying $70 is way too much for just one particular game that's only 4 to 15 hours, and it's a sports game, mind you. The online mode is atrocious. For some reason, an $80 billion company still hasn't figured out how to give a serviceable online experience. You let me know how that works. And then, of course, when it comes to the actual the positives, let's give some positives for Mario Tennis Fever. Having the largest roster, that is a W. 30 Fever rackets, that's also a W. But this being a Switch 2 exclusive, I would say that's a W, but at some point, you have to make the online experience or the upgrades for the Switch 2 feel like it's justifiable to lock it for the Switch 2. And what I mean by that is, if you have the Switch 1 experience versus the Switch 2, you see all type of comparisons out there. It's basically non-existent. They might as well just said this is the Switch 1.5. You know, as far as the Switch 2, it's kind of crazy when you look at the comparisons graphically and just overall mechanically. It's really the same. And then also, when you look at the previous sports games and how they are longer in length and much better as far as the enjoyment factor, I think the $70 price tag hurt this at the end of the day because it's just not enough content to keep people engaged when you have games like Resident Evil, when you have games like Marathon, when you have a lot of games, as of right now, maybe becoming a contender for Game of the Year. And here you have Mario Tennis Fever that didn't come out that long ago. Like what, February 16th? Yeah, 2026. It is March 3rd, 2026. It didn't come out that long ago. And obviously, I don't know if y'all been paying attention, but nobody's been talking about it. So, you know, over here we cover the entire gaming industry, well, the entire gaming and music industry. So, you know, I was going to pinpoint it and highlight it and spotlight it for people who really enjoyed Mario sports games. So, finishing off with the review roundups, of course, this is not the worst game in the world. We're talking about Mario at the end of the day. So we have a much different bar than if we're talking about franchises just trying to get on. So it's not a bad game at the end of the day, and these reviews reflect it. As GameSpot gave this an 8 out of 10, basically saying, quote, Mario Tennis Fever is the best Mario sports games in years. Hold on now. Thanks to the fun and flexible new fever rackets that imbue. What does that word mean? Hold up. Do some Mickey research right quick. Imbue definition. Here we go. Yeah, how you even say that?
Imbue.
Okay. Inspire or permeate. Man, what in the world? We learn something every day, ladies and gentlemen. Anyways, let's run that back. Mario Tennis Fever is the best Mario sports game in years, thanks to the fun and flexible new fever rackets that imbue the game with wild, game-changing effects. I know that's right. IGN gave this a 7 out of 10, saying, quote, Mario Tennis Fever is a ton of fun with friends thanks to its wacky new abilities and a huge character roster. But it's once again let down by a bland adventure mode that's little more than an extended tutorial. Dang.
You guys.
And then, of course, the rest of the scores are pretty high. You know, Nintendo Life, I'm not going to say they biased, but it's in the name. You know what I'm saying? I ain't going to say anything else. Nintendo Life gave it as an 8 out of 10, saying, quote, Mario Tennis Fever serves up my favorite game in the series thus far by finding an addictive balance between Mario's madcap antics and real-world tennis fun. And to finish off the review roundups, let's go with pure Nintendo. Obviously, they're going to keep it 8 more than 92, right? Anyways, 8.5 out of 10. They say, quote, Mario Tennis Fever is a terrific entry in this long-running series. It adds a new gimmick that doesn't distract from the game, yet balances the playing field.
Shepard,
Mm-hmm.
just look at the state of gaming.
Yeah, we're looking at it.
What is going on?
So at the end of the day, I'm not trying to say Mario Tennis Fever is a bad game by any stretch of the imagination. It's just not as good as the previous sports installment. And I don't know about y'all, but continuing to the future, I would want evolution, not degrading the overall quality of product when it comes to comparing it to the past, right? So that's the main thing for me. I'm not saying this is a bad game. It's just not up to snuff when you compare it to other Mario sports games. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Mario Tennis Fever? Are you enjoying the game? And if you're a Nintendo Switch 2 owner and wanting to play Mario Tennis Fever, or better yet, if you've already played Mario Tennis Fever, what is your favorite part of playing Mario Tennis Fever?
Shepard, promise me you'll tell them to subscribe for ad-free content.
Now, I know what you're thinking. You're probably saying to yourself, hold on now. This is not Little Nightmares 3. And while you're technically correct when it comes to the studio behind this specific game we're about to dive into, Reanimal, it is not the first entry in the franchise. Safe to say, it is a successor of Little Nightmares 1 and 2. Now you're probably wondering why in the world would they just not title this Little Nightmares 3? Well, I'm glad you asked. As far as the mammoth of revenue that the Little Nightmares franchise brought in, as far as over 20 million units sold worldwide as of mid-2025, and of course is up from 12 million when you look at reports from 2023. When you look at the revenue brought in from this specific studio, which is Tarsier Studios, hopefully I'm saying their name right. Now, when it comes to the first major project after the acquisition, that is why this is not titled Little Nightmares 3. As if you don't know, Embracer Group acquired Tarsier Studios. I'm probably butchering that, but hey, bear with me. So, Embracer Group acquired Tarsier Studios in December 2019 for $10.5 million. And of course, this was to have an aggressive growth strategy through studio buyouts, right? So sometimes when a studio is bought out, it just ends up not doing anything.
Shepard.
Oh, my fault. You know, I ain't trying to take shots at the Xbox fandom because it's safe to say y'all already going through it.
Shepard. Just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
The state of gaming for Xbox gamers out there is very depressing. Let's just leave it like that. But anyways, this is the multi-platform game. So guess what? You can play this specific game on any platform, whether it's PC, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, or the Nintendo Switch 2. Now getting back into the acquisition, safe to say $10.5 million for Tarsier Studios was not for any other reason than them being magnificent and immaculate at making these type of experiences that people call cinema. So when it comes to Tarsier's track record, of course we have Little Nightmares, 15 years of experience. Of course, when it comes to Little Nightmares, that's what they're known for. When it comes to the actual acquisition, Tarsier Studios came out themselves and called it an exciting partnership to develop potential. So no, it's not like most of the acquisitions that you've seen in the past where they make a good game and 90% of the employees get laid off. This is actually one of the healthiest acquisitions that we've seen in quite some time in the gaming industry. Now, with that little history lesson out of the way, safe to say it's time to get into Reanimal, which is the first major installment from Tarsier Studios since the Embracer Group acquisition, as Reanimal came out February 13, 2026, so not too long ago, and guess what? It's still notoriously affecting the masses, as not only did they have a 24,000 all-time peak 18 days ago, but also when it comes to the Xbox platform specifically, it is currently the 6th most played game on Xbox. So that is phenomenal, especially for a co-op experience. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this game is co-op. So if you don't know, when it comes to the actual access for whoever you want to play this game with, Tarsier Studios allows you to have a free co-op code for a friend. So if you buy the game, you get a free co-op access for whoever you want to play the game with. Now, other things I want to get into was the premise, because a lot of people are probably looking at their screen and they're probably thinking that they need the holy water plus a Bible. And you may be right.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look.
As this specific game gets into a lot of interesting cinematography, let me just put it like that, as when players control two orphan siblings, which is a boy and a girl, navigating a grotesque, war-torn island populated by mutated animal-human hybrids.
You guys... See, that's the problem.
So yes, this is definitely adjacent to the horror genre. Actually, it's exactly the horror genre. As you look at the objective is basically to rescue missing friends while surviving escalating monster encounters. So when it comes to the gameplay loop, that's essentially, when it comes to the premise, the foundation, that's essentially what the story is about. Now, of course, the gameplay loop involves a lot of environmental puzzle solving, stealth, platforming, a lot of pursuit sequences, which is the claim to fame, especially with the Little Nightmares franchise. And then when you look at boss encounters, they have a plethora of boss encounters. And don't forget, for those who are very aware of their time spent on video games, just so you know, this specific game is 9 chapters. So it's 45 to 60 minutes per chapter. That's the estimated time. It just depends on your gamer ability as far as who you're playing with and yourself as a gamer. Now, of course, It's linear progression, and when you look at it as far as the actual runtime, the main story only should take you about 4 to 5 hours, but of course, main to completion is type, well, no, actually, let's do a main plus side quest would take you about 5 to 6 hours, and of course, completionists out there would spend about 7 to 8 hours as far as playing this specific game. So getting into the rest of the gameplay loop, safe to say you're going to be, let's just say, experiencing a horror world that you've never seen before, especially if you've never played Little Nightmares. But if you have, guess what? All of the reviews for this specific game is through the roof. I'm not going to go out on a limb and say that this may be a contender for Game of the Year, but as far as major conglomerates and people who are personally playing the game, all of them have a lot of praise to give this specific game. And of course, when it comes to the local co-op, online co-op, or the single player with AI companion assist, safe to say that they went out the way to make sure every gamer is able to play this specific game. Because, you know, sometimes they don't have a buddy to play with, so the AI companion definitely helps out for those solo gamers out there. Now, going away from the story right quick, let's get into the additional, well, still sticking to the story, but the additional content that's not in the base game. So when it comes to the deluxe edition, it's $20 extra, but keep in mind this game is $40, so shout out to them, you know what I'm saying? If only Nintendo would have studied the same model.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. Yeah, random Nintendo shares. But when it comes to the deluxe edition, it's an extra $20, and what comes with it is a season pass, 3 DLC chapters, and of course, new siblings and monsters. So the main thing that a lot of people are wondering about is, of course, the dreamlike analytics. As you already know, we dive into the gaming and music IPs that notoriously affect the masses, and Tarsier Studios is definitely very acclimated with success in the gaming field. As essentially when it launched, February 14, 2026, it had a peak concurrent player count on Steam of 24,000. Of course, like I just said, it's the 6th most played game on Xbox currently. It is not in the top 10 on PlayStation. As far as Nintendo, I do not think it was on Nintendo. Actually, let me see right quick. Reanimal. Yeah, it's not on the Nintendo top 30 list. But as far as Xbox and Steam, it seems like that's the favored platform to play this specific game on. Or that's just what most gamers are playing it on right now. So, of course, when you look at the patch that came, which was the first major post-launch patch that came out, I think 3 days after the release, or maybe it was 10 days after. Let me see, 14. So yeah, 13 days after the release, February 27th, it was the first major post-launch patch. And essentially, I always say, when it comes to PC gaming, you know, you're messing with so many different variables as far as your specific gaming rig that consoles aren't dealing with, as far as consoles being a set piece of hardware. And no matter what people say about PC being simplified, it's really not. If you have a PC, you're definitely a hardcore or avid gamer, as you're always going to have something that happens, whatever type of rig you have. A high-end PC, definitely a low-end PC, middle-of-the-road PC. So many different variables when it comes to your gaming setup. When it comes to PC, there's going to be some type of technical difficulty that you run into with any specific game. So it doesn't mean it's unoptimized. It just means that PC is kind of hard to make a stable, optimized game for. Not giving them excuses, because we don't want to mind's eye. But these type of tweaks and fixes is not out of the normal, routine. So anyways, when it comes to Tarsier Studios, they fixed crashes on 13/14th gen CPUs, which was having an overheating issue, and they made a workaround for AMD hardware / driver crashes. And then, of course, when it comes to network improvements, they reworked the packet handling. So there's a lot of nerd talk right now. They lowered the ping and reduced desync. So for all the PC nerds out there, that was for you. So now, getting back into the overall progression of the specific game, safe to say, I don't want to give away the entire story, of course, because, I'm definitely not going to spoil over here. But what you do need to know is, of course, it's 9 chapters. There's a lot of darker elements that wasn't present in Little Nightmares from just a consensus from people who played the game, right? The exaggerated scale is turned down a little bit. And, of course, when it comes to the essence of human emotions, let's just say one of the people that you play as, they have a very interesting reason for being in the place that you're at. Now, I say I wasn't going to spoil it, so I can't really expound upon that. Let's just say you're going to be pretty surprised on what the characters you controlled went through.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
So with that being said, the main thing I wanted to let you know is, of course, this game is doing phenomenal from a critic standpoint, from a personal player standpoint, and once you look at the $12.3 million as far as Steam revenue alone, along with it being the 6th most played game on Xbox, safe to say they're having a phenomenal outing as of right now. Now, of course, switching from sales talk into the review roundup, safe to say IGN definitely had high praise for this specific game, giving it a 9 out of 10, saying, quote, "Reanimal is a horror story, a journey through hell made up of the simple, elegant gameplay that Tarsier has honed to a feather's edge over the last decade." Nintendo Life gave this a 9 out of 10, saying, "With Reanimal, Tarsier Studios delivers its darkest, boldest work yet, expanding on the Little Nightmares formula with non-linear exploration, striking audio-visual design, and bombastic set pieces. This is an imaginative horror experience that confidently delivers its vision while offering accessible co-op play that fans of the developer have long clamored for." And let's get into two more. So Game Informer gave this a little bit of a lower score, 8.3 out of 10, as they had to say, or what they say is, quote, "But it is thought-provoking and stimulating, and if you can stomach combat," let's just say self-deletion, because the transcripts be out there, self-deletion, animal harm, and more, all proxies for the effects of war on the people who wage it and as victims of that destruction, Tarsier has created something worth wrestling with. And last but definitely not least, let me see. Yeah, Eurogamer gave this a 4 out of 5, basically saying Tarsier returns to horror with a rich, meaningful evolution of its familiar Little Nightmares formula. And while it could perhaps be a little more radical, Reanimal remains utterly compelling, bleak, nasty, and full of menace.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So with that being said, the main thing you need to know is that a lot of people are enjoying the game. Yes, this is the first major installment after the Embracer Group acquisition, which I think we have to applaud, because at the end of the day, how many healthy acquisitions have we seen in the gaming industry? My point exactly. So for Embracer Group to acquire Tarsier Studios and basically fund them to the point where, hey, you do your thing and we just gonna fund it and put it out to the masses, I think that's a phenomenal relationship, and the putting out a healthy representation of what you're supposed to do when you acquire a talented studio. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Reanimal by Tarsier Studios? Do you believe it's of the same quality of Little Nightmares 1 and 2? And if you do, and if you played the game, what is your favorite moment or part? Without spoiling, what is your favorite part of Reanimal?
Shepard, promise me you'll tell them to subscribe for ad-free content.
Okay, so first, it was really about celebrating each other's catalog.
Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio.
How the nigga out the blue? Yeah. Me and that nigga talk about this.
You talk about you were 50?
Yeah, man. We talk about this shit, man.
Hey, they talked about it. Okay.
We were moving around in LA, man, selling some TV shows and shit while we were around each other, man. You know what I mean? I said, shit, what you think about this? He was like, shit, you want to do that shit? I said, yeah. He was like, all right, cool. So shit.
That's what's up.
And I told him, I said, well, I'm gonna jump out there first. And then
jump out there first.
Then we'll line it up. And he said, all right. And when I jump out there, nigga act like he ain't know what the fuck was going on.
Oh.
Then that's what it was about.
Hold on now. What you mean he ain't act like you? Y'all had a verbal agreement. What happened?
And then you just gonna jump out there and we'll line it up.
Okay.
He say, all right. And when I jump out there, nigga act like he ain't know what the fuck was going on.
What?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, right now, Clifford Harris, aka the great, the legendary T.I., is discussing what the previous problem was with 50 Cent.
Then that's what it was about. You know what I'm saying? Now, it about, oh, you playing? Okay, you gonna play. All right, cool. Well, how about fuck all of it?
Well, hey, forget it then.
You got it.
You know what I'm saying? Forget all about it.
That's the problem.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that was the Versus debacle with the one and only Curtis Jackson and Clifford Harris. Now, if you don't know, these two gentlemen go by the name of 50 Cent and T.I. And safe to say, we have a lot to get into because, ladies and gentlemen, not one, not two, not three, actually it was three, but 3 diss tracks from T.I. going at 50. And has he responded? Of course not.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So we're going to break down those diss tracks like a kilo of Miley Cyrus. But of course, I know you're probably thinking to yourself, where have you been when it comes to the first 2 diss tracks? Well, I have a confession to make. Well, not a confession, but, you know, as far as a 2 to 3 day break, not really a break because, you know, your boy is always working. But, you know, I was pulling a little Clifford. Who would have knew that even Dreamz is out here promoting family? As, you know, when it comes to family, safe to say that's what I was out there doing, just enjoying my time with the loveliest of family members. You know what I'm saying? It's all about family. You know what I mean? And safe to say, hold up now. Safe to say,
you guys.
T.I. thought the exact same thing. As when it comes to the Right One diss track specifically, the promotional video attached to it was him hanging out with family and essentially pointing toward 50 Cent's lack of relationship when it comes to his family. And even though I do have immense respect for both of these gentlemen, I thought that was a masterclass move. So spending time with family should be the foundation of whatever you do as a creator. But guess what? 50 Cent wasn't trying to hear any of that. Now, when it comes to T.I.'s overall... Hold on, man. I was talking. What in the world?
I really don't appreciate that shit, man.
Hey.
I run the motherfucking town, nigga. You go ask Dope, man. You go ask Pippin Kid. You go ask Dom Mac.
Nah.
Go ask all these niggas,
bro.
It's about Pippin Curly now.
I'm trying to run my segment.
Nigga gonna say I don't look good.
Come on, man.
I look good.
Bro.
Real good, nigga.
I'm just trying to...
And then I got the check. You see me, nigga. Chinchilla, I got leather. Motherfucking alligator. Got a little bit of motherfucking snake, nigga. Got the motherfucking zoo on, nigga. Look at my back.
All right, man. Whatever that was. I do not know what that was. I apologize for that interference. But anyways, with that out the way, let's get into the breakdown of 50 Cent versus T.I. I don't know what in the world that was. I got to check that out later. Anyways, 50 Cent versus T.I., ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a monumental back and forth because even though if 50 doesn't rap back at T.I., it's seeming as if T.I. is having a phenomenal return to the hip-hop scene. And of course, over here at Notorious Mass Effect, we get into the music and gaming IPs that notoriously affect the masses. It's safe to say T.I.'s latest track, which if you don't know, T.I.'s actually been promoting music outside of this diss track. And I think it came out before him and 50 Cent started to beef, all crazy. But when it comes to the track, it's called Let 'Em Know. Now I'm trying to find the actual release date. Here we go. All right, so Let 'Em Know basically came out. Man, this man have albums for days. All right, Let 'Em Know came out January 18th of this year, right? Currently, it's the 43rd most played track in the world. And then hold up now. That's not it, because, you know, over here at Analytic, well, I got the name wrong, but over here at Notorious Mass Effect, safe to say we dive into the dreamlike analytics even deeper than the surface, as future chart predictions slated for February 28th has Let 'Em Know not only being on the charts but also holding that spot, as it's also set to still have that slot of the 43rd most popular track in the world. Now, all of these diss tracks, I think, is funneling back into the engagement factor for Let 'Em Know. Now, I did look at DSPs. Now, while I was looking, I did see that War is actually on DSPs right now, because as far as 2026, there's Let 'Em Know, and then the war snippet. Now, I don't know who in the world puts a snippet out on DSP. Somebody got to tell Clifford that this ain't the Spinrilla days. This is not the mixtape days where you could just put out snippets on DSPs and think people are going to be satisfied. He probably should have just kept that until he had a full track. But anyways, T.I. currently has 2 2026 songs out, and one of them is the 43rd most played track in the world. So when people say, oh, T.I. just begging for relevance, safe to say, the Let 'Em Know track was already popular. This diss track is just boosting it to another level that it currently wasn't at, but it was on the charts as far as Billboard Top 100. So 50 Cent, of course, primarily is known from TV and film as of right now, such as G-Unit, film, TV franchises such as the Power franchise, the deals with Stars and Fox. So if we're comparing money between 50 Cent and T.I., obviously it's not the biggest competition, as 50 Cent reportedly has around 100 million, and even that's probably a low ball. And then T.I. is estimated to have around 30 million, and that's also probably a low ball. But do remember, not too long ago, T.I. and his wife Tiny won a lawsuit, and as far as the $71 million they won from the lawsuit, they don't have to pay it all out. The person who lost the lawsuit, they don't have to pay out the $71 million, because even though the jury awarded them $71 million, it was $17.8 million in actual damages plus $53.6 million in punitive. So with their case won, they don't win the whole $71 million. That's as simple as I can put it. Now, when it comes to the $71 million being reinstated, there's not credible sources coming out and saying that it was. It basically confirmed that it was reduced to $18 million. But regardless, adding that along with T.I.'s net worth is probably around $30 million as far as estimated reports from what he currently makes money from, whether it's music, of course, the lawsuit, and the TV shows as far as royalty checks, because he was in ATL, which we're going to get to that in a second. So, like I said, we're going to break this down like a kilo of Miley Cyrus. So let's start from the beginning. 2006 through 2007, when I was just a wee little lad, 50 Cent, of course, was doing his thing with G-Unit. If you didn't know, I'm a huge 50 Cent fan.
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, I don't know if that's came across yet, but, you know, as far as 50 Cent, I hold him in high regard to the point where in October, I always have to show out basically cosplaying some of my favorite hip-hop artists. And no, I have not cosplayed as Drake yet. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of hard to do.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
You know what I'm saying? I have to wear like light skin face or something. Anyways, with that being said, I did dress up as the one and only 50 Cent for this past Halloween. You know what I'm saying? Just a little side tangent to showcase there ain't no cap in my rap. You know what I mean? But I'm really about this hip-hop life, this hip-hop culture. And safe to say, when everybody out here dressing up as Chucky, dressing up as Jason, dressing up as, who else? Freddy Cougar. I'm out here dressing up like 50 Cent.
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
Yeah, that's me, by the way. That's me. So anyways, you know, that was not AI. I know being tall is a character personality for some people, but just know, you know what I'm saying, that's all your boy. You know what I'm saying? It's, hey, whatever. Hey, let's get back into it. So the reason why I bring that up is because I'm a huge 50 Cent fan. I'm a huge T.I. fan. So judging this fairly is something that I'm going to do, and it's maybe hard at certain times because I like both, pause. But as far as me having an opinion on who's winning currently, I do have a winner currently. So anyways, 2006 through 2007, when I was just a wee little lad, 50 Cent was leading G-Unit. T.I. branded himself as the king of the South. And guess what? Tension started to rise.
It's time for a rap battle!
As even though they didn't battle as far as raps, back then, 50 Cent was battling with the likes of Ja Rule. Now, I don't know if you heard his name recently, but safe to say this man get disrespected like none other artist I've ever seen in the history of music. I kid you not.
You guys... See, that's the problem.
When 50 Cent was going at Ja Rule, it was a classic rendition of how to put out a diss track and completely just lobotomize somebody's career. As Wanksta, Back Down, Life's on the Line, all throughout the 2000s feud between 50 Cent and Ja Rule made people believe that 50 Cent was indeed him. And Ja Rule, I'm not going to say he fell off the face of the earth, but he was not regarded or highly regarded like he once was back in the 2000s. Anyways, getting back into 50 Cent T.I., there was no huge issue. The main thing was T.I. branding himself as the king of the South. 50 Cent was leading G Unit. Apparently, they was competing, positioning in interviews, and they had subliminal sneak dishes towards one another, but that's just hip-hop stuff. You know, hip-hop is a competitive sport, so nothing too serious back then. So if you're wondering where all of this came from as far as this animosity, well, it's the clip that I just played at the beginning of the segment. As T.I. claimed, I'm going to reiterate what he said in the video earlier. Him and 50 Cent discussed a rap battle. This is T.I.'s words. We haven't heard from 50 Cent. T.I. basically said the conversation went like this. 50 Cent agreed to do a versus. He said, T.I. announces it first, I will follow, and there'll be a formal rollout. Well, guess what? When T.I. announced it first, 50 Cent acted unaware, and guess what? Began to troll him instead.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So now, when we look at T.I. coming back from that, he basically said, quote, we talked about it. Once I jumped out there, he acted like he didn't know.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look.
50 Cent basically publicly denied that ever happened, but gave no official reason. He basically was like,
whoop-de-doo.
He basically was like, believe what you want.
Whoop-de-doo.
If you think I actually verbally, if you think I verbally agree to that, well, guess what?
Whoop-de-doo. If we beat these folk, whoop-de-doo. We beat them. We go forward.
And continued with memes and trolling. So now, fast forward, February 2026. You come to realize all that history that I gave you between 50 Cent and T.I. was never that serious. So when people come out and say, why does T.I. keep wanting a versus battle with Curtis Jackson? It's because you guys, where my drop at?
You guys.
It was never that serious. It was never that serious. So with T.I. bringing back up the versus challenge after the success of Let 'Em Know, which if you don't know, is also produced by Pharrell Williams. It may be me going out on a limb, but I think what Pharrell Williams is trying to do, or what he did do with Pusha T in the clips, I think he's also trying to do with T.I. right now. Because Let 'Em Know, I think it's a heater. I think it's a straight up heater. You know what I'm saying? Not enough is said about T.I.'s track Let 'Em Know that came out at the start of this year. So anyways, due to the rollout for this track, and I think it's an upcoming album with Pharrell. Don't quote me on that. But this Let 'Em Know track is leading up to something musically. I think it's with Pharrell Williams. So anyways, during the rollout, he talked about the versus battle again with 50 Cent. And guess what? This time 50 Cent went back to his old ways. Y'all want to know how old 50 Cent is? Hold on, let me look this up right quick. 50 Cent age, because this man be acting ridiculous. This man is 50 years of age and still acting like he was back in 2006 and 2007. So 50 Cent went back to his old ways and went to calling him a king rat via the Instagram comments, and that is where it took off, ladies and gentlemen. T.I. had enough. He was like, hold up now. At first, I thought we were just having some playful banter as far as in the hip-hop field, but you're really taking this king rat to a whole nother situation. Remember, 2006, 2007, T.I. was calling himself king of the South, so you got to put two and two together. 50 Cent been not liking that title that he gave him, so he came up with his own term called King Rat. Been saying this for quite some time. Clifford had enough. Clifford said 50 Cent was in paperwork, accused 50 of being a rat, and said that the transcripts are online. Now, I know that ain't who I think it is.
I know that ain't who I think it is. And
speaking of that drop, well, we're going to get to that in a second. So anyways, the snippet from T.I. called War, that's out now on all DSPs. Now, I don't know why in the world a track snippet is on DSPs, right? I don't know why not just leave it on your social medias, YouTube, but hey, Clifford's kind of old, so we can't really, and the man, so he's still trying to get acclimated with the internet. He probably be following with AI just like the other elderly folks out there. So War came out February 22nd, right? Basically had lyrics like the bear hibernating, don't poke him, talking about himself, claims that he's a top 3 in Atlanta status, but not 3, the classic Drake, top 2, not 2. Also had a caption for that specific track saying, oh, and this is PG Podcast, oh, you want war? All right, we on that. And guess what?
It's time for a rap battle!
Clifford went on to release a mammoth amount of diss tracks, as now he has the right one that I think, pun intended, was the right one, which is what you're seeing right now as far as the video promotion for Right One. And that wasn't it. Well, first let's stick on the right one. So right one was delivered exclusively to Hot 107.9. I thought it was Hot 97. Am I tripping? 107.9. That's probably the one locally to him. And they're produced by Little Khalib. I don't know who that is. Much more direct than the war snippet, right? Calls 50 a 5-0 dispatcher. Snitch implication. Whole time I'm thinking to myself,
Whoop-de-doo.
I'm thinking to myself,
Whoop-de-doo.
Isn't T.I. from
Shepard?
Anyways, Keyboard Warrior, that's what he's calling 50 Cent, the classic Drake to Meek Mill move. I ain't gonna compare everything to Drake, but you know what I'm saying? Hey, the proof is in the pudding. You know, the Drake just had one of the greatest rap battles of all time. And, you know, y'all be saying Side 7 won the battle. Hey, he'd be like that. So anyways, getting back into T.I. So he basically claims prison paperwork allegedly naming 50 Cent. Now I want to know.
Whoop-de-doo.
I said I want to know.
Whoop-de-doo.
Is Curtis Jackson a snitch? Guess we got to ask Young Thug.
Whoop-de-doo. And we beat these folk. Whoop-de-doo. We beat them. We go forward.
All right, so he could kill less. Anyway, let's get back into it. So then we have T.I. mentioning on the track Right One, mind you. This is all on one track. T.I. mentioning 50's late mother, mentioning his baby mother, Daphne Joy.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Now, I said I would stop comparing stuff to Drake, but if y'all don't know, the notorious move of that man Aubrey Graham is that if he's going to be in a diss battle with you, hide your significant other. And for 50 Cent, I don't know if y'all been paying attention to Notorious Mass Effect, but you know, me breaking down the whole chronological happenings of Diddy, safe to say Daphne Joy is a very interesting individual as far as her role in the freak offs. And that's why I'm gonna leave it at. And that's your hey, that would have been prime writing material for a diss track. And guess what? T.I. thought the same. You know what I'm saying?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So T.I. thought to himself, he's like, hold up now. I know that was not your baby mom in the, we finna rap about this. So guess what? He names his baby mother Daphne Joy and talked about how, let's just say Diddy was, you know, doing a couple things. So, with that being said, called out 50 Cent's trolling behavior. Also said, also for this particular track, Atlanta is pushing this like it's going out of style. Now, obviously, he let him know it's already an insanely popular track by T.I. Why is Right One or the Right One not on DSPs? The world may never know. I'm not saying T.I. needs to fire his marketing team because obviously he's doing a great job right now. But all I got to say is, to your marketing team is if somebody don't put the Right One on DSPs expeditiously, if someone on your marketing team don't put the Right One on DSPs expeditiously, y'all gonna lose out on a lot of revenue. And I'm just gonna leave it like that, because if you haven't seen what rap battles do to the bottom line,
Shepard.
Like, you don't need me to tell you. Hey, Notorious Mass Effect. Anyways, all right. When it comes to the next track, because yes, there's more. There's another track, and because it just recently dropped, like as of today, I've been covering everything in the gaming and music industry. Like I said, you know, your boy's back. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to covering the entire music and gaming field, safe to say, I was just minding my own business, and guess what? Another diss track from Clifford popped up on my timeline. I kid you not. As this specific track, I do not know the name of, but T.I. via his caption put "What Bully." Now, I should probably show that one, huh? Let me see what T.I.'s page is at. So T.I., I think I had to put in TIP. Sometimes you had to put in periods to put bring up this main profile. All right, here we go. Yeah, here we go. All right, so this is what I'm calling it, What Bully. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. So when you look at the post, basically, this man Clifford said, "What bully?" So I'm assuming this is what the track is called. Now, at first glance, I kid you not, I thought that was Chad Ochocinco.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. Yeah, I'm just letting y'all know. Hey, at the end of the day got in. All right, my fault. Basically, this is actually 50 Cent from some type of role he was playing. I think he was playing a drug addict. I thought he was playing an NFL athlete. Anyways, with that being said, that is the latest track. So if you want to look it up, this is what it looks like. This is the cover of the latest track. You could probably find this on social medias, YouTube, etc. Which is why I'm saying that the right one needs to be on DSPs. Because why is the Atlanta radio pushing it, but it's not on DSPs? Make that make sense. Because I'm looking at War. Cause I literally looked it up. I was like, hold up now, am I tripping? Let me make sure. Let me double check. Yeah, Let Them Know and War is the only tracks from 2026 from T.I. on DSPs. So if you don't know, you make way more money driving engagement to DSPs than you do a YouTube or social media, despite what other people try to tell you. So, yeah, getting into the third track, it's not as good as the right one. I think the right one set the bar. You're not going to hit it out the park every single time with a diss track. War was just a snippet. The right one was, pun intended, the right one. That was the right diss track for 50. As far as the third one, it's not bad, but it's just, you could easily ride the coattails of a right one and start trolling 50 Cent back. Even though I don't think T.I. really does the trolling stuff. When you look at the, if there was a pie chart, right? As far as the percentage of social media use, I think 50 Cent would probably be taking up the whole chart. Because T.I. is not really with the trolling aspects and the trolling antics. T.I. did not make his longevity cemented by being a clout chaser as far as just hopping on social media to go at other people. That's essentially what 50 does. So continuing off of that, I kid you not, this is an actual post from 50 Cent. I'm just gonna put up the picture. T.I., don't get mad at me. I swear I'm just using this for educational purposes. So 50 Cent being the troll he is, taking up the whole social media pie chart when it comes to T.I. and 50 Cent. Basically, he posted this. If you don't know, this is T.I.'s wife. 50 Cent said, quote, I keep saying, keep my name out your mouth. Hold on, now who said that? Ain't that Birdman talk? Anyways, he said, and then he put an emoji and said, okay. I don't know why he put the white emoji, but hey, whatever. So yeah, this is T.I.'s wife. Very disrespectful, but you got to remember, T.I. did just go at his baby moms, which I don't think it's the same. Even though it is your baby moms, you got to be respectful. But to go at somebody's current wife when he went at your baby moms that you also go at, some would say 50 Cent crossed the line first, not T.I. But hey, I'm not mad if people see it the other way. No matter if 50 Cent is also beefing with Daphne Joy or whatever her name was. Yeah, Daphne Joy. I think 50 Cent threw the first low blow, technically. So yeah, after that, safe to say, ladies and gentlemen, we got one of the rants of a lifetime. And this is a PG podcast, but T.I.'s son could care less. Because what we have to cover is literally very important to the story. So 50 Cent thought it was all fun and games, right? Talking about somebody's mother. To the point where, King Harris, which is the son of T.I.'s, or is basically the son of T.I. I'm just gonna put this up, man. I kid you not.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
I have no comment. So King Harris did that, right? And followed it up with a rant. Let me see if I can play the beginning.
Yo mama dead as fuck.
Oh no. Yo, why he start off the rant like that? I'm trying to, I don't know if that's the beginning of it. Hold on, I don't know if that's the beginning. Let me see if I can find the beginning.
Nigga not going. Nigga not going. Nigga not going. Now what the fuck you gonna
do? Okay, I think this is the beginning. Okay, so let me see. I think this is the beginning. If it's not, then we got to play it backwards. But anyways, this is T.I.'s son, King Harris. I think that's his name. Let me make sure. Let me see. King Harris. Yeah, okay, here we go. This is King Harris responding to 50 Cent right now.
Nigga not going. Nigga not going. Now what the fuck you gonna do about that? Nigga not going.
I think he said he's not going, y'all.
I don't give a fuck about how a nigga play it. Nigga not going.
I don't think he's
going.
going.
My mama like your mama ain't dead as fuck.
Shepard.
I ain't laughing, bro. That stuff not funny. But why he saying it like that? Yo, he's saying it like 50 Cent won't.
Shepard.
Let's keep going.
Go put some flowers on that bitch grave, nigga. Man, nigga posting my mama a motherfucking legend. Your mama a motherfucking J, nigga. Stop, man, don't never think you can get on this motherfucking level and
and you could compete with us, nigga. We on a whole different ball game, nigga. We got a whole different type of level of respect around here, nigga. You get on that do that bitch ass shit, nigga. You a hoe ass nigga, nigga. I would say that shit to your face, nigga. Nigga, man, nigga not going. Nigga.
All right, let's keep going. I think he had another one. Let me see if I can find this. Yeah, he has another. Here's the other one.
Nigga not going. Your mama dead as fuck, nigga.
You said it like that, yo. What's yo, nah, bro. Just make me. Who says it like that? What is? Does he not care about 50 Cent's stature in the game? He don't know what 50 Cent be doing to. Let's run this back for the culture.
Your mama dead as fuck, nigga. Dig that bitch up. How y'all bitch ass niggas raised? I'm not raised like that. I don't go. I'm not going about my mama, nigga. I'm not going.
Why you say it like
tell your dead ass mama dig her ass up.
Oh my gosh.
Picture that look better than my motherfucking mama, nigga.
Oh,
fuck
good lord.
You, nigga. Y'all niggas better tie y'all motherfucking shoes. Y'all niggas don't know who the fuck y'all fucking with, nigga. You better put that music up and nigga shut the fuck up, nigga. Cause all that other shit ain't gonna get it.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. That's the last one.
Your mama dead as fuck, nigga. Dig that bitch up. Bitch ass nigga wanna say something about my mama. Your mama dead as fuck, nigga.
Why you say that?
Your mama dead as fuck. Go dig her up. Go dig her up.
Oh my goodness.
Fuck. Post a picture of your motherfucking mama, nigga. She dead, nigga. Pay respect, nigga. Stop fucking playing with my mama, nigga. Nigga ain't playing like that. Nigga ain't going like that, nigga.
You know, if somebody disrespected my mom, nobody could tell me how to react. And that's where I'm gonna leave it at.
You guys.
Because, of course, I'm a huge fan of 50 Cent. I'm a huge fan of T.I. King Harris, you know, aside for him being the offspring of T.I., I do not know exactly what he's known for. You know, not trying to diss him. I'm just letting people know. I'm going to take this off the screen because, you know, he may throw shots at my mom. Anyways, let me see. What is that? All right, here we go. There we go. You know, trying to be a W Tech guy. All right, back to what I was saying. Oh, man, that was crazy. King Harris, that man's not playing around by his mom. That's all you need to know. You know what I'm saying? Hey.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at
that man's not playing around with his mom. And I can't be mad at him. I probably, you know, hey, you know, people do crazy things to protect their mom and to you know, to defend their mom. Let's just put it like that. So getting into the continuation of this beef, ladies and gentlemen, because there's more. There's the snippet that I already played at the beginning of the segment, so I'm not going to play that again. But guess what? 50 Cent finally responded. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, no, it was not to a T.I. diss track. It was to King Harris putting out that very interesting clip defending his mama. I'm calling it very interesting because I don't know if it's, you know, I don't know how to call it. You know, you can't really say how somebody should react to defending his mother. You know what I'm saying? So that being said, this is what 50 Cent had to respond with. Let me see if I can find this right quick. Once again, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio if you haven't already. So let's pull this up right now. Oh, hold on now. Is that one movie?
I know that ain't who I think it is.
No, that's what I just said.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Man, I know that ain't who I think it is.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Oh, that's the drop I be. Oh, anyways, let's keep going.
What's up, man?
So, like I keep saying, elderly people love AI. When I tell you, if you have AI and just bingo, like if you have AI night and bingo night, I do not know which will have the better outing when it comes to older people. I kid you not.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at
old people love AI like the bingo club, and it may be getting more popular than that. So let's keep going. Oh yeah, basically, because the reason I said this is 50 Cent used AI to obviously put his face on Big Boy's face, and then you know, King Harris' face on I forget who was playing the younger son to T.I. at this point.
What's up, man?
I would be very surprised if 50 Cent's putting this together himself. Like, I assume this man just has a team that could do stuff like this whenever he has. And then you got T.I. riding. Now, if you don't know, this is the legendary movie ATL. I'm gonna stop pausing it. You know, if you're uncultured, then guess what?
Whoop-de-doo.
If you don't know what's happening, guess what?
Whoop-de-doo.
Just know you wasn't You wasn't watching Peak. Let's get back to it.
You in the wild, where you been?
Nah, I'm cool. I mean, I'm cool. It's just taking me a minute, that's all. But I'm gonna straighten everything out as soon as I get that money.
Remember what I told you, right?
Yeah.
What I said?
It's grown man business.
It's grown man business. Boom!
Yeah, that's one of my favorite parts of the show. All right, let's keep going.
Ooh, got your ass. Scary as hell, man.
That man took off, boy. 4 flat. Failed too. You know what I'm saying? Black people ain't supposed to be falling in these type of chase sequences. You know how we supposed to fare when we talk about horror movies.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. All right, so that's basically it. So that was T.I. That was 50 Cent responding to King Harris' very interesting rant. Let's just leave it at that. So as far as this back and forth, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, there's been a lot. And I would have to say I am entertained. I am thoroughly entertained. You know, these two gentlemen have provided some top tier comedy and it's still going. Literally today, T.I. just dropped his 3rd diss track. And we don't know when it's ever going to stop.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
This man could pull a Joseph Anthony Button and release 10 diss tracks by the time 50 Cent officially says he's not going to respond. And to that,
You guys. See, that's the problem.
so let's recap. 50 Cent's doing a whole meme approach. T.I.'s rapping. King Harris is obviously doing what he's doing. And the whole time, my favorite thing was the right one. So actually he's playing the war snippet in this. I don't want to play the track, but I feel like he was actually playing the right. I thought he was playing the right one, but it says he's playing in the war snippet at the top that I'm highlighting right now. So it says the war snippet is the video promotion for this. Interesting. But anyways, when it comes to T.I., I love the family approach. I think that's the best way to go at 50 Cent, especially with his beef with his son, his baby mom, etc. And yours with your son, your wife is still intact, and your mom still be able to show her all the success that you've made. Not your mom. Yeah, your mom. I'm tripping. So when it comes to 50 Cent's side, because, you know, I am a huge fan of both of these artists, I would say 50 Cent's probably wondering if he should respond to T.I. based off popularity and revenue that they've both garnered in the past 5 to 6 years. 50 Cent has made way more money than T.I., right? That's not even a question. But what I would say, T.I. currently has the 43rd most played track in the world with Let 'Em Know. If y'all want to look at how many hip-hop artists are above him, it's not a lot. And you could say it was, you know, it was basically exacerbated by some diss tracks, but it was already popular in his own right. It was in the top 100. Now it's around 43. You responding musically could end up being another Drake Kendrick-esque moment if played right. I know a lot of people are going to be like, what are you talking about? Ain't no way T.I. 50 Cent could pull a Drake Kendrick. Well, first of all, that's disrespectful. Second of all, 50 Cent could easily make another diss track that's of the level to the right one. I think he has it as far as capabilities. The last time he rapped was with Nicki Minaj with I forget what that track was called. It was off of Gag City. It was off of Gag City. It was a remix, so it wasn't just like it was Beep Beep featuring 50 Cent. I thought it was a remix. I remember listening to Beep Beep, and it was by Nicki by herself. Oh, it was. Okay, yeah, I'm like, hold on now. You know, I like to say I'm a certified barb, you know, pause, you know, if needed.
You guys.
But when it comes to Beep Beep, the original Nicki track was short to the point where I was like, somebody else should be on this. And then guess what? 50 Cent was on it. So when it comes to that, that's the last time I've heard him rap. Now, of course, I could be mistaken, but that was January 13th, 2024. I think to give actual advice, he should rap back with T.I. You're not messing with Fabulous Jim Jones, who can't have a hit or catch a hit to save their life, right? We're talking about T.I., who currently has the 43rd most played track with a track that's not even a diss track. What do you think is going to happen when he puts the right one on DSPs? It's going to easily be on the Billboard, and now T.I. is going to have multiple tracks in the top 100, which to me means that you have one of the most consumed hip-hop artists in the world dissing you in a rap track. Now, unless you think you're going to lose, because, you know, that's something that people be saying as far as the Drake and Kendrick, like, you're at this level, don't stoop down to rap battle this individual. But you came out the woodworks to diss T.I. when you could have just said that's not true. You could easily say that's not true. It would have went, T.I. would have went about his day. But because you keep trying to coin the phrase King Rat, because back in 2006, 2007, T.I. was calling himself King of the South, I think that's why you ended up in this situation. It's like when Kendrick put out the Like That track, and then Drake put out Push Ups. If he would have never put out Push Ups and just went to an interview saying that I didn't want his name to be mentioned on first person shooters in the first place, I think people would have been like, okay, but he's still dissing you. What are you gonna do about it? I think that would have been the worst of it. Now we have people calling him a certified pedophile with no proof, right? So those are the two sides of the coin. Either you could rap back with him, which I think would help out the rapping side of your career. But if you really don't care about your career, as far as from a rapping perspective, which is what it seems like, then I would just let T.I. keep just completely mutilating you verbally, and you just got to take it. You know what I'm saying? So no more, I guess you could still troll on social media, but as far as the rapping aspect, I think 50 Cent needs to rap back, because T.I. is not just some random hip hop act that hasn't put his numbers up on the board and currently is putting up. I mean, Let 'Em Know is currently more popular than 2-6 from J. Cole, to put it in perspective, objectively speaking. It is close. I mean, 2-6 is the 44th most played track in the world. Let 'Em Know is the 43rd. But basically what I'm trying to say is, we're going to figure out if 50 Cent still cares about his rap career, or if he just really wants to go fully producer mode with TV and stuff. Because he posted a picture with Tyler Perry, I believe, not too long ago, talking about if you're not in a movie with either of us, then you're not winning or whatever. So, that part makes me feel like he's not going to respond. I would want him to respond, but if he's going to get mutilated even more or even worse, then I understand why he doesn't. Let me see if I can find that picture. 50 Cent, Tyler Perry definitely had a picture. I don't know if I could find it. Did I not spell Tyler right? Tyler. Maybe it was with an ER. Oh yeah, here it is with ER. My fault. I can't spell. Here we go. Yeah, so this is 50 Cent. This is 50 Cent, Tyler Perry, and this happened February 24th. So I think 50 Cent's only doing this to basically showcase that he doesn't care about his rap career anymore. He wants to be looked at as the modern day Tyler Perry. And to that, hey.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So that's basically the synopsis. That's the whole recap of this entire war that's going on right now. I think this is very entertaining. It definitely has hints of Drake and Kendrick, because they've been building it up for so long. I didn't even think a rap beef could come from more history than Drake and Kendrick. Like, I was trying to think who's important enough to have history with somebody enough to the point where their rap battle will engage the masses. But here we are, 50 Cent and T.I. So if 50 Cent raps back, y'all think I'm joking. I think it could be a Drake and Kendrick like moment. These two have a way more history in the hip hop game than Drake and Kendrick. And if they go at each other, that would be very interesting. But I think 50 Cent, as you can see by this picture right here, shortly after T.I. dropped his diss tracks, I think he just completely wants to go on the production TV CEO side of things. And he wants to, put his rapping career to bed, basically. But with that, you got to stop dissing rappers that can rap back. If you're going to keep dissing and not rap when you're a rapper, people are just going to look at you worse than they already do as far as just being an internet troll. And that's coming from somebody who likes 50 Cent and T.I. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias after this outlandish back and forth between T.I. and 50 Cent. Who do you think is currently on top? And should 50 Cent respond with his own full-length diss track? Now, I don't know if I wasn't clear before, but somebody needs to grab Clifford's marketing team and tell them they need to put the right one on DSPs expeditiously.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
And y'all probably thinking to yourself, well, what do you mean by the right one? Well, I'm glad you asked, as there are a plethora of tracks that Clifford Harris put out against 50 Cent. And the main thing I want to let y'all know before we get into this T.I. documentary by 50 Cent, right, is that we've had the right one, we've had War, we've had Lessons, we've had What Bully, and guess what? Guess which one is on DSPs? Y'all wanna guess? Y'all would never guess it, because guess what? You go to DSPs, you type in T.I., and the only thing that Clifford has up from the diss battle is the War track. And guess what? It's not even the full War track. It's literally War in parentheses snippet.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
Now, as far as making monetary revenue off of a diss battle, I think T.I. is showcasing that he's literally doing it just for the love of the game, because he could care less about receiving revenue on DSPs via those other diss tracks.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
I just wanted to say that just in case his marketing team, somebody from his marketing team is watching, hopefully. So anyways, without further ado, it's time to get into Curtis Jackson, because this man knows no limit, no boundaries when it comes to crossing the line and especially disrespecting his opponent. As you already know, with the Diddy documentary, how that went about as far as it outperforming Stranger Things when it initially came out, to the point where a lot of people was like, 50 Cent may be the unequivocal bully in the hip hop industry, until he ran into that man, Clifford Harris.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
And 50 Cent still doesn't care.
Whoop-de-doo.
King dropping a diss track, which we're going to get into in a second.
Whoop-de-doo.
Domani dropping a diss track, which we're going to get into in a second.
Whoop-de-doo.
And Curtis Jackson just saying to himself,
whoop-de-doo. And we beat these folk. Whoop-de-doo. We beat them. We go forward.
That man could absolutely care less. So anyways, getting into the actual details of the documentary, you already know the long-standing feud between T.I. and 50 Cent, but best believe this has taken it to a whole nother level, as 50 Cent is creating or suggesting, because allegedly he is creating a documentary titled Surviving T.I. and Tiny.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
Now, just in case y'all not aware, Tiny is T.I.'s wife.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at...
And that is why you get such a legendary rant like King and Domani didn't really rant, but that's how you get a legendary rant such as King's, because, you know, as far as protecting your mother, and I'll keep saying this time and time again, there's really nothing anybody could say or do as far as what you would do to protect your mom. So anyways, with that being said, I have no idea why 50 Cent went this route, but of course, he since deleted the post, but of course, the post I have up right now is still up on his IG, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Because essentially speaking, Power has a new track, I believe by 50 Cent and Leon Thomas. I may get into that track at some point, because Leon Thomas I've covered a lot on this podcast. I mean, in general, he's had one of the more notorious Mass Effect R&B tracks that I've seen in quite some time with Mutt. I mean, even if I go to the charts right now, I'm pretty sure he's still one of the top performing R&B acts as far as specific singles. As let me see. Oh, actually, I lied. He's not on the charts at all. What in the world?
You guys.
Was this just the albums? Let me see. Is that the albums? Leon. Oh, actually, he's not on the charts right now. He was on the charts, but I guess not anymore. That's crazy. Oh, interesting. Well, yeah. Leon Thomas is not on the charts with Mutt anymore. But anyways, getting back into T.I. So as far as this documentary, 50 Cent shared a screenshot of the headline saying, quote, 50 Cent reportedly developing Surviving T.I. and Tiny documentary. So no, we did not just pull this out of thin air. You can't find it because he posted it and deleted it on Instagram. And he basically captioned it, quote, Remember how quiet I got before the Diddy doc. Dame thought I wasn't coming. End quote.
You guys.
Somebody got to say pause. Anyways, he also warned that, quote, I hope this doesn't mess up your promo tour. They're going to ask you about your 20. Oh, what in the actual?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
That is a nasty game. That's a nasty game he's playing. He's played this nasty game with Diddy. He's played this nasty game with Jay-Z. And now he's playing it with T.I. As, you know, he's basically saying that he's going to have a lot of brands ask T.I. about certain things because of his documentary, which that's his ultimate goal. When Size 7 and the GOAT was beefing,
is it okay I got my dope on me?
Nobody said Kendrick was going too far. So as far as 50 Cent about to, you know, put out this very excruciating, very much a hit piece type documentary, allegedly, on T.I. and his wife, yeah, nobody better say 50 Cent's going too far, even though they're already saying it. You know, I wonder if they would have kept the same energy with another beef. But, you know, that's just...
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Yeah, that's just me. Anyways, let's get back into 50 Cent's history when it comes to documentaries. Because, of course, The Reckoning, if you don't know, was the title of the Netflix Sean Combs documentary, where a lot of footage that Diddy's team, not Diddy's team, that Diddy hired to shoot and didn't pay them. So now they gave it to the next highest bidder, which was Netflix, and then 50 Cent came on board. So basically you get what is exclusive footage that otherwise would have been in a Diddy documentary to make him look good. How was they going to spin it to make him look good? I have no idea. But hey, that is basically how you got such up close personal details about Diddy right up before he got indicted. So, because he was found guilty on certain charges, but not the main charges that they was wanting to get him on. Because I've been covering the Sean Diddy trial for quite some time. I mean, if I go all the way back, I first started covering like his real big dog problems in August 30th, 2023, when I covered Sean Diddy Combs versus the drink giant Diageo, which is, if you don't know, Diageo is one of the biggest liquor companies in the world, if not the biggest. I think, you know, not to be a conspiracy theorist, but for somebody who's been covering this for quite some time and following the timeline, right after that, because that happened, like Sean Combs versus drink giant Diageo happened. Well, I covered it around August 2023, right? Shortly after that, December 30th, 2023, a whole video of Cassie coming out that was like years old. And interestingly enough, right after his battle with Diageo, it came out for the world to see. And then all the stuff started to trickle down as far as the snowball effect. I mean, if you don't believe me, just type in Diddy Analytic Dreamz. I basically broke. You see all the timeline of me covering Diddy and his problems. And, you know, not to be a conspiracy theorist, but, you know, I think there's some things attached to it. Obviously, he shouldn't have did it. But how come a video so long ago comes out right after such a big heated battle with Diageo, which he actually ended up winning a certain settlement as far as Ciroc not being promoted like it should have, because he was claiming that Diageo was treating him like a black brand, only marketing him to black people. That's in layman's terms. Anyways, getting back into Curtis Jackson and Clifford Harris. So the main thing you need to know is that family is the main factor in T.I.'s responses, because him with his sons, him with his wife, him with his mother is relationships that, objectively speaking, he has garnered over time much better than 50 Cent. Because you look at 50 Cent's relationship with his baby moms, with his sons, obviously you would say it's none of our business, right? We don't really do drama over here, but so much music has been attached to this beef that I had to break it down like a kilo of Miley Cyrus, so here we are. So when you look at 50 Cent, him having that absence of family loyalty, seemingly, is the main thing that gives credence to T.I. winning the actual diss battle. But 50 Cent is such a, he's so attention to detail, or he's so detail oriented, and he's very poignant on what he points out. Him going the documentary route is not too many. It's not too many rappers that could take that pathway. Like, oh, I'm just gonna make a whole documentary. Like, what rapper do you know that has as much market share as 50 Cent in the TV movie landscape to be able to just say, oh, I'm gonna make a documentary that's actually legit, that may or may not get picked up by a big corporation such as a Netflix, HBO, etc. You don't know too many rappers like that, unless it's like Jay-Z or Drake. And even with Drake, he's like executive produced Euphoria. Even with Jay-Z, he's like executive produced. But it seems like 50 Cent is just very hands-on and the mascot for a lot of these shows. So anyways, the reason why I say that is because T.I.'s sons, of course, have came out with diss tracks, which we're going to get into shortly. The main thing I wanted to let you know is that when it comes to this documentary, it is alleged. You got to take it with a grain of salt. He did post it, right? It's not like, oh, we made up him posting it in the quote, surviving T.I. and Tiny. It's actually allegedly, well, no, it's actually what 50 Cent posted. But is it in development? We have no idea. But it does seem like not only is 50 Cent doing the documentary, but he also put out, they say he put out some track with Leon Thomas. I don't see it. I see Phantom. That came out December 31st, 2025. What's up with old people and DSPs? Do they not know how to work it? Am I tripping? Somebody there said Curtis Jackson and Clifford Harris down and teach them how to work these new DSP apps. But anyways, yeah, the last thing from Leon Thomas is something from Disclosure and Rudimental that came out this past Friday. I don't know what in the world people are talking about with the... Apparently 50 Cent put out something new for Power, but that's what... those are the 50 Cent fans. I don't know if they was making up stuff. So... as of right now, I don't see any new music from 50 Cent. I see this right here. I haven't played the audio because, of course, don't want to do, you don't want to play copyrighted music. But in summary, 50 Cent hinting at a surviving T.I. and Tiny documentary. It's the same thing he did when he said, oh, maybe I should make a Jay-Z Epstein documentary. Until it happens, it's just hearsay. Because I will keep saying, the main thing about the Diddy doc is not because it was so immaculate, right? It's just because they had actual footage from Diddy right up until he was put in prison. You know what I'm saying? You look at Diddy and you're saying to yourself, how would he even co-sign this footage being given to the opposition? Well, he didn't. He ain't paid the team. So the team gave it off. So, he didn't even have the choice to keep it or to give an NDA or anything, close to that nature. So I think when it comes to other documentaries, unless you're going to have them hire or quote unquote hire a camera team only to not pay them months after and then hold that footage, unless you have that pathway, I don't think you're going to be able to make a suitable documentary that goes against T.I., that goes against a Jay-Z, because he's talked about the Jay-Z Epstein documentary. He's talked about the T.I. documentary, but at the end of the day, I just think it's hearsay unless it actually happens. And not to sound like Dame Dash, I know y'all probably thinking to yourself, hold on now.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Y'all probably think I'm the second coming of Dame Dash, but I actually do believe the only reason the Diddy documentary was held in such high regard is because they had that exclusive footage. I don't think without that exclusive footage, people would have talked about it. Because think about the clips you saw from that documentary. Everybody was talking about how did they get this footage? And then you realize, oh, it was Diddy's team that they didn't pay. So unless T.I. and Jay-Z don't pay their photographers or videographers, guess what? I don't think the doc's gonna be that persuasive. But anyways, that's just me. So at the end of the day, this is a big deal. 50 Cent is responding to T.I.'s plethora of diss tracks with a documentary allegedly. But the post and delete did title the documentary Surviving T.I. and Tiny. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about T.I. versus 50 Cent as far as in totality? And of course, do you believe that 50 Cent is going too far targeting T.I.'s wife in alleged documentary? Curtis Jackson has did it again.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
When it comes to this rap kerfuffle, this, should I say, rap battle.
It's time for a rap battle!
Safe to say, Domani and King Harris is not playing around.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Because they've released diss tracks, such as the, it's a PG podcast. So let's just say the Domani's second track. I can't even say the title because it's a PG podcast. The first track is titled Miss Jackson, and I think that's the best track out of all the Harris residents diss tracks towards Curtis Jackson. Now, of course, T.I. has released a mammoth of diss tracks, such as, I ain't gonna cap to you, I totally forgot all of them. Let me see I don't know, let me see if this comes over. Okay, cool. So, as far as T.I. specifically, I think he has let him know it's a single. He also has another track that I ain't gonna cap to you, bro. T.I.'s not coming hard enough, man.
I just don't like it, man.
You know.
I just don't like that shit, man.
Oh, Tom, I was like, let me just restart the segment. Man, T.I. ain't coming hard enough, man. I ain't looking up the diss tracks. It's not on DSPs. Literally, if you go to DSPs, there's war, in parentheses, snippet. I'm just thinking to myself.
You guys.
I don't know how many times.
See, that's the problem.
I got to tell this man, Clifford Harris, either you got to fire your marketing team or learn what a DSP is. My brother, the days of mixtape era is over. Spinrilla is over. Nobody's going to these obscure websites to look up your full war track, your full got the right one. That's what it's called. Right one, Bully. Now it's coming back to me. You know, I'm 26 going on 80, guys. You gotta bear with me. Bully. I think it's called What Bully. He has the right one, and then he has the war, and then there's a fourth one. I totally forgot what that one was called. But at the end of the day, if you don't really expose 50 Cent in the way of a Kendrick-esque type of track, then we not trying to hear it, man.
You guys.
When you heard Domani's Miss Jackson track, I kid you not, I would have had to hit up my lawyers, and I don't, obviously it's his son, so he don't have to hit up the lawyers. I would have hit the group chat. I'd be like, hey, Domani, hey, it's your dad talking. I'm gonna need that track. I heard it before it released. I'm gonna need it, bro. Just ghostwrite it for me. I'll give you the credits and the writing. It's family anyways. People ain't gonna point it out that much. I need that. If I keep telling y'all, if T.I. was the one to release Miss Jackson, it would be a completely different conversation. But of course, T.I. doesn't want to take it there. So guess what?
Whoop-de-doo.
If you don't want to take it there,
Whoop-de-doo.
then I don't care. So 50 Cent, obviously, with this specific track, getting back into the reason for the segment, the track No More Tricks, No More Tries featuring Max B, I think it's specifically for Max B. If you don't know, he just came out of prison, right? If there was somebody that was to be uplifted by a peer in the game, which I'm not saying Max B is to the level of 50 Cent, but he's very respected in the hip-hop game. I think 50 Cent respects Max B as well, hopping on the track with him in the midst of a battle that would bring a surge of engagement on whatever track you release. And it's very interesting how this track with Max B, that's also now on DSPs, by the way. You just got to go to Spinrilla. We dealing with some old heads. Like, at the end of the day, I guess the greatest rap battle of all time didn't just happen 2 years ago. If 50 Cent T.I. was not on planet Earth when that battle happened, I would be like, okay, that's all right, But if you look at the greatest rap battle of all time and the monetary incentive to put it on DSPs, you come to realize, like, maybe these guys are just rich to the point where they just don't care about marketing strategies, right? Because you look at 50 Cent, all he wants to promote is his shows, which, of course, is probably why Power has ran for 6 seasons, 2014 to 2020, spawning multiple spinouts, Star's highest rated series ever. So he could care less about rap, right? When it comes to T.I., he's literally being a comedian. I kid you not, that's literally what T.I. is doing right now. He's being a comedian instead of rapping. So when he came back to rap, they just completely forgot how to market these tracks. So now I'm just looking at the whole landscape of the rap beef, saying to myself,
but then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
If you're not going to push your diss tracks on DSP, safe to say it's going to be here today, gone tomorrow, especially how fast the internet moves. The only reason I'm pointing this out is because I like the move from 50 Cent to include Max B, because when it comes to Max B having a lot of... Max D is crazy. Pause. Goodness gracious.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
My fault. I just had to catch myself. All right, Max B, he is probably appreciative of this support from 50 Cent. So in the landscape of Max B trying to get his music out there to the masses, I think people will look at this and maybe they will come over to Max B's DSP if he actually releases this. But I don't think it's going to happen. I think with this track, 50 Cent uploaded it. I think he has some type of caption. Let me see if I can find it. Curtis Jackson had some type of caption where he was basically talking about how T.I. should probably stop trying to battle with him. Oh, no, he said, quote, "I am the algorithm. No more tricks, no more tries. 50 Cent featuring Max B." And, of course, he puts his website at the end. It never fails, man. That man is a marketing genius when it comes to his shows. But, obviously, he must not know what a DSP is. So, anyways, which is a digital service. Let me see. It's a digital service provider, download service provider. It's one of those. Do I know what it is? No, let me see. DSP. What does it mean? It's one of those. I ain't gonna cap to you. DSP is digital service provider. So basically, when it comes to other platforms like the Spinrillas, things of that nature, they're not actually in the music industry. It refers to online platforms where music is streamed or sold digitally, such as Spotify, Apple Music, etc. These are the main services where people listen to songs on demand. I don't know why I'm explaining this, bro. I feel like the demographic is probably appreciative of this explanation, because the two gentlemen we're talking about is very much a bingo club beef between Curtis Jackson and Clifford Harris. But the reason why I'm saying that it's a big deal is because I don't know if it's a TV licensing deal on 50 Cent's side, but T.I. has no excuse for why his diss tracks aren't on DSP. So my last sentiment about this beef, because I could care less. I think T.I. should have came harder. If he heard Domani's Miss Jackson track, he should have took that and just gave him credit, right? I mean, it's your son at the end of the day. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have said anything. He would be like, hey, I'm T.I. I'm just going to give it way more exposure. Just give him the speech that Drake gives everybody in the OVO sweatshop.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
You know what I'm saying? So anyways, at the end of the day, 50 Cent is going to continue to drag this beef. I don't know if it's going to be a lot of music involved. I think it's going to be a lot of other activity that happens in the ongoing feud as far as T.I. and 50 Cent in the referral. As far as let's say the reference. You know, if we was in the courtroom, you know, Exhibit 8. You know what I mean? What's his name? Yayo. Let me see. Yayo, Ja Rule. When did that happen? So Yayo, Ja Rule. I think he addressed it, the airplane incident. Yeah. Okay. So February 17th is when Ja Rule addressed the incident. I don't exactly know when it happened. Okay. February 10th is a new angle when they showed the Ja Rule interaction with Tony Yayo. I just want y'all to know. The Ja Rule and 50 Cent beef has been going on for quite some time. So now I want y'all to put it in the landscape of T.I. and how he's still popular today as far as moving around and things of that nature, and just the certain scenarios that could run rampant as far as a 50 Cent in a T.I. camp. I'm not wishing on anything happens. I'm just letting y'all know these two gentlemen right here. So there's a lot of things that could happen. And I want to leave it at that. You know, prayers to both. I keep saying pray for 50 Cent. The way he was going at Diddy, I hope y'all know Diddy gets out. When does Diddy get out? Let me see. March. Let me see. Diddy release date. Let me see. Diddy release date moved up. Just jumped up several weeks. Oh man. Yeah. Hey, get to praying, man.
Give him some praise.
Hey man.
Give him some praise.
Hey.
Give him some praise.
Let me see. Set to be free. Oh, okay. It's 2020. Okay, he still got some time. Yeah, now 50 Cent still got some time to fortify his walls and stuff like that. So, anyways, with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. Is this beef underwhelming because of the very archaic? I don't know if archaic is the barbaric, the barbaric marketing strategy. Is this beef underwhelming because of the barbaric marketing strategy when it comes to diss tracks, or are you enjoying it? And if you are, what is the main enjoyment factor of the 50 Cent T.I. beef? Getting into the overview of the Notorious Mass Effect episode 158, which of course is titled Resident Evil Requiem, a modern classic masterpiece.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
And of course, we started off episode 158 with the one and only.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Basically letting him know it's time to drop Iceman, man.
Whoop-de-doo.
Enough excuses, man.
Whoop-de-doo.
We ain't trying to hear, Pimmy is dropping.
Whoop-de-doo.
Which, you know, shout out to her. We ain't trying to hear Yebba is dropping. We not even trying to hear Yeet is dropping.
Shepard.
Okay, basically, my main point is, we try to get to the bottom of it. It's, well, pause, goodness.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
We're trying to figure out why in the world is Iceman not here yet? And guess what? We don't know when it's actually coming out.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
As I gave a lot of insights onto what's happening behind the scenes, let's just say my boy Drake is actually going through it. There's a lot of hackers in the background. And, you know, at the end of the day, you never want somebody's music to be leaked, especially before it's officially released. So, with that being said, then we transition into the one and only Jermaine Cole. Now, I know, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to Jermaine, you may think that over here we just completely obliterate J. Cole fans, and you may be correct.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
But of course, I was one of the few people, interestingly enough, to my surprise, let me talk about a plot twist. I was surprised that everybody else was hating on the album, and the whole time I thoroughly enjoyed it. As you look at the fall off, doing phenomenal as far as 280-some thousand first week sales, one of the biggest debuts as far as for a hip hop album, the biggest debut in the year of 2026 for a hip hop album. Definitely doing phenomenal. I think currently it's the 8th most played album in the world, and I think it's been out for like 2-3 weeks at this point. So, you know, it's having a strong hold for an album that's more about storytelling and lyricism. Yeah, it's the 8th most played album in the world currently. So I think the fall off is doing phenomenal. From a subjective standpoint, I really think the storytelling is immaculate, really a masterclass on lyricism. And, you know, that's not the most replayable for people who just want to, you know, ride to the party and listen to, you know, anthems such as the Octane, which, you know, is currently my favorite album, but still I think Jermaine's album's better than people are giving it credit for it. So, of course, we dived into that, and then we transitioned into the one and only Baby Keem. And ladies and gentlemen.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Now, I keep saying, I do have a little bias when it comes to Baby Keem. And my bias is plainly put. Baby Keem is one of the artists that I'm rooting for. So when I listened to his album, I was like, you know what? It's solid, but it's not exactly the melodic blue.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look.
And, you know, of course, it doesn't have to be. It's his own thing. It's titled Casino, but it was just something about that album that made me say, like, it's not bad, but it's not what I was expecting as far as from Baby Keem. So even though Casino technically is a solid album in my book, I was expecting album of the year type of album from Baby Keem. And just, you know, safe to say it's just solid. It's not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but it's just solid. So anyways, then we got into a little K-pop, as BTS is coming back as a group, because if you don't know, the individual members had to do their mandatory military service. So, of course, Rang was one of the albums that they had in the tuck as far as for when they came back. And guess what? They're back now. So, as far as all the individual members being back together to release this album, Rang, along with an album documentary via Netflix, safe to say they're going to make a Notorious Mass Effect, especially in the midpoint of 2026. And then, of course, we stuck with K-pop coverage as BlackPink is back again. If you don't know, I've basically bloviated, if that's the word, I've basically head over heels, pause. Well, I guess it's not pause technically, for Jennie from BlackPink as her track with The Weeknd. I keep saying it's one of my favorite tracks of all time as far as one of the girls. And I do believe when it comes to their individual runs, whether it was Rosie from BlackPink with Bruno Mars, APT, whether it was Jennie from BlackPink, whether it was Jisoo from BlackPink, I think they did phenomenal individually. So I think with the music video for Go being phenomenally received as far as objectively speaking on YouTube, and the album Deadline being out now, I think it's definitely apparent that K-pop is making a comeback, because not only is BTS back, which is objectively speaking the biggest K-pop group, but now BlackPink is back, objectively speaking, which is the most consumed girl K-pop group. So K-pop is going to definitely take over for the year of 2026. Then, of course, we got to a little industry news. As you already know, with global video game sales, we had to get into the specific numbers and get into the dreamlike analytics, as not only has the video game industry surpassed 195.6 billion, but also when you look at certain entities laying off people, you come to realize it doesn't really make too much sense, because they're making so much revenue and they're still laying people off.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So we basically talked about how it's been a 5.3% year-over-year increase in the gaming industry, which, if y'all don't know, that is phenomenal, especially compared to other mediums in entertainment such as TV, movies, etc. That's just completely failing, right? So somehow gaming's doing phenomenal and people are still getting laid off.
Shepard.
You know what I'm saying?
Just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
The state of gaming is that, objectively speaking, we are in a golden age. Well, I guess that's technically subjectively, but objectively speaking, revenue is coming in at a breakneck speed and people are still getting laid off. I just don't like it, man.
I just don't like it, man.
That's what I just said.
I just don't like that shit, man.
No, I said it for real. No, like, that's what I meant. Anyways, so that being said, we got into that, and of course we transitioned into Take-Two Saudi investment, as far as the private investment firm going crazy just in the gaming industry. As if you don't know, when it comes to Saudi specifically, it's basically for GTA 6 releasing this year, as Take-Two took, not Take-Two, Saudi private investment firms took some of its stake and shifted it to Savvy Games Group. I was looking it up specifically because I wanted to give y'all the number. $3 billion, ladies and gentlemen.
You guys.
That's a lot of money.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look.
So anyways, they're basically gearing up for GTA 6, as they already know the stocks are going to go through the roof whenever their game comes out. And, quiet is, it's not even quiet. GTA 6 will change the whole industry. Like, it's going to make the world stop. Everybody's going to be on a game. Owners are going to be like, why are my workers not coming to work? You're literally going to have to treat GTA 6 like a Christmas holiday. You're going to have to either give people overtime or triple overtime for them to come to work. I think GTA 6, we're going to see the workforce depleted for at least a week or two, for at least. And of course, when people say, oh, but 9-to-5 workers can't just take off. If you don't think they are looking at their release date and taking off PTO, then you have another thing coming.
You guys.
So anyways, GTA 6 is completely going to take over the gaming industry when it comes out. And of course, Saudi private investment firms are already on it. So then we heading into the unfortunate news that Phil Spencer, ladies and gentlemen, Phil Spencer was let go by Xbox. Sad day in history. So Phil Spencer, Sarah Bond, they are no longer with Xbox. Big deal, huge shift in the gaming industry, as Phil Spencer been with Xbox for I think 40 plus years. It's sad to see, because say what you want about Phil Spencer currently, but he did a lot for the Xbox brand, and for him to be let go, and also for Sarah Bond to be treated the way she was on the way out. I mean, it's just an interesting regime change. And I think the way they went with hiring somebody who's prioritized AI in her whole career, I'm not going to say it's over for Xbox, but let's just say they're on the brink of collapse, in my opinion. Looking at Microsoft and as much money as they make, and Xbox not making them any money. But of course, I think they will probably still support them like Amazon does Twitch, even though Twitch doesn't make Amazon any money. I think it's that same situation. But I will say the Xbox it's looking like it's very desolate as far as the console war, and if Xbox can ever make a return to even be able to compete with a PlayStation. So it's looking very grim. It's looking very bleak over at Xbox. And it didn't make it any better that February the news came about that Phil Spencer was let go, and Sarah Bond, resigned after that news broke. So anyways, that was very sad news, not gonna lie to you. So we go straight from that into PlayStation State of Play. As you already know, or if you don't know, I live streamed the whole PlayStation Play event, and essentially when it comes to that, there was a lot of different announcements from God of War, a lot of different details as far as that specifically. Just a lot of games you would want to look forward to, especially if you're a gamer for the year of 2026. They basically showcase a lot of games that you may be interested in. I thought it was a phenomenal State of Play. So State of Play, was it for 2025? Let me see. I don't know if let me see, was that not the right word? It's not pulling it up right now. Let me see. State of Play. Oh, here we go. No, that's 2025. Okay, let me go to Spotify then. I think it's because it was audio. I think it was because it was mainly video. I think that's why it's not pulling. I don't think I put it on my audio only platform. I think I only put it on my video. Yeah, I put it on my video platform. So anyways, yeah, so as far as the State of Play it's still saying June 2025. What in the world? Did I not put that out? I must have put it out. Let me see. State of Play. Doing a little Mickey research, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. All right, so I titled it for my video platform because it's basically a stream. I don't like to put my streams on audio only because I think the visual effect is definitely needed. Some of them I feel like the audio only could suffice, but for a whole PlayStation State of Play, I assume y'all want to see it. You know what I mean? So it's only on my video platform, which is Analytic, Dreamz video on Spotify. So yeah, we basically covered the whole PlayStation State of Play. Obviously, if you're watching the episode version audio only, the entire video version is available on Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify, which I say all the time, but just to let you know. Somebody gonna be like, man, I don't know where to find it. Somebody gonna say that, I promise you. Anyways, So yeah, we got to that. It was a lot of things announced, such as the God of War, Ghost of Yote Legends co-op. I mean, they was really swinging for the heels. Metal Gear Solid Master Collections Volume 2 updates. What else? They had all type of stuff in this PlayStation showcase. I mean, it was just nonstop gameplay showcase. What else? They basically also showed off something else. Oh, Poppy Playtime, which I heard people are not enjoying that. You know what I'm saying?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look.
I heard the community is not satisfied with the Poppy Playtime. They like, bro, end this franchise expeditiously. That's how bad people are saying it is. Anyways, so God of War was definitely the standout. 007, I believe, was announced. A lot of things was announced, just back to back to back. John Wick, like the whole PlayStation State of Play was fantastic. So I was like, you know what? Let's just put the whole thing in the episode. So anyways, you know, so if you think you saw everything, you definitely missed something, because there was a lot they was hitting you with in a rapid speed. So anyways, then we got into specifically games. As you already know, the cover, as you can see right here, the cover of the gaming portion of episode 158 is, of course, Resident Evil Requiem, that I'm going out on a limb and I'm already calling it a modern day classic. So we get into that specifically, how it's doing on the charts, how it's doing subjectively with the people who played it and the major conglomerates and what they have to say. Broke it down from a studio's perspective as far as the franchise revenue. And of course, you know, we just deep dive and put immense respect on Resident Evil, not only the franchise, but also Requiem specifically. So then after that, all the other games we got into was Overwatch as far as its return. If you don't know, Overwatch specifically had its season 1. Now I know what you're saying. How in the world? Then isn't Overwatch 2 available? Yes, ladies and gentlemen. They went all the way back to Overwatch. So they dropped the 2 entirely. How did that work? I have no idea.
Whoop-de-doo.
Actually, I do. I broke it down in that segment. So we get into the season 1 2026 edition of Overwatch, and how it's making a return, how it's doing on the charts, things of that nature. I don't think it was on the charts when I looked at it last time. Let me see. Because, you know, we just covered the charts. I don't think I said Overwatch once. Maybe I did. Why is it on history? I guess I could have pulled it up on history too. So as far as looking at the different platforms, we had Steam, what we had Nintendo. It probably won't be on Nintendo, Xbox, PlayStation. So looking at Steam, we had, there's no Overwatch. Okay. Nintendo, I don't even think it's gonna be on there. It's not on Xbox. Not on PlayStation. Interesting. Yeah, I think Overwatch had a resurgence and it quickly fell back off. I'm not gonna lie. Marvel Rivals was looking pretty, you know, it was looking like Overwatch was about to overtake Marvel Rivals for a second as far as numbers, because objectively speaking it did, but we was thinking it was maybe going to hold on to that metric, but it did not. 53,000 people in game currently. For Marvel Rivals, well, it was a 24-hour peak of 85,000. That's not that bad. As far as Marvel Rivals, they have 53,000 people. They neck and neck. 88,000. They battling it out. Hold on now.
It's time for a rap battle.
I need a gaming version of that. Marvel Rivals and Marvel Rivals and let me see. Let me show y'all this right quick. Actually, I guess I could just pull it over. Let me just pull it over. Marvel Rivals and Overwatch is battling it out right now, ladies and gentlemen. Let me take a little side tangent to show y'all this. This is crazy. So look at these. Look how similar these numbers are right now. I mean, talk about battling it out. Technically, Marvel Rivals' peak was 14 months ago, but that's because I think that's when it released. Their peak was 23 days ago because guess what? They took the 2 off, which is what we covered in this specific segment. So, but as of right now, they are literally battling it out. I don't know, I ain't gonna call no foul play, but these numbers are very similar. So, and then you look at the charts. So that means Marvel Rivals barely beat out Overwatch for the 15th slot. Let me show y'all right quick. Yeah, so that means Marvel Rivals barely beat out Overwatch for the 15th slot. Could you see these numbers right here, how similar they are, right? So technically, even though I didn't say I didn't say Overwatch when covering the Steam charts, it could have easily beat out Marvel Rivals right here. Because look, same numbers technically. Interesting. So yeah, shout out to Marvel Rivals and Overwatch, bringing back healthy competition, man. We love to see it. I'm not gonna lie, as a consumer, you should always advocate for competition, because guess what? Quiet is kept. That's how you get the best product. That's how you get the best.
Shepherd.
All right, they heard me. All right, my fault. That's how you get the best product, basically. All right, so with that being said, yeah, so we got into Overwatch 2. I know Overwatch and them dropping the 2, and while they did that, and then of course we got into Dragon Reimagined, which we went over as far as the Nintendo charts, but specifically for Dragon Reimagined, we got into the game and everything about it as far as gameplay, mechanics, sales, things of that nature. We covered a lot of Nintendo games for this specific episode. It was not on purpose. I guess I just forgot Dragon Reimagined was actually a Nintendo game. So, yeah, because Dragon Reimagined and Mario Tennis is 2 Nintendo games. Usually we only get into 1 episode. But, you know, Nintendo's putting up some heaters, especially for the month of February. So I guess that's why it's 2s on here. Transition from that into Rainbow Six Siege Mobile. Not 6, I said Siege. Rainbow Six Mobile. We will begin the Siege because the mobile does not have Solid Snake from Metal Gear. And you already know that sound effect is there for a reason. We put immense respect on the Metal Gear Solid franchise. So we did get into Rainbow Six Mobile and all the sales and review roundups for that specific game, doing phenomenal on the mobile gaming platform. But when it comes to Rainbow Six Siege, obviously we went over the chart positions at the beginning of the episode, and I do believe I'm going to get into that, especially this month, if it keeps up that amount of engagement, you know, based off of Solid Snake, you know, joining the game, which, you know, deservedly so. But not to get it confused with the actual Rainbow Six mobile segment that we got into for this episode. That's what we dove into specifically, is the mobile version that just released. So anyways, then we transition into one of the greatest video game characters of all time with Mario Tennis, compared it to other sports franchises and other Mario sports franchises, and basically gave Mario his flowers, of course, as Mario Tennis. Once again, Mario Tennis Fever did top the charts, and that's when that was as me covering that. So obviously it may be different now, but that was me when I was covering it. It topped the chart. So shout out to Mario Tennis. Mario does anything. Yeah, it just sells like hotcakes, man. That man's supreme clout. Drake level clout. I ain't gonna lie to you. Anyways, then we went from that, the most abrupt tonality change in gaming history. We went from Marvel Tennis, reviewing sales roundup, deep dive into Reanimal, ladies and gentlemen.
You guys.
I mean, just look at the range, you know what I'm saying? So anyways, Reanimal is more of a horrific type of gameplay loop. And obviously, you know, it's more of a co-op type feel. Definitely a co-op type feel, as it gives you a horror genre of It Takes Two. That's what it kind of looks like to me. But obviously, Little Nightmares has been so popular that some people who are fans of that may be upset at me covering or just comparing it to a game that came after Little Nightmares. So Little Nightmares definitely set the foundation. I will say that. And Reanimal, we get into the acquisition of Tarsier Studios and what it means for Reanimal in general. And of course, the main point is how healthy acquisitions is actually possible in the gaming community. You hear that, Xbox? Just had to let you know. So anyways, I thought that was a phenomenal way on ending off the gaming portion of the episode. And then, of course, you already know,
it's time for a rap battle!
Now, that drop is specifically for the beef portion, because guess what? 50 Cent versus T.I. had you thinking to yourself, where is the morality police?
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
You know, as far as Curtis Jackson and Clifford Harris putting on an absolute show for the month of February in the year of 2026, I just know other rappers that were trying to get it popping. All I kept thinking was,
not saying no one give you a long list of the rappers that had to go get a job.
Hey, you can't top it.
But if I got something that still
go
works,
get a job. Go get a job.
People only care about 50 Cent and T.I.
Go to Costco's, nigga.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to go to Costco.
Go somewhere.
So, you know, a lot of rappers was trying to get, if you was a rapper trying to get attention in the month of February, guess what, man?
Whoop-de-doo.
Everybody was paying attention to that Curtis Jackson and Clifford Harris beef. So 50 Cent versus T.I. and family was a very interesting beef to cover. And safe to say I had to put that at the end of the episode, because, you know, that basically is the drama. That is the precipice of what the drama portion is about. So then we have 50 Cent, the T.I. documentary, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, 50 Cent doubled down.
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
And guess what? He's calling it surviving T.I. and Tiny.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
And if you was wondering, Tiny, it's T.I.'s wife.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Like I said, the morality police is nowhere to be found in the midst of this beef. So we spent a good amount of time covering that. Of course, we dove into Cardi B versus SNL, but really, I just wanted to start off with drama so, you know, I could quantify and clarify why I put it in the drama portion. But I just want to give like an update on how successful Cardi B's live tour is currently going. And of course, last but definitely not least, we ended with the Ticketmaster trial update, because if you don't know, it's currently underway. It's going to have huge ramifications if Live Nation ends up losing. And guess what? I'm going to be there to cover every bit of it. Pulse.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So, of course, that is basically it for episode 158. One thing I wanted to do is definitely go through the church announcements again, as me talking about the ad-free version of Notorious Mass Effect now finally being available. You know, it was definitely something that a lot of subscribers was asking for, because even though I did want the Enemy Plus to be additional content, people was like asking us like, hey, you know, we are subscribing, we are giving money, you know, maybe you can give us the free version of the show. And I was like, you know what, that makes all the sense in the world. So a free version is now available as far as the Enemy Plus, along with other things such as vlogs from Houston, New York, Florida coming soon. Florida, nothing too crazy. Fitness routine edition, health and wellness tips, as far as what I'm calling the fitness, as far as what I'm calling the Biggest Loser, Analytic Dreamz edition. And of course, we have the Mass Effect Legendary Edition gameplay walkthrough, and, you know, the trash rapper that be extorting me, blackmailing me, just straight up.
Shepard.
All right, basically, he also is giving his musical offering as far as in the gaming ecosystem. And then I think it's basically it. I mean, it's, yeah, and then of course we cover the entire gaming and music industry, which is why the free version is now on Enemy Plus. So shout out to that. So definitely listening to y'all requests, especially for the supporters who are on the subscription tier. And then of course we have the Florida vlog coming out, and I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm pretty excited. You know, vlogs is definitely something that is not really something where I'm like, oh, this is gonna make me a bunch of money. This is just a passion project. There's a lot that goes into it. The Florida vlog would definitely be interesting as far as how it comes about, because there's a lot of things that we're gonna do that I think you are gonna really enjoy. So yet another vlog that I'm very excited for, and if it goes like the New York vlog, safe to say, your boy may be on the win streak. You know what I'm saying? As far as successfully pulling off these vlogs, there's a lot of moving pieces, a lot of monetary stuff getting, you know, hey, your boy takes his job serious. So as far as this vlog, I try to make it high quality every single time I do it. So the Florida vlog is incoming very soon. Make sure to join the Normandy via my link tree in my bio to have that content available for you. And then of course, last but definitely not least, ladies and gentlemen, you already know when it comes to the merch, we have the Notorious Mass Effect store that's up now, as you can see.
Whoop-de-doo.
Oh, wrong drop.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
As you can see,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
now I ain't gonna say what these two clothing, these articles of clothing is representing, but you know, safe to say you could put two and two together.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
You know, I mean, if I was to zoom in on the
Shepard.
Y'all get the point, right? So make sure to go check out the Notorious Mass Effect tour. You know, that's all I got to say. You know what I'm saying? Cinema. I told y'all we was gonna come with some different type of styles for season 2. So this is season 2 of the merch line for Notorious Mass Effect store. So season 1 is still available, by the way. I haven't made it exclusive yet. But season 2 is now available, and as you can see right here, it starts from white tank top all the way up. You know, the comic book tee, PlayStation, Spider-Man tee. You know, it's definitely something that I'm proud of, especially the way I put it together. So, anyways, with that being said, that's basically it for the announcements. You know, I will get into the Clips channel promo, but like I said, I'm not gonna promote that too much. Just wanted to show you it at least once, so y'all be like, man, you never promoted it. Be like, it's really just for I'm you know, your boy's experimenting, your boy working, and let's just say it's been doing phenomenal, making a Notorious Mass Effect on social medias. Let's just put it like that. So with that being said, this has been episode 158, which is titled, of course, Resident Evil Requiem, a modern classic masterpiece.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So with that being said, thanks for tuning in to the Notorious Mass Effect podcast. Don't be afraid to send me an email letting me know what you think of the show and what you want me to talk about in the next episode. Click my link tree in my bio to access my social media and to keep up my latest activities. If you want to support the show financially, click my Cash App link located towards the bottom of my link tree, as it helps the show overall. Make sure to share this podcast and rate this show 5 stars or whatever platform you're currently listening on, as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. And with that being said, thank you for tuning in to another episode of the Notorious Mass Effect.